All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to call this regular meeting of the Washington County School District Board of Trustees to order, and we will begin with our roll call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. President Taylor.
I'm here.
Vice President Cuttle. Here. I am here. Trustee Calvert.
Here.
Trustee Church.
Here.
Trustee Nicolette.
Here.
Trustee Thigpen.
Here.
Student Representative Ivy Batmail. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And we are in the boardroom for the first time of this new calendar year. So I'm going to ask one of the trustees serving for the very first time, and this may be your first time in this boardroom for a board meeting. Trustee Kurt, this is your first time in this boardroom for a board meeting? I thought so. I'm going to ask you to lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I was like, I'm looking at the flag. I'm looking at that one. Thank you, Chief General Counsel. I was looking at the flag on the wall. All right. We're going to go to agenda item 1.04. This is an action to adopt the agenda. Items on the agenda may be taken out of order and so on. We are going to do that. In fact, we're going to move up the presentation to our Fulbright scholars to earlier, and then the consent agenda item. We'll go ahead and pull that now. Staff has asked that consent agenda item 2.12 be pulled and then be brought back to us by our purchasing staff. There's some things that they need to follow up on for that item. So other than that, I'm looking for a motion from my colleagues to approve the agenda unless there are some requests for changes.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Trustee Thigpen. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice President Caldo. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. It is unanimous. Now we go to consent agenda. This is agenda item 2. Looking for a motion or any desired action for consent agenda items 2.01 through 2.11 and 2.13 through 2.18. As listed on the agenda, just as a reminder, we just pulled consent agenda item 2.12 at the request of staff. A motion by Vice President Caldo. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Calvert. Any discussion on the consent agenda items? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. And again, let the record show that it is unanimous. We are going to move in our agenda down to agenda item 5.01. Before we get to public comment is coming, but we have some guests, some international guests who are actually upstairs, so hopefully they're hearing us and they can be making their way downstairs. This is agenda item 5.01. This is introduction and recognition of visiting educators who are part of the United States Department of State Fulbright Teaching Excellence and Achievement Program. This is for presentation and discussion only, and just for trustees who are new and may not be aware, this is something that we are really excited about partnering with Dr. Karina Black and the Northern Nevada International Center. Once a year, these Fulbright scholars from all over the world come here as teachers and spend some time with us, and we always like to have an opportunity to just welcome them officially from us as a Board of Trustees. So before us for the presentation is Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer.
Thank you, President Taylor, trustees, and our attendees, both in person and virtual. Thank you so much for having me again. Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer for the record. I'm going to talk a little bit slower than I usually do as they make their way here to save some time. As President Taylor mentioned, this is something we look forward to every year. Joining us today, we have 18 outstanding visiting educators and 2 amazing academic staff from the Northern Nevada International Center. The Washoe County School District has been partnering with Northern Nevada International Center for many years to bring international teachers to our schools and classrooms. This partnership is beneficial to everybody involved, and it provides an opportunity for them not only to observe our classrooms in the United States, but also to share expertise on both sides of the house. And here she comes. And as they start coming up, I'm going to ask Dr. Karina Black, Executive Director of Northern Nevada International Center, to come up here and say a few words.
Good afternoon. I'm from India. Teacher teaching English in the secondary school for 24 years. I'm Shudeshna Datta. I'm very glad to view all these things. Thanks to all of you, to the organizers.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you so
Namaste
much.
from India.
Namaste. All right. Come on up.
Namaste from India.
Namaste.
And good day, everyone. My heartfelt gratitude and thanks to all. I am Shushmita Rai Chaudhuri from India. West Bengal is my home state, and I am teaching 26 years in a government school as a teacher of English. 3 of my students have won the most prestigious President's Award for standing firm against child marriage. And I have motivated them. I have my own personal home for orphan child. So I, beside being a teacher, also an active social worker. Thank you all. My heartfelt gratitude towards you all. Thanks.
Thank you and welcome again.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vanessa Gianberardino. I'm from Argentina. All right. Thank you so much for having us all. All right.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Lolo Zakova. I'm from Uzbekistan, Central Asia. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How long have you been teaching?
For 18 years.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Aysun Kaban. I am coming from Turkey, and I have been teaching about 22 years English as a second language in my country. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Sawadee krap. Hi, my name is Terry Pripradit from Thailand. Thank you.
All right. Terry, how long have you been a teacher?
Almost 10 years.
10 years. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello to everyone. My name is Negru Julieta. I'm from the Republic of Moldova. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How long a teacher?
For about 11 years.
11 years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
So, hello everyone. I'm Inese Ozalzala from Latvia, Eastern Europe, and I have been teaching for about 10 years.
10 years. Great. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Mehmet Durmuş. I'm coming from Turkey, and I've been teaching for about 9 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Hello everyone, my name is Dieter. I'm from Nicaragua and I have been teaching for 6 years.
6 years from Nicaragua. Welcome.
Hello, I am from Uzbekistan. My name is Nargiza Khonalieva, and I've been teaching English for about 20 years.
Wow.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Anawat Gyalma, and I'm from Thailand. I'm teaching in a high school in Thailand. Nice to meet you, and thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you. How many years?
I've been teaching for 18 years.
18 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Isaac Kujo from Mali, West Africa. I've been teaching for 10 years. Thank you.
10 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fofana Ebenezer. I come from Cote d'Ivoire. This is in West Africa. I've been teaching for 9 years. Thank you.
9 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Katrina Loboda, and I'm from Latvia, Riga.
How long, Katrina? How long have you taught?
I've been teaching English to my students for 18 years.
18 years.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Hola.
Hola.
My name is Adriana Escobar. I am from El Salvador.
El Salvador. How many
Yes.
years? How many years teaching English?
22.
22.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for having
welcome.
us. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Good afternoon. Вітаю всіх. My name is Maria Kizbohachova. I'm from Ukraine. I have been teaching English for 21 years already, so I'm really glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my
Hello.
name is Musa Bangali. I am from Mali. I've been teaching English as a foreign language for 10 years.
For 10 years from Mali. Welcome. Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Thanks.
My name is Dr. Mahan. I'm from the United States in the district known as the College of Education. Thank you. So I just want to say thank you. This is our 10th year, I believe, partnering with the district and for welcoming them. I'm not sure you know this, but only 8 universities in the nation host this program. So you're one of like 8 school districts in the nation each year. So thank you. They've had a lovely time, and thanks for making time for us.
Thank you. Hey, Jen. I'm sorry, Dr. Mahan. Sorry. How long have they been on this? Where are they on their visit? I know it's a 2-week trip. Is this the beginning, the end?
They've been here for 5 weeks, and they will leave on Tuesday morning.
Okay, so towards the end. Okay. Well, thank you for getting us in.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Dr. Black.
That concludes our introductions. We, of course, normally take photos, but due to social distancing, we're not able to this meeting, but hopefully we'll get to at another time. So thank you for your...
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so much. All right. I didn't know only 8 universities took part in this. What an honor to partner with them. We do want to go to agenda item 3 now, public comment. There's some comments that I actually should have made before the meeting, so please forgive me for that. I was just excited. I just met the scholars. I was excited to get to them. One, about the location. We're excited to be back in public. This is for those of us here and for those of you who may be watching online. We're excited to be back in person, I should say, not in public, in person. We've been in public, but also we recognize that still safety is of our utmost concern. Schools are still in session, And so it's no longer conducive to have schools as we have our meetings at schools, as oftentimes there are work sessions that we have prior to our meetings and so on. We start the meetings at 2 p.m., as many of you know, because the meetings have been lengthy. Have been lengthy, and so we want to make sure that we run as efficient as a meeting as we can. And in speaking with school police and speaking with our academic team, we don't want to be disruptive to the academic mission of the school. So we'll be here, and that does mean that we'll have to make some accommodations for that, and we'll certainly do so. For those who may be wondering, since social distancing was mentioned, since we didn't take pictures, for those who may be wondering, we have a couple of things. One, we work together, we're colleagues, and in workplaces, because you're kind of in your work bubble, then we know that we're closer than 6 feet. It's because we work together and we have been around each other, and we just kind of made a decision that if we aren't willing to exercise because we have that bubble, we have our work sessions and so on that we go on, then we have to stay on Zoom. And we wanted to get back in person as quickly as we could. And so you'll see a little bit less than 6 feet here, but that's why, again, just think of it as a workplace. This is our workplace. As we get to public comment, again, just in the interest of making sure our meetings are as efficient as possible, we want to continue to encourage public comment. There are many, from what I understand, there are many here who want to make their public comment in person. That's absolutely okay. For those of you who could not make it in person, then you can still email in your public comment. I'm looking to you, but you're here. But for those who are listening, you can still email in your public comments to publiccomments@washoschools.net. We do read these public comments, and that public comment line, so to speak, any public comment that you send in between now and all the way to the end of the meeting will be included in the official record of the meeting when that comes out days from now. So we want to certainly encourage those. That's why some of us have other devices open so we can stay on top of those. And then there'll be times when we may even take a pause and say, hey, there's some public comments that came in on a particular issue, to make sure that those are being certainly are being considered. We do want to make sure and remind people of a couple of things. One is, according to the open meeting law, we far and exceed what is required of the open meeting law when it comes down to public comments and having meetings in person, just as we did when it came down to public comment and having meetings on Zoom. The law requires that we have 2 general public comment periods. We have those public comment periods. In addition, we allow public comments. Typically, we've allowed public comments for each agenda item. We will continue to do that. We will absolutely continue to do that, so that you'll recognize no change. But we are going to certainly make sure that we are efficient in those. So we're going to be a little tighter than we have been. Not because of anything other than we want to make sure that people who want to follow the meeting are able to continue to do so as much as they possibly can. So we're going to be just a little bit more efficient in that. Just for those who may not be used to making public comment here in person, you'll have 3 minutes for those public comments. The law says 2 is reasonable. We go with 3. We're going to stay with 3. Right, and about 30 seconds in, I guess, let me read the slide that's up, and for those who may be at home, you may be able to say, first of all, we're going to ask everyone to be courteous and respectful. Please, we're going to ask you, please, throughout the meeting, please do not interrupt the trustees. Can you keep that from swinging, JJ, if you would? Please don't interrupt trustees or each other, right, during the public comment time or during times of deliberation. You're going to take the action off of that for me. Thank you, JJ. All right, for the health and safety, that's fine. For the health and safety of all attendees and in compliance with the Governor's Directive 045, the Washoe County and Washoe County Local Authority Plan Roadmap to Recovery Mitigation Measures, all attendees must still wear appropriate face coverings that cover the nose and the mouth. We know there's a lot of other information out there. We know there's science on either side of the issue. We aren't here to debate any of that, but we know that the restrictions and the regulations and directives that we have here in our state and that we have here, because we're a public school system, we will still enforce those across the board. That has not changed. So this is really just a reminder. All attendees must follow the guidelines for social distancing of at least 6 feet. And we chatted about us. This is our workplace. Attendees must refrain from moving or altering the seating arrangement within the room. We've had some challenges with that in the past, so we're hopeful that we can adhere to that at this time going forward. Let's go to our next slide, JJ. These are reminders for everyone so we can continue to meet, to conduct our business, and to be efficient in our meeting time. Again, we're going to ask everyone, all of us, to be courteous and respectful of each other, not to interrupt other speakers or the trustees. We don't want to be disrupted during the meeting with applause, shouting, or commenting out of turn. Again, if applause is polite applause, is not disruptive, I won't stop that. I didn't do that in the past. I won't do that now. But when it's disruptive, then it's about being disruptive. And then we have to, because this is a business meeting, then we have to adhere to that. Please allow everyone an opportunity to be heard without interruption. I think that's important for all of you who've taken the time to come to share. Let's go to our next slide. Thank you for public comment. You may only speak at once per agenda item. Again, these are reminders. None of these are new rules. Okay, once per agenda item, you'll be reminded of that. If you've already emailed in your public comments, then that to public comments at washingtonschools.net, you cannot speak on that agenda item. And this has already been enforced. And just again, these are reminders. Okay, emailed items are given to all trustees to review, but will not be read aloud in the meeting. But again, as trustees, and we're all committed to reading those comments, and that's certainly our expectation. Emailed comments are made a part of the official meeting, as said this earlier, the minutes, and are available at www.washingtonschools.net when the official record of the meeting is posted. It won't be tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, but when the official record of the meeting is posted, it will absolutely be included. And if for some reason you think your public comment got missed or whatever, you don't see it, just email to the public comments line and we'll take care of that. We want to make sure your public comment is included. That is certainly important. Continuing on the advice of counsel, the board does not usually respond to or answer questions during public comment, although we will, from time to time, correct misinformation if we think it's ongoing, or the superintendent may ask a staff member to take care of a particular specific issue. She's done that from time to time, but typically those of you who are here, you know that. Those of you who are watching online, many of you know that as well. You will not get a response, so it isn't you, it isn't us. That's the way that we go forward to make sure we stay in full compliance and don't get close to violating the open meeting law as we know it. If you're making public comments, for those who maybe have never done it before, you will hear a 30-second warning buzzer as a signal that it's time to wrap up your comment. You still have 30 seconds. You get a little reminder from that, just a little buzz. And then at the 3-minute mark, a louder buzzer will sound, and your speaking must conclude, and then I will encourage you to do so should you continue with that. So again, these are reminders. Our thing is we want to make sure that we allow everybody who has taken the time to come to share their public comments an opportunity to do that in a respectful manner. We want to and must conduct the business of the district, because this is a business meeting, and so we're just looking forward to everyone continuing to comply, and we can go forward and make sure our meetings, really important, though we want our meetings to make sure that we are efficient in conducting the business going forward. Okay, so that being said, what we're going to do, I think we have a lot of public comment coming. Again, as a reminder, these public comments, these general public comments are for, this is again a reminder, for items that are not specifically on the agenda. Okay, if there is an agenda item that you'd like to speak to, then we're going to ask that you wait until that agenda item comes up. So the general public comment period is for items that are not specifically on the agenda. Our second public comment period we will do at 6 p.m. tonight instead of at the very end of the meeting, because we know our meetings tend to go long, although we're working on being more efficient, right? That will be at 6 p.m. So for those who are still in school, our teachers who are still working, our parents who may still be working, they can still come at 6 p.m. They don't have to wait until the midnight time to give their public comment as well. Again, this is part of just our efforts. We want to make sure that if you want to make public comment, you can do so. So for those that are general public comments, okay, we'll go with that. And we appreciate you all coming to give your comments. And for those who are emailing them in, that line is open till the end of the meeting. Again, public comments at washingtonschools.net. JJ?
Be calling 3 names at a time. Ashley Jacobs, then Bruce Foster, then Kenji Otto.
So can you give us that first name again?
Ashley Jacobs.
We appreciate your patience as we work through how we have all the public comments and the people inside and outside, and we know people are still working in the building, so we have one overflow room. We know in the month social distancing won't be an issue, but space still may be. So we appreciate you working with us. Can't have it both ways. We want to meet in person, then we have to just work through these challenges, but I think we can get there.
Mark Leonard, Melissa Fitch, Jean Quintana.
Mark Leonard, I think we called his name, right? Can we go with Mr. Leonard? Mr. Leonard, we'll welcome you here, sir, and then the others will come after. Mr. Leonard, thank you. You have 3 minutes, sir. We want to get your microphone on. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me. Yes, my name is Mark Leonard. I'm a 2-year resident of Reno. And I'm here today to stand up for social justice. And by what I have observed during my fairly long life by now is that social justice is best served by being very well educated in this country. The opportunities are unlimited when people are well educated. And I was shocked to discover how poorly this school district does with respect to teaching its students. And I implore and request all of you to spend more time focusing on that aspect of social justice of teaching our children and giving them opportunities so that they can succeed in life in whatever field they wish to succeed in. And right now it is clear that we're clear at the bottom of the barrel in the whole country in terms of scores. And I don't see much effort by this board to really focus on that and bring those scores up. And it seems to me that it would be an appropriate focus to really spend some time and effort and form committees and listen to ideas on how to improve the scores and the academic performance of our students. So I encourage you to, as you deliberate, to consider that and help our students achieve social justice by giving them a superb education. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Melissa Fitch, Jean Quintana, then Ashley Jacobs.
Yes, right there, Ms. Fitch. Let's make sure we get your microphone on. Hey, no, it's not on. Hang on. Make sure we get you to touch that, but there we are.
Thank you. First time. My name
Okay.
is Melissa Fitch. I'm a fourth-generation Nevadan, born in Washoe County. And I can't stand what I'm seeing that's being done to the kids in the school department of the Washoe County. Kids are not transmitting COVID. They need to have fresh air. They need to have the masks taken off. These kids are going into heat exhaustion. When you drive by your school, if you saw your little 5-year-old sitting out in a parking lot on an X on a piece of asphalt because they're transmitters, it'd break your heart. This is not what we need to be doing with our kids. The kids need masks off. They need fresh air. The tests, the virus is not doing, it's dormant. It's just a political agenda now. You guys are punishing our children, and we elected you to represent us, and I don't feel like we're being represented at all. These kids need to breathe free, and this is just, nobody's listening to the parents. And we pay your salaries. And I know that there's a class action lawsuit that's being headed up by Joey Gilbert, and I am all for it. I mean, these are our kids that you guys are, it's child abuse is what's happening. And we pay your salaries, and if we start moving our kids out of the district and homeschooling, it's thousands of dollars lost per head count, per child. It's time that you guys listen to us. If people want to wear a mask, put a mask on your kid, but it should not be a mandate. It's over. This is done. Our kids are it's absolute child abuse, and I won't stand for this any longer. You guys are elected by us. I feel like nobody's listening to the parents. It's time to take these masks off our kids, and that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Fitch. I would draw your attention to Governor's Directive 028, which is what mandates masks.
We're having some technical difficulties with the sound outside. Can we take a quick recess?
Yes, let's absolutely. We'll take a recess. We're going to call it 10 minutes, but we'll see however we want to make sure oh, just 2 minutes? Oh, a real short one. 2-minute recess. It's even better. Thank you, JG. Let's go right ahead.
Jean Quintana, Kaylin Sutton, Valerie Finaka.
Ms. Quintana? 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 Ms. Quintana, right there, ma'am. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Your mic is on.
Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to...
You do need to keep that on.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay.
I would like to say that I think this board needs to listen to parents and concerned citizens, whether it has to do with the masks, the curriculum, everything. I have 2 children that are grown, and they're productive human beings in very highly responsible positions. And I have a family member who is working in a charter school, and they accomplish getting children out of there and being productive. I mean, just like any school, I'm sure there's people that some children have problems, some don't, but these are high-risk kids. If a charter school can do it and have success, and they have to pass these classes to graduate, things that I'm hearing about this school system, I don't have kids now, but I know there's a lot of concerned parents, very concerned about what's happening and things that are happening in the schools, and then some of them coming out graduation without even really knowing anything. And then in the school's pushing certain agendas that they want to mold kids to come out to be unproductive and to hate each other, to not get along. I mean, it all goes back to the golden rule. We always were taught to treat each other like you would like to be treated, not to make us all pitted against each other and not getting along. And I really feel like that's where it's going in the wrong direction. So please think about where you're going. Think about the kids. They need to breathe fresh air, and they need to learn the basics, not sociology and socioeconomic re-engineering. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana.
Kaylin Sutton, Valerie Fianaka, Ashley Jacobs.
So we're looking for...
Ms. Sutton, address is not here. I'm Valerie Fianaka.
Why don't we go ahead? Is it Fianaka?
Fianaka.
Fianaka.
F with an F.
F, Fianaka. Welcome, Ms. Fianaka. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us back again into the building that we bought and funded and continue to pay for. We do appreciate your service, all of you. I want to say that, and all the teachers that are present, if there are any, we do appreciate you as well. I might be misinformed, and please feel free to tell me if I am. I know you're not supposed to interact, but I really would like somebody to tell me if I'm misinformed. I understand that the results of the recent survey showed that 99% of the parents do not want critical race theory taught in our schools, but I also understand that you intend to push forward with this agenda anyway. I don't understand that. As a past booster president through multiple schools, I raised 4 kids in this district. My superpower is rallying parents. I like to think it's my superpower anyway, to get things done. How many parents do we need to show you what we want? I can do 1,000, I can do 2,000, I can do 3,000. I can keep getting them here, and I will. And that's my plan until we get enough parents that everybody understands that we don't want critical race theory. I'm pretty certain that unless I'm wrong, and I really want somebody to tell me if I'm wrong, 99% of the parents on that survey said that they don't want critical race theory. I hope, unless I'm wrong,
I'm going to keep working to get a lot of parents here to tell y'all that we don't want that. I opened every single one of those little pamphlets, and they each got worse and worse and worse as I read them. They seem benign when you start out in kindergarten until you get farther into them, and then they get worse. I can and will meet that challenge if need be, even though my grandchildren will probably not attend Washoe County School District unless something drastically changes. They'll be homeschooled or they'll be private schooled. I feel our children deserve our attention, all of our attention, not just my kids, not just my grandkids. I think every kid in this district deserves my attention. They deserve every citizen's attention. All of us. I promise you I will devote every ounce of energy left in me, which isn't a whole lot at this point, but I will give every ounce of it to tackle this from every angle, starting with marshaling an army of well-informed parents. That's my promise to you. And I won't give up. I don't give up. I raised 4 sons. I don't give up without a battle. If that doesn't work, I will start working on defunding the schools, a citizen taxpayer school.
Ms. Fianaka?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, would you please come up to the mic, and then also I'm going to ask you to cover up your nose, please, as we've asked you to. So number one, you wanted the information as far as clearing the record.
Yes.
So there is a disinformation campaign out there. We are not teaching critical theory. We are not teaching critical race theory. We are not teaching any type of social justice critical race theory curriculum. As far as the survey, if you're asking about the input that was provided, that is not a survey. It's for feedback and input. Thank you.
That was critical race theory. I beg to differ in that you sent out to all of us. That is the basis of critical race theory. What you sent on that survey or that output is exactly critical race theory. It's the basis for critical race theory.
I'm sorry, she was just correcting the information.
I'm correcting what she just said.
Okay, well, but in public comment, it's not a dialogue, so I appreciate your coming. Thank you. Do we have Miss Sutton or Mr. Sutton, JJ?
Kaylin Sutton.
Oh, Kaylin?
Ashley Jacobs. Then Bruce Foster.
Miss Sutton? Okay, we pull the mic down a little bit so we can. There we are. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
This is my first time being here, and I wanted to come here. My parents didn't make me or anything. I wanted to. Because I wanted to say, why won't you allow face shields? Because those are more useful than masks. Because they're still not that useful, but neither are masks. These are more useful than the masks. And why'd you take away school? Actually, now that I think of it, instead of everyone wearing a mask, so it's fair, how about no one wear a mask at school? So, that... And I know you don't listen to my parents or anyone else, because you haven't listened to them yet, but I hope you'll listen to me, because it's a kid's point of view, and the school is for kids. My cousins go to school, and they said that you have to eat lunch in your classroom. You have to wear a mask during recess. I don't go to school, so I wouldn't know. But if that's true, how would you be able to tell if your friends are sad or mad if you can't even see their mouth or like most of their face? Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Ashley Jacobs, Bruce Foster, Kenji Otto.
Ms. Jacobs? Welcome, Ms. Jacobs. Thank you. If you can just get that mask over your nose, that'd be great. All right, you know how to do it with no hands. All right.
All right.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. It's been 14 months, not just 2 weeks, not just 2 months, not just 100 days. It's been 426 days, actually. I'm not going to give you statistics, data, research, proving what you already know regarding our kids in these masks, the masks that are not even made to stop this virus. By now, if you haven't read it yourselves, you've most definitely heard it from many others.
Can you watch that mask while you're talking? Thank you very much. Thank you. You're good at that.
I understand that our state mask mandate is given by the governor and that it's easy to hide behind. My emails back from the few of you who took the time to respond show me exactly what's happening here. You're all hiding. You're not in a position to hide. You represent us, the parents, the grandparents, the guardians, the citizens of this community. We elected you. Our voices should be the ones that you're echoing, not our governor's. I started a petition a week and a half ago that has now over 750 signatures regarding mask choice for schools. That is the bare minimum that should be considered, the choice to wear a mask. It should be that simple with how much research that is available and out there that disproves the mask stop transmission. Since when did it become a child's responsibility to make a grown adult feel safe? When did it become okay that a mandate that a mandate override the actual safety of a child's overall well-being? And when did your positions become to ignore all our voices and concerns of the people that you're supposed to represent? Make no mistake, the harm that these masks are causing physically, mentally, and emotionally is your burden as well as it is ours. It falls on your shoulders as much as it does ours. And we will remember your names the next election as the ones who didn't fight to unmask these children, but instead who hid, stood aside, and watched the damage take place. Without mask choice, I will be pulling my children from this school district, and I know I'm not alone when I say that, because we are many, and we are not backing down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs.
Bruce Foster, Kenji Otto, Cindy Martinez.
Looking for Mr. Foster. Who's next after Mr. Foster? Kenji, Mr. Kenji?
Mr. Otto, thank you.
Otto, okay. Well, welcome, Otto. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's Mr. Otto, thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Otto.
Yeah, thank you, and my full name's Kenji Otto. And I'd like to say I'm very upset over the fact that you shut this meeting down to the public the last few times. And because I got upset about that, then what I'm doing is I'm researching the potential of recalling all of you. And I encourage anybody that is in your districts to do that. You got a tough job, but shutting people out isn't the way to do it. And so bottom line, you can possibly looking at a recall. I'm not going to tell you which district I'm in. I'm going to surprise you. But anybody that wants to call me, Kenji Otto, and get the information to begin the recall on each and every one of the trustees in this room, then they're welcome to, and I'm easy enough to get a hold of. I participate in a lot of things. You violated the rights of these people, and these masks are just they're not your doing. I understand that. It's the idiot that's up in the Carson City that I didn't vote for, but I've been on a school board before. and I know how one runs, and it sure doesn't run this way to shut people out. So you can look forward to that. I hope somebody will take the initiative to try to kick you out of your seats. And then the other thing is that, we all have to deal with these masks. I don't deal with them at all well. And I can tell you that for the last 4 weeks, I have gone everywhere except here in the county commissioners meeting. And a couple of doctors' offices insist these masks be put on. But bottom line is, nobody asked me if I should tell me to put a mask on. I go to Walmart, I go to Target, I go everywhere. I go to the banks, and I talk to managers, I talk to assistant managers, I talk to a lot of people, and I don't wear a mask. For 4 weeks, I have not worn a mask. And the other thing is, I'm in that age group where they say that I'm susceptible to this virus. Okay? I don't care. You see this hat? It has a lot of, these are true emblems, okay? They're my rank that I retired at. I was a medic for over 20 years in the military. I know what I'm doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otto, and thank you for your service to our country.
Cindy Martinez, Ray Parks, Bruce Parks.
Well, welcome, Ms. Martinez. You have to let's get your microphone on. There you are.
Talk?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
yes.
live? Is
yes.
it live or is it Memorex? Good afternoon, board. Thank you for opening up the chambers. It would have been nice to have a lot more people here present to listen to us. What I'd like to say is I identify as African American. I identify as Native American. I identify as Italian American. I identify as Greek American. I identify as British American. I identify as, what did I miss? Iberian Peninsula. My family lineage includes North Africa, the Iberian Peninsula, the broad swath of the United Kingdom, and Europe. And I was raised in the United States, and I identify as an American. I can pass as Hispanic, I can pass as Caucasian, but I don't identify as any of that because I believe in the foundation of our country. I believe that we are all Americans, regardless of what our ethnicity is. And I'm disturbed and disappointed to hear about critical race theory that seeks to teach our children to learn who we are by the color of their skin. I thought we had already gone by this. And as I look at the array of people who are here on the board, I see that you also come from vast ethnicities. But there's really only one human race, and that sounds kind of trite. But what I worry about is filling young brains full of mush. I had a little tale. My mother had tasked me with babysitting my 2 younger siblings, and she had bought a 1-pound bag of See's candy, a 1-pound box. And she strictly told us that we could not eat it. My middle brother and I ate it in its entirety. We knew we were going to get in trouble, and we set about the next 2 or 3 hours convincing my youngest sibling that he was going to get in trouble for eating it. And he did not eat a piece. By the end of that evening of babysitting, my little brother was terrified he was going to get in trouble. We had talk about the evil of children, but we had convinced a little boy that he'd eaten a box of candy to where he went crying to my mother the next morning. If 2 siblings in evil conspiracy with each other can do that to their little brother, I am concerned about a philosophy of critical race theory that is going to fill little kids' heads with information that seeks to cause division by the color of their skin and teach oppression. I didn't grow up in that kind of an environment. And what's happening is the balkanization of the United States. And the whole foundation of our country is being torn apart. And what I would entreat you to do is to look at teaching civics, American history, American government, and teach kids how to respect each other for the content of their character, not by the color of their skin. That is a grave injustice that you're doing, and you're unleashing Marxists on this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Ray Parks, Bruce Parks, Marika Moore.
Ms. Parks, welcome.
Thank you.
I don't know whose idea it was to lock the public out of these trustees meetings during the month of April, or what the actual unwritten objective was achieved in doing so, yet there is no plausible or logical rationale for shutting this public out. Just as mysteriously as the public was shut out, the public is now magically again allowed access. And so here we are. First, the board as a whole, if the board as a whole is not making these decisions, then let the board please be aware someone is wagging the tail on this dog. This board must be allowed open discussion and freedom of speech. I respectfully request the board president reinstate the 2 long-honored traditional agenda items entitled Board Reports and Requests for Future Agenda Items be returned to the agenda. And one would think that the entire board would want and request these to be placed back on the agenda, starting with the next board meeting, so that the entire board would be encouraged to freely speak. Because after all, what is there to fear from honest discourse? Second, the proposed social justice curriculum proudly promotes equity. And I will explain. Equity is when everyone has the same outcome. Equity is when no matter how hard you try and no matter how hard you struggle, you can't get ahead. Because the outcome has been destined for everyone to be the same. No matter how much effort someone else puts in, and that someone else does not put in, the outcome is the same. Equity is one of the founding principles of Marxism, and that is the connection between that curriculum and Marxism and communism and socialism. If any of those systems are so great, then we must ask ourselves, why are people attempting to enter this country and not the others? Equity is the antithesis of America. America has long been called the land of opportunity. It offers equal opportunity under the law for all. What is done with that opportunity is the choice for each single individual to decide. For our children, we want equity, equality. We want opportunity. We want freedom of choice. We want America. We don't want Russia or China or Venezuela. In summary, the proposed curriculum is based on a communist ideology, and I could never recommend its adoption. Neither does your public, as reported by your survey. And I'm now done.
Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Bruce Parks, Marika Moore, Sierra Pagoda.
Welcome, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thank you for letting me speak here. Once again, I would love to be able to come to one of these school board meetings and thank you all for doing the wonderful job that you're doing. And I hope that one day I can actually do that. But no, I'm here once again to ask you about your failure to educate our kids. In fact, it's not education that our kids are getting anymore. It's indoctrination. Like the previous speaker was talking about, the equity stuff, that you are requiring some of the staff members to go through equity training. Are you kidding me? If you can't see, if you're not aware that this social justice, political correctness, all this equity garbage, if you're not aware that that is founded in Marxist, communist ideology, you don't belong where you're sitting because you're not educated or you choose to be ignorant. Not your job to be turning out social justice warriors. Your job is to educate our kids and prepare them for life outside of academia. I would rather that you make sure that every kid that graduates from Washoe County School District is well versed in the 3 R's, not in communist ideology. And that's what you're pushing. I've read the curriculum. I've seen it. I've also looked at the training that you're requiring teachers and staff members. I'm asking you to stop it right now. I spent over 20 years of my life in uniform defending something that stood for something. I'm not going to sit back and watch you people destroy it by turning out a generation of social justice warriors that have absolutely no idea what this country was founded on and the principles for which I stand. There's a little document that I would encourage you all, if you haven't read it, reacquaint yourselves. It's called the Constitution. The principles that our country was founded upon were unique, never seen before in the world. In the world. We are still a beacon of hope for other countries. Don't destroy that. I'm begging you. Teach our children. Educate them. Prepare them for life outside of academia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Thank you for your service to our country.
You're welcome.
Marika Moore, Sierra Pagola, Janet Butcher.
Miss Moore, right there to that podium, right here. See the podium standing right there? Yes, right there. Welcome, Miss Moore.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you just make sure? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Awesome. Thank you, Miss Moore. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the work that you do. I appreciate your good intentions and stewardship as guardians
The system
to
has
Washoe
detected
County's.
that a minimum number of lines are connected to this conference.
Hang on. You will get your time back. Hang on. Let's just make sure we're good.
Okay.
Okay. Go right ahead.
So I appreciate your good intentions and stewardship as guardians to Washoe County's children's education programs. I am a home and business owner in Washoe County. I graduated from UNR with my master's degree a couple decades ago, and I have substantial roots here. And I'm also a mom. I come today to address the ongoing issue of the COVID-19 responses, specifically the use of masks and the experimental COVID shots. I have worked for U.S. embassies and schools all over the world. I have seen and been a part of educational, health, and safety decisions. These ones, to enforce masks and COVID shots, are destructive to healthy immune systems. If adults choose to partake, fine. But when I hear children begging to take their masks off because they can't breathe, I consider it child abuse and bullying to enforce such protocol. This particular instance happened last week. Though these protocols have stemmed from good intentions, it is okay to admit that this tactic was the wrong move and move forward towards a rational solution to the fear of COVID-19. No human is perfect, only God is, and mistakes happen. Many other safer and healthier solutions have been presented. Forcing children to wear masks is abhorrent. It is loud and clear that it is not necessary to go to these extreme measures. Since last summer, complaints about masks have been occurring. Last July, when I emailed the school district, local news channel 4 had reported on a mom and her son with asthma and another son whose lungs collapsed, who had recovered just fine from COVID-19. They had worn masks prior and still caught the virus again. Again, they are fine, 99% for survival rate. Our bodies are made to detect and respond to a variety of pathogens, from viruses to parasite worms. If we cut off the chance to come in actual contact with pathogens and never learned how to respond to antibodies to build diseases, and injecting experimental poison labeled the COVID vaccine is not the answer. Not only does that negate all the other pathogens in the air, that the masks prevent us from accessing, but it is dangerous. If anyone doesn't get the COVID shot, they're 100% guaranteed not to get a negative side effect. There are so many side effects being reported, including death. It is your responsibility to listen and respond righteously. If anyone takes some time to research the history of disease, like I have, you will find out that even polio was already on its way out by the time the vaccine was created. Lucky for the pharmaceutical companies. I say no to bullying, no child abuse, no masks, no forced vaccinations.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Otherwise, I'll pull my kids out from school again.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
And I would like to correct, there is no mandatory COVID vaccine in the school district.
But it's being talked about.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Sierra, Pagola, Janet, Butcher, George, Lee.
Is it Bagola?
Pagoda.
Pagoda.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Pagoda.
Thank you. Abraham Lincoln said, "Those who deny freedom to others deserve it not for themselves." I couldn't agree more. These mask mandates must end today. I come to you asking you to step up, start putting our children first. Give us the freedom to choose. Your slogan, "Every child by name and face to graduation," seems an odd one as you continue to mask our children, not allowing their faces to be seen, let alone known. You have literally muzzled them, shoved their identities in a corner, and are burying them one by one each day this goes on. Remove the masks. We know you get paid to keep the masks on. We know the money is waiting once you force the vaccinations. As dumb as you think we are, we, the people, will always be greater than your agenda. Somewhere along the way, you've forgotten who you work for. And sadly, it isn't the people who line your pockets. It's us. Here's the thing. We aren't staying. We're leaving. And more are following. My children were removed from Washoe County School District immediately upon the mask mandates being implemented in 2020. My children will continue to be removed as long as masks, CRT, and vaccinations are on the table. And no, you don't need to gaslight me and trying to convince me what they are or aren't, because we know what they clearly are. It's about money. It's been made clear. That's what you're here for, not the kids. The money. So let's talk money. My children make up a mere $20,000 of your budget. So when they left, their names and faces weren't really on your radar. It's not enough. But what about the approximate 3,000 kids who are not enrolled this year versus last year? That's approximately $30 million less in your budget. Do you wonder about their names, their faces? Funny thing is, most people wouldn't have a job after creating a $30 million loss to a budget. Have a spine. Quit with the agenda. Unmask our kids, raise the bar, quit being satisfied with being the worst in the nation, and start making a change. It's been over a year. It's been proven time and again that children do not spread COVID-19 and that the masks do not work. The labels alone on masks are clear, as mandated by the FDA EUA. The mandatory masks in school is a major threat to a child's development. It ignores the essential needs of a growing child. The well-being of children and young people is highly dependent on emotional connection with others. Masks create a threatening and unsafe environment where the emotional connection becomes difficult. So I ask, why are we still masking our children? The science you claim to follow is fabricated propaganda. If it's truly science, we would be allowed to question it. We'd be allowed to show up and have open conversations. But it's not. Make a choice today. Unmask these kids. Make it a choice. Members of the board, you may look at this as simply an agenda for today. We see this as our future, our children. Take the masks off. Do better. Become the 23rd state to remove the masks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Piccola.
Janet, Butcher, George, Lee, Roger, Edwards.
Welcome, Ms. Butcher.
Good afternoon. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but I'm going to call it critical race theory. It harms everyone. All children deserve a civil, harmonious society where our immutable characteristics complement, not divide us. Why the urge to teach this now? Why cause division when so many years there was so much hard work to bring us all together? This is in direct violation of the Civil Rights Act, an example of actual progress on race, which clearly states no person in the United States shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation or be denied the benefits of or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. This includes public schools and includes that one group should not be called out as oppressors. I am shocked at both the heavy police presence and the size of this venue today. Now talk about oppression. With such a small venue, I would like to suggest that I've been sitting in here and there are probably other people who would like to come in, that maybe there would be a little bit better organization. I know you're trying to like scramble around and do things since you locked us out. But anyway, there could be a little bit more organization on that. And I would just like to conclude with tyranny under the guise of safety is still tyranny.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher.
George, Lee, Roger, Edwards, Paul, White.
Welcome, Mr. Lee.
George Lee for the record. I look at this diverse board, and I know that you all worked very hard to be where you are, that you are not oppressed by a system that social justice calls real. Every time we hear about influenza, about every 2 years we have an outbreak of some sort of viral infection. And that means that by 2022 or 2023, we'll have another emergency. You are condemning all the people who attend your schools to an endless chain of wearing masks. When are you going to realize that you're training a bunch of people to be cowards, to run away from adversity? This school district has such great potential. Unfortunately, we haven't really lived up to that, or actually the state of Nevada and the state of Nevada's education department haven't lived up to that, because otherwise we wouldn't be close to the bottom of all the other states. It's not because of the students. It's not particularly because of the teachers. It's because of policy, because of an inattention to choosing subjects that are, to be raised above other subjects. And I personally would like to see social justice and the concepts that are held therein to be.
Oh, no, I'm back on. You have to push your button, sir. No, under the mic, where the mic's attached. Yes.
That one? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hit it before. Social justice needs to be eliminated, whether it's called Project 1619, whether it's called, what are the other names for it? Critical race theory, whether it's called, all those other things need to just be eliminated. I have 28 seconds, 26 seconds, 25 seconds, 24, okay. We are preparing students to take a place in society. Is this really what you think is important to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Roger Edwards, Paul White, Maria Skolnick.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards.
Well, good afternoon. Roger Edwards for the record, 48-year resident of Washoe County. father and grandfather of Washoe County students, 37-year military veteran, and you know, I look at your agenda, you got all this stuff on there about budget and this and that and everything else. And you know, there shouldn't be anything on that budget that's not critical. And when you guys, and I know it wasn't just your time in these offices, these chairs, but the result of Washoe County's doing, putting out with their students, it's a crisis. It should be the only thing on your agenda. Improving the way your students are taught. And don't be complicating and muddying the waters up with critical race theory. And I know you put that off the agenda, but you know, wearing masks dilutes their ability to learn. And worried about bullying in the hallways dilutes their ability to learn. It takes their focus away. I know you've heard me at every meeting, every time I get up, I say focus, focus, focus. And that's it. That is what's missing in our school board. You guys are elected to do a job. And you know, the proof is in the pudding, folks. And the pudding is soured. Nobody can eat it. You've turned out a product that is so far below par, there's only one state that's below us. There should be nothing on your agenda other than how do we improve teaching our students. That should be it. The rest of that crap can wait. It's that stuff that's sidetracking you from making a serious decision about improving your education and your result. You know, I'm also the president of a club with 150 or so members in it, and they all feel the same way I do. They're all parents, mostly grandparents now. But they read the newspaper, you know, 48, 49 out of 50 states. That should be your focus, your sole focus, nothing else. Throw that whole agenda away and spend a couple hours listening to us and how to improve your teaching. We don't know the inner workings of that, but I'm concerned that you guys don't know the inner workings of it either, because the product is not getting any better. Let's work on that, okay? Focus, focus, focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and thank you for your service to our country.
Paul White, Maria Skolnied, Morgan Fritz.
Welcome, Mr. White. Sorry, go ahead.
We skip the formalities. You're not glad I'm here. I'm not glad to be here. Let's get a couple things straight off the get-go about the masks. In my phone, Ms. Taylor, I got a photograph of you 18 inches away from a staff member at the dais at the Damani High School board meeting that you used as an excuse for shutting all this down. No mask on whatsoever. It's pure hypocrisy. Superintendent McNeil, it's a misinformation campaign. No, it's really not. It's just the facts. And let's start with what really matters. The board doesn't know anything about them. Most people here don't. The NAEP tests, National Assessment Educational Progress, and what do they say year after year after year? They say that 65 to 85% of our kids are functionally illiterate in reading and math. Black kids, it's 85%. That means if 100 parents send their black kids to school in kindergarten, they can count that out of 100 of them, 15 will have a minimal education. 85 of the 100 will be functionally illiterate and suffer for it the rest of their life. How much has it been discussed at a board meeting? How much do you even know about the NAEP scores? You don't. And what's our board president say about this travesty on our website for getting reelected? I'm proud of our progress. They haven't moved an inch in your 7 years on the board, Miss Taylor. And we're giving our kids a world-class education. If that world is the third world, Ms. O'Neill, there's no misinformation. When people write, like myself, that you were totally unqualified for the job, that's not my opinion. That's the search firm your board hired. They declared you shouldn't even be interviewed, and yet they hired you. Well, why wouldn't you be qualified? You had no experience in solving any of the things that are troubled right now. This is, why are you meeting here today? Is it because you can't get in the high school? No. You want to start the meeting at 2 o'clock, start it 2 hours later, you could have been in a 1,000-seat auditorium. Everybody could have been here. You choose not to. What do? You send your boy here, Mr. Rombardo, out to send threatening letters about things. Yeah, there's stuff coming down the pike. A lot of it. Statewide, local-wide, and it's going to call it on what it is. Absolute criminal, fraudulent behavior on the part of the school district and the board. And if I were the board, I'd look up what personal liability there is in a criminal fraud conviction. Defrauding the public to the tune of $1 billion a year, not producing a product you promised, deceiving them, damage done to people who didn't get the product, and personal gain by the people who backed it. Just go with the facts.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Maria Skolnied, Morgan Fritz, Shannon Cooley.
I'm sorry, is it Skolnick? Help me?
Skolnick.
Skolnick.
Yes.
Welcome, Ms. Skolnick.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you all for your time. Today I come here to speak for a teacher in our district who feels that they are unable to speak freely. Dear board members, social justice is a well-justified concern of every fair-minded person, left, right, or center. I am a strong supporter of and believer in Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s social justice movement. However, the direction the board is trying to take our schools is a movement that Dr. King would not recognize. This movement is the complete opposite of what he fought and died for. This is not the social justice of MLK. It is critical social justice. Critical social justice is to differentiate it from social justice generally as a marker of its specific theoretical perspectives that recognize inequality as deeply embedded in the fabric of society. The practice of critical social justice means actively seeking to change this. Critical social justice's primary tenet is its criticism of liberalism and free societies, which it deems as inherently and systemically oppressive. Robin DiAngelo is an author, consultant, and facilitator working in the fields of critical discourse analysis and whiteness studies. She is the author of the book White Fragility. She explains critical social justice. We use the term critical social justice in order to distinguish our standpoint on social justice from mainstream standpoints. A critical approach to social justice refers to specific theoretical perspectives that recognize that society is stratified, for example, divided and unequal in significant and far-reaching ways along social group lines that include race, class, gender, sexuality, and ability. Critical social justice recognizes inequality as deeply embedded in the fabric of and actively seeks to change this. Shared principles and tenets. Social injustice results in unequal access to resources between groups of people, oppressor, oppressed, and victim. Those who claim to be for social justice must be engaged in self-reflection about their own socialization into these groups, their positionality, and must strategically act from that awareness in ways that challenge social injustice. This action requires a commitment to an ongoing and lifelong process. Ibram X. Kendi, the author of How to Be an Anti-Racist, helps us better understand critical race theory and critical social justice. He provides a succinct anti-racist formula that rests on the distinction between bad discrimination, racism, and good discrimination, anti-racism. Kendi, quote, "The only remedy to racist discrimination is anti-racist discrimination. The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. This movement holds that you are either a racist or anti-racist, and if you're an anti-racist, you are required and called to action, to train up as a social justice warrior, to actively discriminate against white oppressors. This is truly frightening. Racism is never a solution to racism." Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shlonik.
Morgan Fritz, Shannon Cooley, Nicole Hems.
Hi, thank you.
Oh, hi, Ms. Fritz, welcome.
Thank you very much. I am actually reading the second half of the letter written by the teacher that Maria just read. I have 5 questions that I would like answered by the board. What do you say to teachers who have religious beliefs that are not aligned with the proposed curriculum and refuse to participate in any professional development or teach material grounded in critical social justice tenets' core principles. What do you say to teachers who feel being forced to teach this theory and participate in mandatory professional development around critical social justice theory is a violation of conscience? This is a very serious abuse of authority in which official power is used to dictate what someone else's inward beliefs must be and/or to force someone to mouth beliefs he or she does not share. What do you say to parents who refuse to have their child be a part of any lessons that present CSJ theories? Can they opt out? What do you say to teachers who refuse to give up their limited instructional time on anything that is not tightly connected to our Nevada academic content standards, research-based, and demonstrated to improve students' academic achievement? Spending time on these critical social justice questions discussion points means time taken away from phonics, close reading, vocabulary, small group guided reading, and writing. CRT-CSJ critiques the system of meritocracy and argues that it often serves to reify white supremacy and the status quo. With that said, does CRT-CSG not completely contradict Carol Dweck's and Joe Bowler's work around growth mindset and Angela Duckworth's work on grit? Pedagogy District currently embraces and has provided professional development around. Numerous examples of WCSD's support of professional development student-teacher resources and statements around growth mindset links are provided below. Will the district really be asking teachers and students to abandon the district's currently supported and embraced growth mindset pedagogy that is grounded in years of proven brain research for an anti-racism theory driven by highly charged emotion of the current social landscape? Taken from MS Magnet webpage, Growth Mindset. In a fixed mindset, students believe their basic abilities, their intelligence, their talents are just fixed traits. They have a certain amount, and that's that, and then their goal becomes to look smart all the time and never look dumb. In a growth mindset, students understand that their talents and abilities can be developed through effort, good teaching, and persistence. They don't necessarily think everyone's the same or anyone can be Einstein, but they believe everyone can get smarter if they work at it. Carol Dweck. In closing, it is difficult to understand how the district thinks that teachers, parents, and the community will drink the CRT critical justice Kool-Aid you are attempting to push out in the name of social justice. We are not unwoke, we are not misinformed, we are intelligent. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz.
Shannon Cooley, Nicole Harris, and Sweeter.
Welcome, Ms. Cooley.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Coley. I am here to object to the social justice curriculum being proposed by the Washoe County School District. The superintendent and board members have denied that this curriculum is associated with critical race theory. I don't care what you label this curriculum, whatever you want to call it. It still promotes the tenets of critical race theory. CRT puts forth the notion that there is a racial hierarchy in society, that whites, or privileged, are situated at the top. CRT also asserts that relative objectivity and accepted knowledge serve white supremacy and status quo. Many of the sample lessons that the school district provided support both of those tenets. CRT grooming begins with 5-year-olds. In kindergarten, Unit 1 asks teachers to, quote unquote, point out the rules that are made by people who want to be comfortable about their choices. People protect what they think is important. They make rules that they choose safe. This lesson's intent is to portray privileged or white people as having malice toward minority in order to keep them suppressed, instead of the fact that rules and laws were made for the betterment of society as a whole. The principal writer of your social justice standards is Emily Chiarillo. On her website, she has an article explaining white privilege to a broke person. The article implies that this is a tricky subject because poor people don't have white guilt. Mrs. Chiarillo, your social justice writer, Also cites Robin DiAngelo's book, White Fragility, and Ibram X. Kendi's book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. Both are revered CRT experts. I would like to address a recent Renoite podcast that board member Thigpen was on. In an interview, Mr. Thigpen referred to individuals who spoke at a recent board meeting as oppressors because they dared voice their disagreement regarding with an LGBTQ policy. Then he referred to the LGBTQ community as being oppressed by these people. People that have different opinions than you are not oppressors. They are simply exercising their First Amendment right. This intolerant woke culture is teaching our kids to use words to demonize groups and shut down any civil debate. I want the school district to promote unity, tolerance, and acceptance, to choose Dr. King's version of social justice, not this curriculum's Kendi's version, where he believes the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
Nicole Harris, Ann Sweeter, Linda Park.
Okay, Ms. Harris is left.
Ann Sweeter, Linda Park, Darla Lee.
Is it Sweeter?
Yes.
Sweeter. Welcome, Ms. Sweeter. I'm over here. Welcome, Ms. Sweeter. It's okay. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have looked over the Washoe County School curriculum for the school year 21-22. I am not pleased that multiculturalism is listed in the curriculum. Looking at the studies, I see racism, discrimination, dominant cultures, and oppression of Nevadas to be analyzed. One example I read, analyze how racism and discrimination has oppressed Nevadans. Nevadans are not oppressed. Everyone has the same opportunity to achieve what they want, as long as they set a goal, work hard, and get the education to achieve that goal. Are the teachers going to be interjecting their point of view into the minds of the kids? I am against having this in the curriculum. This teaching opens the door to critical race theory, which is being pushed all over this country. Bill AB 19 removes government from social studies and adds multiculturalism. Government is removing government studies. This bill is moving through the legislature. We need to push back against this bill. The school district should be teaching the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It prohibits all discrimination and has made this country better. Don't go backward and bring racism into the minds of kids. Teach them to judge a person by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. I hope the board feels the same and removes multiculturalism from the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeter.
Linda Park, Darla Lee, Brittany Ballard.
Is it Park?
It's Park,
Park.
P-A-R-K.
Okay, thank you so much. Ma'am, if you wouldn't mind just making sure your mask is on correctly, that will be awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay. My comments are directed at the board in general today. You've heard it before. The definition of insanity is doing the same things over and over again and expecting a different result. Really? One has to ask Washoe County School District why it's 48th in the nation only because you lowered the test standards for graduation. And by the way, today only 10% of our students are college ready. Not my opinion, but based on the facts, 10% of our students are college ready. We could surmise that this board supports the soft bigotry of low expectations. After all, when the Washoe County School Board attacks everything but the problem of how to educate, you, the Washoe County School Board, are contributing to racism. When you think about it, if you do, ask yourself why expecting less of a student is ever a good idea. Isn't bigotry just that? Expecting less? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Park.
Darla Lee, Brittany Billard, Sarah Grove.
Welcome, Ms. Lee.
Hi, Darla Lee for the record. I'm not exactly sure what the status is at this point in time for VP 4500. I understand it was a new policy for allowing politics into the classroom, and I am concerned that the board is considering to allow, if it is still under discussion, to allow politics into the classroom. Especially when unofficially I believe there are enough reports that this is already happening, sadly. So if teachers are officially allowed to display, for example, flags of LGBTQ or BLM in the classroom and do lessons and discussions involving these groups, then will the same teachers be handing out, for example, pro-life literature or Back the Blue in their classroom as well? Politics and a social justice agenda, which goes toward CRT, should have no place in our classroom. What should be in the classroom and what seems to be largely missing is a real concern for improving the academic level of Washoe County School District students. As a taxpayer and a concerned citizen, I am opposed to both left and right politics in the classroom. I am in favor of teaching our students to read, write, and do arithmetic, and become productive citizens after they leave high school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Brittany Billard, Sarah Grove, Tony Rickel.
Ms. Lard. Let's just go. Ms. Gross, yes.
Yeah.
Come on up. Thank you.
Is it on? No.
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm Sarah Grove. I wrote it down.
I'm sorry, Grove?
Grove, like a tree grove.
Grove, great, thank you.
Yep. So I'm just here. I do not agree with the new benchmark social justice curriculum that is trying to.
You need to keep your mask on while you're speaking now.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. That's all right. I know
didn't
it's
if
uncomfortable.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I'll start over.
Okay.
I do not agree with the new benchmark social justice curriculum that is trying to be implemented, which is known as critical race theory. I teach my child not to judge anybody. CRT is just a narrative that enslaves people to a hive mind. It is not your job to teach my child what to think, but how to think. Your job is to teach education, math, reading and writing, rather than political indoctrination. I have 3 kids and know many families that if this is implemented in the education system, our public schools, we are pushing our children to private schools. And one more thing. We need to take the masks off. As you know, I have 3 kids, one of whom has an IEP. He is delayed 2 years in speech. How is he to learn anything when he can't even look at his teacher and see how words are being pronounced? You're pushing my child more behind in education because of the masks being pushed on our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grove. I'm going to ask a couple of things. We have a couple of masks up. Sir in the back, if you wouldn't mind putting your mask on. Thank you so much. Ma'am in the front, if you wouldn't mind wearing your face shield appropriately so that it doesn't stick out, but it needs to cover your face. If you wouldn't mind doing that, I would appreciate that. If you wouldn't mind, it shouldn't be sticking out. It should just be on. If you wouldn't mind doing that, I'd appreciate it.
And when we are in a restaurant and we're sitting at a food, we have a doorway, right? So we're a little scared our ways. Social distancing, right?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead, JJ.
Tony Rickrell, Jennifer Massa, Shannon Mordetheo.
I'm sorry, sir, your last name?
Pickrell, Pickrell.
Pickrell. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I just really want to talk to the people here. You really think something's going to change here? We've been following information that are wrong. All their decisions has been wrong because the information you guys are getting is wrong. This don't work. See my face.
Sir, if you would
this
please.
This don't work.
I'm going to need you to put your mask on if you
Vaccine
would.
doesn't work. Okay? I
Thank you.
wanted you to see my face.
I appreciate
You're
it.
going to see me again.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. This is not going to work. You think they're going to listen to the video of this and memorize, see what you said? It won't remember shit. Okay?
Sir, I'm sorry. You're going to have to no profanity, if you would, please. I want you to have your 3 minutes and express your concerns, certainly, but I'm going to have to ask you to follow the rules, if you would.
My number is 775-762-2273. That's my name. I'm trying to get a group to protest every day, not just one day. You think this is going to change their mind? No. That's my name. I want to protest every day. I want this to spread around the world. You think this is bad now? It's just going to get worse. Okay? Nothing. It's not going to change. You guys with me? Anybody? Get that number. They're not going to change their mind. And you know it. Wrong information, that's why you're making the wrong decisions. All the mainstream media, I don't know if that's all you're relying to. WHO and CDC been putting out wrong information. Verifiable wrong information. Lies.
Sir, thank you.
It came off by itself.
I see that. Thank you so much.
All right. Anyway, verifiable lies. Do you guys do any research on your own besides what you get from CDC or WHO? This don't work. Vaccine don't work. The virus is you got 99.97% survival rate without taking any medications for it. And if you do early treatment, it's almost 100%. You guys know that? Do you? Anybody? I'm pissed. I lost my job because I refused to wear this mask. Good paying job. 7 years in that job. That's okay. Because I'll probably be still working if I started wearing a mask, and I won't be speaking here. And I want to take this whole thing down. And I won't stop until all this mess is gone. No vaccine, no passport, vaccine passport.
Your time is up, sir.
Okay.
That's your 3 minutes up. Thank you so much for being here.
Remember my face, because you'll see my face again.
Sir, if you would please, if your time is up, and if you please return the mask to your face, I'd appreciate it.
Doesn't work.
Jennifer Massa, Shannon Mordetheo, Brittany Ballard.
NASA, is there...
I'm Brittany Bland.
Williams?
I'm sorry?
You said Williams?
Brittany Bland.
Oh, Bland.
Yeah.
Did she read your name, Brittany?
She did, but she read it incorrectly. I must have.
It's all right. We work it out the best we can. Miss Bland, thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Okay. I have 2 daughters that are currently homeschooled. We pulled them from the school district due to the mask mandate, social distancing, and now the CRT and vaccine. And let me make this clear. If these mask mandates and other stipulations do not go away, I will keep my children out of the school district, and I will work with other parents to pull out our children of this broken system, and we will use your funds to educate our children. Children ages 0 to 18 have a 99.97 survival rate if they catch the COVID-19. 0 children from ages 0 to 18 years old have died in Washoe County due to the COVID-19. Research shows children do not transmit COVID-19 to adults, and they rarely transmit it to one another. The adults are the ones transmitting it to our children. You are supposed to protect our children, but instead you are projecting your fears onto our youth because you are terrified from your lives from a virus that has a 99% survival rate. Shame on you. Masks do not and cannot prevent the COVID from spreading. A single viron of the SARS-CoV-2 is about 0.1 micron. The pore in a surgical mask is 200 to 1,000 times greater than that. It's like throwing sand through a chain link fence. It simply does not work. We aren't even wearing surgical masks. We're wearing cloth masks to cover our beautiful smiles. Science and common sense have proven masks do not work. They do nothing but cause harm to our children and take away the rights as humans. Masks should be a choice. If you want to wear one, please do. But I'm tired of hiding behind these masks. Don't you miss smiles and conversations in public? I sure do. When the shutdown began in March 2020, the schools went to distance learning. Local suicide rates and domestic violence has gone through the roof, and it has not stopped. You shut down the schools and our livelihood based on a set of assumptions. My 9-year-old daughter was so depressed, all of her hair fell out. You guys were worried that there were not enough hospital beds to accompany everyone, so you continue to keep everything shut down. When the hospitals didn't even get full, nothing happened. And I will absolutely not stand for children to be vaccinated. We are still running the trials, and we are not your lab rats. It takes decades for a successful vaccine, not a year. And why would you give a child a vaccine when they have a 99.9% survival rate? I do not agree. It is easier to be a sheep and follow the narrative. Where is your common sense? Where is your heart and soul? It only takes one of you to stand up and do the right thing. And if you continue to ignore the people, you will be replaced, and we will replace you with people that actually care about our children and the world's future. You are failing at your motto, every child by name and face to graduation. You don't even know my face, and I'm standing here in front of you. How will you know my child?
Ms. Bland, your time is up, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Jennifer Massa, Shannon Morditho, John Eppolito.
Ms. Massa? Who was her second name, JJ?
Shannon Morditho.
How do you say your last name?
Meredith.
Meredith?
I apologize.
Messed that up. Sorry, Miss Meredith. Thank you for being here. Just get your microphone is on. Point at the bottom, the base of the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Meredith, and I would like to express in no uncertain terms that your proposed social justice and equity curricula are dangerous, biased, and unnecessary. I hold a master's degree in history, and without hesitation, I can tell you that most, if not all, of the historical facts and anecdotes used to justify these types of curricula are either patently false or are taken completely out of context to elicit an emotional response. This is not to say that all of the issues examined in these curricula do not exist, although I would argue that most do not. Only that they exist for reasons not examined in these teachings and create a false narrative meant to indoctrinate our children into a specific way of thinking. Sorry, this is really hard with this one. As our educational system's governing body, it is your job to ensure that our children are getting the best education possible and are having equal access to that level of education. This should include programs that produce high marks in math, science, history, English, and provide them the opportunities to learn critical thinking and examination. However, critical thinking cannot be done from a false or biased premise, so it should be the job of teachers in the schools to be as unbiased as possible. Social justice educational premises are all inherently biased, prejudicial, and discriminatory. This is due to any discussion of social justice requiring the codification of groups and therefore group identities by which to juxtapose information. This does nothing but produce conflict. This conflict will then be absorbed into our children's outlooks on the world and create further division from their classmates who do not share their group identities. This can also lead to the internalization of victim statuses, where association with some of these groups create feelings that a person cannot meet requirements due to some outside force upon them that is based on traits they cannot change. Why would we want our children to feel like victims of circumstance? We should be teaching them that everyone has a fair shot and they just need to work hard and they will succeed, especially since that is the truth. When social justice ideologues discuss equity, they are arguing for equality of outcome, as equity by definition of fairness and impartiality is already something we strive for in the United States. Equality of outcome is dangerous because it takes ingenuity, perseverance, and fortitude and makes them obsolete. Why would a person need to work hard and be strong of character if they need do nothing to have everything that a person who has those traits can have? We should raise the bar and expect people to meet the same standards so they can compete. This is not done by spreading false ideas of inequity or pandering to some mainstream conspiracy of racism and inequality, but by ensuring that we have good teachers, that they have the equipment and infrastructure they need, and that we do not participate in the prejudice of low expectations. All people are equal. The prejudice they have in life are given to them by the adults who teach them. Schools should not be teaching prejudice by design. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meredith.
John Eppolito, Sarah Ortega, Dina Lane.
Mr. Eppolito? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I'm a former K-12 teacher. I have 4 kids. 2 are still left in the district. I wanted to question something Superintendent McNeil said earlier, that this wasn't social justice curriculum. I believe that was the email that we got from the board, from the district, whatever, saying look over this social justice curriculum. A few days ago, I asked you guys to send me the curriculum, and you didn't, you can't, you won't, whatever it is. But I looked at what some other people said about the curriculum, and here's what I discovered. Week 1 for kindergarten, quote, if you could design a flag to support social justice for all people, what might you include symbols? Why? End quote. Kristen, is that part of the kindergarten curriculum? She's not even paying attention at all. Okay, so we know that. We know Kristen doesn't know what she's talking about. The 5th grade curriculum, from another source, I found this, quote, how does white male privilege allow people to have a false sense of self? 2, how does that impact what is acceptable and what is unacceptable? End quote. Is that in the 5th grade curriculum? Do you know, Kristen? Do you know about the social justice language in the kindergarten curriculum? I'm guessing you don't. You can't say things that aren't true because people think that you're telling the truth. To me, all this goes back to that board meeting on November 10th where President Taylor and the attorney talked about, and by the way, you can find direct access to this part of the board meeting at Protect Nevada Children in reference to Board Policy 4500. Someone talked about that earlier. And what Angie wanted to make sure in Board Policy 4500 is teachers could put BLM and LGBTQ stuff up on their walls, but they could not do pro-life stuff on their walls or other things. And that's why we have district speech as part of Board Policy 4500. Everybody needs to look at that. That might be more problematic than social justice curriculum. District speech, quote, district employees may use district speech that is inclusive of all students. District employees are not permitted to provide an alternative point of view to district speech adopted by the board. And then it goes on to give 3 things. To me, that's exactly what they were talking about, allowing certain things but not other things. Kristen's email after the January 6th Capitol storming of the Capitol, that was a big deal. Kristen had to send out an email. All summer long, we were looted, rioted, burnt down cities. She never mentioned that at all. All of a sudden, January 6th, it's a national emergency. You should be ashamed.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
You're welcome.
Sarah Ortega, Dina Lane, Rita Pepe.
Ms. Ortega, you said was next?
What?
Ms. Lang, why don't we have you come on up, Ms. Lang? Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just want to read to you. I want to read to you out of the Bible, Matthew 18. Can you hear me?
If you say it gets low, make sure the mic is kind of closer to your mic. We'll stop that feedback a little bit. Yeah.
Closer?
Just leaning like that. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to read out of Matthew 18. Who is the greatest? At that time, the disciples came to Jesus, saying, "Who then is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?" Then Jesus called a little child to him, set him in the midst of them, and said, "Assuredly I say to you, unless you are converted and become as a little children, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, whoever humbles himself as this little child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever receives one little child like this in my name receives me. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe to the world because of offenses, for offenses must come, but woe to that man whom the offense comes. If your hand or foot causes you to sin, cut it off and cast it from you. It is better for you to enter into life lame or maimed rather than having 2 hands or 2 feet to be cast into the everlasting fire. And if your eye causes you to sin, pluck it out and cast it from you. It is better for you to enter into life with 1 eye rather than having 2 eyes to be cast into hellfire. Take heed that you do not despise one of these little ones, for I say to you that in heaven their angels always see the face of my Father who is in heaven. For the Son of Man has come to save that which was lost." So I just want to say that I'm for the children, and I am not for the mask, and I see the harm in my own family of the masks of the children when they're trying to do their schoolwork, when they're trying to play, run, do the sports. So thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Lang.
Rita Pepe, Nevada Grassroots Patriot, Casey Thielander.
Ms. Pepe?
It's Pepe. My
Pepe.
name is Rita Pepe.
Ms. Pepe, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The job of the school is to educate the children in the school district so that they can read, write, and do math. The illiteracy rate in Washoe County is 33%, and Nevada students rank 48th in the nation, and that is after passing scores were lowered, and this has been for quite a while. It seems like the focus needs to be on teaching students how to read, write, and do math, not to mention teaching students the true history of this country. This is the best country in the history of the world. And the history of this country is not perfect, but we have made great strides to learn from our mistakes. It is not the job of the school to teach about social justice. And I'm not going to apologize for being white, nor should anybody apologize for the color of their skin. Our skin color is given to us by God. and our country is not systematically racist. There are many statistics to support this fact. The curriculum used in the schools is probably from the Pearson Publishing Company, and one of their main goals is to change the way America thinks by using curriculum and education and doing it through the children and feeding our children propaganda. 80% of the textbooks in our public school systems are produced by Pearson, although sometimes they buy out smaller companies and don't change the name of the book. They do own 80% of the publishing. Let the parents teach their children about what is right and what is wrong. Stop making students feel that they are a victim or an oppressor due to the color of their skin. Focus on the positive aspects of different cultures and teach our children what they need to know to be able to be a productive citizen and not to hate this country. In short, I am not for the new curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pepe. Please go ahead, Superintendent McNeil.
Hi, Ms. Pepe. I wanted to correct the record because I think some of your facts may be wrong. So when you're talking about 48th in the nation, I believe you probably got a citation on actually where our state is funded. And so we're actually funded 48th in the nation for a state. It's not our academic standing.
Okay.
Just want to clarify
All
that.
right.
So you might want to check your site.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us what it is, McNeil?
JJ, who's next?
Nevada Grassroots Patriot, Casey Thielander, Deborah Mardor.
Nevada Grassroots Patriots. I think we spoke on the phone.
We did.
Well, welcome. Thank you for being here.
I'll make this short and sweet. I know that you guys are just doing what you're told by King Sisolak, but I think what collectively is what parents are asking, what I'd like to convey to you is that we're looking, because I don't know if just one of you standing up is really going to make a difference. It's really going to have to be all of you as a board to put your foot down and tell Sisolak that, sorry, we're not going to put the mask on these kids because there is no supporting facts. I mean, all of you have probably got some sort of email from me at one time or another asking for the supporting facts for the reasons why you're doing what you're doing, and nobody can supply those to me. The CDC has said all year long...
The system has detected that a minimum number of lines are connected to this conference.
Pause for a minute.
Review your meeting.
We'd like to talk to you about your extended warranty.
Okay. All right, please go ahead.
So, I think that what our district is asking is that you guys were voted in for the health and well-being of these children, and we're asking all of you guys to stand up to the governor and say no. Or at least just half, like, watching our kids go out on the playground to play when it's 90 degrees outside with masks on is ridiculous. Especially when the fact that all 400 kids that go to the school where our son goes can leave that school, go to a Washoe County playground, and play without masks. That makes zero sense. 0 cents. If you're not going to mandate the public parks, you shouldn't be mandating the schools. It's ridiculous. So I would just ask all of you as collectively to maybe stand up and just do what's right. Because nobody here can seem to supply me the information of the reason why you guys are doing it. Like if you said, hey, these are the statistics, this is what this is what this is, and this is why kids have to wear masks, but there isn't anything supporting that. And I understand there's people like we talked that are on the other side that are just as passionate, but they're passionate with feelings and not facts. There's a huge difference there. Feeling scared about something that is factually wrong is a huge difference. So I would just ask all of you to maybe dig deep and stand up to the governor. I mean, you literally are going to have a giant community behind you to back you. Nothing is going to happen to any of you because we will all be here to have your backs. You know, I understand that it might not go 100% or it might not, maybe even 50% would be something. But know that if you guys make the right choice based upon factual evidence, you will have a community of parents behind you. You won't be left in the dark or, lose your jobs or things like that because we'll be here to support you. 100%. We've seen it time and time again across this country. So, like, you know, I think that's what we're kind of asking. I know you're just doing what you're told, but maybe it's time for you guys to bend the rules a little bit. Maybe it's time for you guys to push back like we are. So, you know, with that, I appreciate you always being cordial, Angie, and everything. So, and that's really it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Casey.
Casey Thielander.
That was just, that was just Mr. Thielander
Sorry,
right there.
we got mixed up. So I'm Melanie Sutton.
Hang on, let me just make sure we get you right for the record. Hang on. Your time's not going to start till we start, so you won't get cheated. It's okay. We ready to go? All right, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm Melanie Sutton. I'm the founder of NV Grassroots Patriots. So I just had something that popped. I go through my notifications every single morning with a cup of coffee, and I have hundreds to go through every single morning. Well, I did get a notification this morning on Facebook, and it reminded me of what I was doing prior to this. Prior to this, I was my daughter's softball coach. Prior to this, I was the team mom coordinator. Prior to this, I was the recruitment coordinator. That's what I was doing before this. Well, when I was prepared to send my kids to school, I wasn't going to send them with a mask because they do absolutely nothing, okay? So there was someone that was speaking earlier. Let me give you the facts. CDC says that the masks work 2% of the time, and you're covering our children's faces. Look it up. Do your research. Science. Do we believe in science or not? 2% of the time. CDC says this. CDC. So are you following CDC? Or are you following Dr. Fauci or, Fauci. Sorry. But, so I was supposed to send my daughter to school. I bought her these things because I was not going to cover her face. And then one day before she was going to go to school, these were not allowed in schools. These were not allowed. So you want to cover our children's faces and not allow them to communicate with their schoolmates, their teachers. Do you realize that children learn their development from seeing people's emotions and faces? Do you guys realize that? Okay, well, so now I have to homeschool my 3 children. I have 4, one in the Navy. I have a 17-year-old that is a junior. He is in all AP classes, so I homeschool him. I homeschool my 15-year-old. He's in all honors classes. No thanks to you guys, obviously. My 9-year-old daughter here, who has become my partner in crime, but we go to these, this is what I do nowadays. You know, I was here, 6 weeks ago when you guys closed this off and stopped allowing us to come and have public comment. Why? You guys said we stormed the school board meeting? Seriously, because I was there. I snuck into the auditorium because I was supposed to be in the cafeteria, the overflow. There was probably maybe 10 to 15 people sitting in the audience waiting to speak, and we had 50 people in the auditorium. How does that make any sense, you guys? How does it make any sense? What are you guys doing? Do you guys have children? Do you guys realize what you're putting our children through and how they're going to grow up to be adults? Do you guys realize what you're doing to them? Do you? It's disgusting. You guys need to do your research because I've been doing it for the last year and a half. I've been doing it. You obviously haven't.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Deborah Mardor, Tressa Card.
Deborah, yes, you're up next, ma'am.
It's Tressa?
Yeah, it's in order.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. She called. That's all right. No problem. What's your last name, ma'am?
My name is Deborah Marden.
Marden.
Mardon.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And Ms. Tessa, you'll be next.
I want the Washoe County School District to concentrate on academics and forget the politics. The hours our children spend in school are not long enough. The school district must not waste our children's precious time with politics such as systemic racism, white privilege, gender identity, sexual orientation, and the militant Marxism organization Black Lives Matter. This is wrong. This must stop now. Do not indoctrinate our kids with the beliefs of progressive left politics. Our children are our future leaders and need to be raised to have integrity, have the appreciation for the sanctity of life, and be considerate of others. You don't want them going out and killing people and destroying businesses with fire and everything. Nevada schools rank, I guess this is wrong, 49th in the nation. You are failing our children now. Our children are losing out because you won't open up our schools and you want to waste time on indoctrinating them. This is a nightmare. This should not be happening in the United States of America. My money should not be given to the Washoe County. More money should not be given to the Washoe County School District because it does not strive in teaching our children academics. I am proud of our country and want our children to be taught the true history of America. We have fought for the Constitution of the United States of America and the Bill of Rights. We learn from our mistakes and we grow as a nation to be stronger and wiser. I have heard you have changed history to fit the narrative of the progressive far left. The school board must keep politics and critical race theory out of the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Tressa Card.
Ms. Card, now it is your turn.
Thanks for pronouncing my name right. Most people don't. Okay.
You're all set, Ms. Card.
So I didn't write anything out. I wasn't really prepared. I just came to kind of support, and there was one spot left, so I thought, I have 3 daughters, a 15-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 9-year-old, and they all go to a Washoe County School District school. My 15-year-old comes home daily with headaches from her mask. My 3rd grader has started doing lunches in the lunchroom and was informed that she cannot talk. She is not allowed to say a word because she does not have her mask on while she's eating. That's child abuse. Anybody that disagrees with me that that's not child abuse, I'll have to agree to disagree with you. The other night as I was laying down with her, she informed me of that, and I thought, man, what are they doing to these kids? She's 9 years old. I respect that you guys are in a really hard situation, but parent choice has to be there. We have to have a choice for our children. And if we can't have a choice, we're all going to be homeschooling next year. I personally talked to my kids before I came to this meeting, and I said, if they mandate masks next year, we're going to have to discuss homeschool. And all 3 of them said, if they mandate masks, I want to homeschool. These are straight A kids, top of their classes, over a 4.0 in high school. I'd like to know how many kids are failing high school right now because of this hybrid. My kids have a mom that is blessed to stay home with them. I'd say probably 50% of the school district doesn't have a mom at home with them. They have to work. I love my children, and that is the only reason why I'm here fighting for them. They love to go to school, and this year they've hated it, and it breaks my heart to see their love of school squelched. And it's not just the masks, it's everything else too. I've been in this school district their whole life. I've supported, I've been there, I've volunteered, I've been willing to do whatever was asked of me because I want them to succeed and I want the Washoe County School District to succeed. But you guys are failing my 3 daughters, and I want you to know that. And it breaks my mom heart that you're failing them.
Thank you, Ms. Card. Dr. McNeil?
Ms. Card, I'm going to have you speak with our deputy superintendent on your 9-year-old for the lunchroom.
Those are all the cards I have. The board received emails from Patty Ross, Jessica McKee, Morgan Colvett, Dana Boslow, Allie Trombley, Jennifer Luthi, Lisa Hall, Richard Peterson, Michael Cogger, Richard Knight, Kathleen Chapman, Elizabeth Kirkland, Carrie Henning, Mira Brissett, Abby Whitaker, Meredith Tanzer, John Winters, Ken Thomas, Roberto Garcia, Catherine Hoffman, Diane Mayer, Joe Morabito, Anonymous, Susan Stieg, David Stieg, Baron Wolt, Stephen Kraft, Colin Hanna, Summer Kaufman, Gwendolyn Jensen, Courtney Smith, Joe Hansen, Tammy Sung, Larry Cates, Yvette Dix, and Scott Kraus.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, before we go further in the agenda, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We've been at this for a couple of hours, and we can probably all use a little personal relief if nothing else. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess and come on back in and jump into agenda item 4.0, I believe, Ms. Anderson. Hopefully she may be in committee meeting, but if not, we'll go on from there. So we'll take about a 10-minute break and come on back, everybody. My clock says 4:13. Matter of fact, why don't we come back at 4:25? 4:25. All right, everybody, this good. We'll call our regular meeting of the school district, Washington County School District Board of Trustees back to order. I do want to make sure that as we get into this meeting, I don't want to be remiss in that we lost one of our own teachers from McQueen High School. Last week, it was all over the media. We know that, so we just want to certainly give our well wishes to his family, to the McQueen High School family. Steve Rice. I know it was Steve Rice. Give our well wishes and our condolences certainly to his family and to the McQueen High School family. That's a loss from the Washington County School District family. So we certainly want to make sure that we acknowledge him as we jump back into our meeting. And we're going to go down. We're going to skip Lindsay for a moment. She is in the meeting as we speak, and then she'll be available electronically when possible. But until then, we're going to jump down to we've already done agenda item 5.01, as you'll recall, with our friends who are international scholars, Fulbright scholars. So we're going to go to 5.02. This is our Washington County School District Strategic Plan Bridge Year reporting of metrics related to the following goals and possible action to provide direction to update or revise metrics as needed. This is on Goal 2, to develop and retain highly effective personnel who are driven to support students and their academic success, as well as the success of the district. And again, this is part of as we do on a regular basis. We continue to monitor our strategic plan, monitor how we're doing, the metrics, are we making progress, and so on those goals. And this is a review of goal number 2. So before us is our Chief Human Resources Officer, Emily Ellison, and great job on Teacher Appreciation Week last week, Educator Appreciation Week last week, you and your team. And then Dr. McNeil. Are you going to start, Dr. McNeil? We're going to go to Ms. Ellison.
I think we're ready to go.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer, for the record. Thank you for those kudos related to Educator Appreciation Week last week. I'd say big shout out goes to Lauren Wilson from my team, who did a tremendous job gathering up raffle prizes and discounts, and also to Kendall Inskip, the Director of Education Alliance, who was able to lean on many of her relationships to help generate some exciting treats for our educators, and I know they were very well received. So thank you to them, and thank you to all of our educators. As you said, I'm here tonight to report on Goal 2, and I'll just apologize in advance. I know that many of the other goals are reported out on by many different individuals, like in academics or in operations, and my team is totally tied up with the overage process right now and some other end of the year activities that happened. So you have a lot of time to listen to me talk tonight. But these metrics are certainly reflective of the amazing work of my entire team, and I'll mention them throughout the presentation. I'll dive in. This is a summary of each of the goals, but we'll talk about them in more detail in just a moment. And really goal two is about developing and retaining highly effective personnel that are driven to support students and their academic success, as well as the success of the district. And so these are our employee-based metrics that we'll be talking about tonight. One of the first things that we look at on a year-over-year basis is decreasing the number of positions that remain unfilled by any certified employee on the first day of school each year by at least 2%. And so for just a little bit of historical perspective, we look at the first day of each year, even though we're always monitoring vacancies and working to recruit to fill vacancies, because that is a nice moment in time that we can compare year over year. It's also important to know with respect to this metric that this number reflects true vacancies, so positions that a staff member has not been identified for. And I know there's been some questions about that in the past and why we would approach it that way. And really, it's twofold. So from an HR perspective, when we look at HR metrics, just in general, not specific to the district, monitoring vacancies is generally a function of lost productivity, right? And so as an HR professional, that's something that I would monitor in any business or organization that I was part of. But this is a really unique environment in that what we're measuring here is not really a function of lost productivity, but impacts to academic outcomes. And so when we think about people that might be filling positions on the first day of school, the reason that we don't include or that we only look at true vacancies, positions where no person has been identified, is because particularly at the start of the school year, we hire people that are in various phases of the licensing process. And so we back out positions filled by paid interns or by long-term subs or by retirees because the classroom need is still being met, but this number is reflective of true vacancies where there's not a person identified to support the need. We have, as you can see, in general, an overall trend of year-over-year decreases, with the exception of the 1920 school year. And in that school year, sorry, I'm a little echoey. In that school year, right at the end of the legislative session, some additional funding was allocated to put a learning strategist or a literacy specialist in each of our elementary schools. And so that created, just 3 weeks before school, about 65 positions, new positions, and those positions need experienced educators because they're working with teachers to help them develop literacy skills and that sort of thing. And so what that did was promoting folks up into those roles created additional vacancies at the school site level. So you see we have a little bit of a blip there in 1920. But overall, I think when we look at what we're seeing year over year, we're seeing tremendous successes in our Grow Your Own Pathway strategies. So trying to encourage folks that are already working in our system, whether it's in paraprofessional roles or in guest teacher roles, to promote up into certified positions. And I think, too, that these numbers are really telling of maximizing limited resources. So we don't have a big recruiting team. We have 2 individuals that are focused on licensed recruiting for certified and for our administrators. And year over year, with the exception of that little blip there, they've delivered really phenomenal tactical recruiting results. As we contemplate kind of the realities that we're facing moving forward, now I'm going to be really loud.
That's actually better though when you're close.
Okay. There's a lot happening in my face. As we contemplate the realities moving forward, I do think some of the challenges that we're facing are going to be, things that we need to plan for and try to overcome over the next few years. Career and technical education vacancies are becoming increasingly difficult to fill. We're competing with the private sector 100% in that space for people that are really skilled and talented in very specific fields. Resources to support Grow Your Own programs, even though we've seen a lot of results from them, are limited and spread thin, and so we continue to advocate for expansion of those resources. And then one of the challenges that we often hear about from our school administrators is that the way the legislative session and the budget process work, we are one of the last districts to be able to transition to hiring external candidates each year. And so there's always a concern about making sure that we're able to maximize recruiting from new teacher prep graduates.
What does that mean? I'm sorry, excuse me. We're one of the last districts who trains. Help talk through that a little bit. What does that mean?
Yeah, so when you think about the cycle that we go through related to the budget, so then we release allocations that match enrollment. We have the overage process so that we can make sure that we balance enrollment or allocations or positions to enrollment. And by the time we're able to work through that process and that budget cycle, because of the size of our district, we often are not opening our positions to external candidates or new graduates until sometimes mid to late May. And so by function of our size, a county like Lyon County or Carson or Douglas County, first of all, they're probably not going to have the same number of needs that we do, and they'll have an idea much earlier in the hiring season, if you will, what those specific needs will be. So we continue to work closely with the business office and with Office of School Leadership and with our associations to try and figure out, are there ways that we can cut more time out of that timeline? But it's a very precarious balance, and some of it too is just a function of our size, right? So we send out allocations and then information has to come back, and then balancing of those things has to happen. And so we're looking wherever we can to identify opportunities to continue to streamline that process, because we know the earlier we can get to the candidates, the better off we're going to be.
Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Emily. I'm just curious, and apologize if you've already mentioned this, I'm curious how we did on this metric this school year. How is the first, and with this school year being what it was, how did we do for the first day this year?
So this is the first year that I haven't brought the current year in this year. We didn't do better. One of the things I think that really impacted us in the 2020-21 school year, of course, was the influx of year-long leaves that we had in the run-up to the school year. And so when I look at the areas that we had vacancies this year on the first day and kind of map that back, leaves absolutely had an impact in terms of backfilling.
Okay, so in your professional opinion, this is not a year really to compare data. So when we look at August 2021, it would be better to compare that to August 2019, not August 2020.
I do think that.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be, if I may, very, very good question, Vice President Cottle. Would it be August 2019, or because of the new positions that opened up? Remember, that pushed that number higher as well in 2019.
Yeah, I wrestle because I don't want to water down the metrics, right? I want to make sure that we really are measuring something of value, and I think we are, right? That's people want to know how many classrooms don't have teachers, how many kids are unattended. The answer is 0. Principals take care of the kids, right? But I feel like there's always going to be some level of external influence that we maybe can't control, right?
Okay.
But we want to try and control for those things as much as we can. I have to kind of ask for a pandemic pass, right? But I think as we contemplate what 2021 looks like, I absolutely would be shooting for that to be better than the 2019 results.
I got you. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they're just external factors that happen. So
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. So, okay. Thank you.
And I
Was there? Oh, okay, Dr. Nicolette. You're pointing this way, and I'm looking like I don't see any lights. Okay, Dr. Nicolette, thank you.
Thank you. Grow your own programs. I'd like to have a little more information about that. Like, how does that work?
Sure, absolutely. So I'm going to talk about that a lot tonight, but I'll preview for you, right? So Grow Your Own is really thinking around how do we take the workforce that we have today that already kind of understands our culture and our values and our commitment to kids and help grow them into other opportunities. And so we talk a lot about it in the context of moving into certified positions, but Grow Your Own can really be anything. I know Pete Etchart and I have been talking about Grow Your Own opportunities for operations. Mark Mathers and I have talked about Grow Your Own opportunities within business and human resources. So really it's about having some structures in place to try to maximize your existing talent and provide career pathway opportunities. On the certified side, and the way that I'll be talking about it tonight, it encompasses several things. Starting at the K-12 level, it's the program that we call We Teach, and that's the career and technical education programs related to education and training. And so that's sort of a captive audience of students that are potentially interested in careers in education. How do we hang on to them and grow them into those roles? When we talk about alternative route to licensure, that's another example of a Grow Your Own program where our program at least is very focused on employees that currently work for us here at the district. Grow Your Own, under that umbrella, we also have a scholarship program that I'll talk about in just a moment. So cultivating our own talent is the easiest way to say that. Any other questions on this metric?
Oh, I think we're good.
I do.
Oh, Trustee Church?
So this is just on which metric are we on?
Will you bring your mic down, sir? So
which metric are we on, just so I don't comment on the wrong one?
2.1.
Any of the 2.1?
I'm sorry, 2.1.1.
2.13.
2.1.1.
Okay, all right, I'll hold off then.
Can you see that? You see that slide right there? That's the one that corresponds to that.
I could have.
Oh, turn around over your head. How about that? Okay.
I'm looking on here. Okay.
That way you can look up every once in a while and make sure you're following together. Okay.
You know, as we contemplate this metric moving forward, I think this is something we absolutely will continue to monitor. I think there's opportunity for us to, though, think about this metric and the relationship between vacancies and enrollment. I think there's a possibility where attainment of 0 first day vacancies might not be possible. And so the other kind of factor that is to be considered here is that our principals are very effective in managing vacancies and considering enrollment. And so reflected in that number of 64 is absolutely allocations where the principal said, I'm not going to fill this kinder job because I don't know if I have enough kindergarten students. I think I only have 2 classes worth and you're giving me 3. And so that's just another kind of nuance that we have to consider when we're looking at this data. And really HR data in general, I think, has to be looked at as a whole versus, you know, just like academic data, one isolated metric doesn't tell a complete story. All right, so next slide. 2.1.2, this metric is focused on increasing the diversity of new hires among all employee groups. And really, there's a strong body of research that points to increased academic outcomes for students who receive education in an environment that is reflective of their own diversity. And from an organizational perspective, there's also a tremendous amount of research that points to the value in terms of outcomes when an organization embraces diversity, diversity of thought, perspective, experience, all of those things lead to better ideas and better systems. And so this metric really extends and recognizes that diversity is more than just race and ethnicity, and really seeks to ensure that we have a workforce reflective of, the community in which we exist. We also include gender, bilingual status, and veteran status as a part of this metric. And what you're seeing reflected here is that in 2019-20, 743 out of 1,507 new hires self-identified in one or more of those categories. And so that 49.3% captures that math, and each person only kind of gets credit, if you will, for one, but people can be obviously diverse in multiple categories. And although the percentage remained flat from 18-19, relatively, very close, from 18-19 to 19-20, the number of employees identifying as diverse increased from 538 in the 2018-19 school year to 743 in 1920. And so we started looking at it both in a percentage and a number basis, obviously, because if we have changes in the amount of hiring that we do each year, that can really fluctuate these numbers with the percentages. When we look at the areas of success, this is an interesting and challenge, really. This is an interesting metric because this is a lot about the psychology of job seekers, right, and what drives job seeker behavior. And so on the successes side, I think that really focusing hard on leveraging community partnerships and connecting to communities that might not otherwise think about opportunities or professional opportunities in education has been really important. On the flip side of that, we know that the narrative influences recruiting efforts. And so perceptions regarding the state of education, either nationally, at the state level, or at the district level, absolutely affect the talent pool from which we can draw and the number of people that may or may not be interested in working with us. I'm on a task force right now. It's a governor's task force with NSHE looking at how to strengthen the teacher pipeline and attract more individuals to careers in education. And this was cited as a concern among every member of the task force. And, you know, how do we change the narrative around education so that people start considering it as a viable career opportunity again? As we contemplate the metric moving forward, I think, again, this is an important thing for us to continue to look at. There is just some caveat that I would give that there are some inherent flaws in self-reported data, and of course, any information related to an individual's diversity is going to be self-reported data. So,
as it should be. Yeah. I'm going to interrupt you for just a minute because I see Trustee Calvert has a question.
Please.
If I may.
So, what is the narrative, or how are you changing that so that we are able to recruit a more diverse, and what was happening before that we were not able to capture that talent?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So I think there's things that we can do at the local level to change the narrative, right? And so working with communications to kind of tell the story of what it means to be an employee here and really highlight the good work that's happening and make sure that the narrative is more good than bad, right? Helps to strengthen our brand as an employer in the community. And so we had, I'll just give you an example, right? We had a little recruiting event that we had focused around nutrition services, and we had the kitchen manager from up at Lemelson do a video, and she gave some interviews and talked to prospective candidates, and it was just a really great experience, and that we got really tremendous results from that effort just prior to the pandemic closure. And so I think at the local level, there's absolutely things that we can be doing to tell our district story and our story as an employer. But we really, I think, need buy-in from people outside of our system too, to start talking about what's going well in education and not always telling what's going, poorly. I am not saying that we should always say things are sunshine and rainbows. We should be critical and make improvements where we need. But I think we have to have a balanced story. Otherwise, other professions will outpace us in terms of how lucrative or not they are. Does that make sense? You had a two-part question. I think I forgot the first part. Okay. Thank you.
Superintendent McNeil?
No, thank you, President Taylor. And one of those programs that you all were lucky enough to be a part of this evening, Fulbright Scholars. And we actually do recruit some of our Fulbright Scholars that are actually teaching right now in our school district, which helps really with diversity and culturalism in our schools, and so that our students are able to experience what Emily was talking about, is making sure that our workforce mirrors where our student population is. And at this point in time, it is nowhere near, and I know that we're going to have a fabulous presentation later on with Allie and Dawn about the Wallace Foundation. I was wondering, Emily, and I don't want to put you on the spot, so if you don't know anything about it, that's totally fine. But with equity and diversity in our affinity groups, because I also think the support for our employees once they are hired is extremely important. And I know that we're trying to work on getting some of those affinity groups.
Yeah, that's a great point. So in collaboration with Tiffany Young, Director of Equity and Diversity, the thinking is really that we would develop some affinity groups to provide supports for educators as they come into our system. And so based on some feedback that we've received from our teachers of color, right, the feedback has been, I feel maybe like I'm on an island, or I don't have folks that I can connect with. And so some of the same challenges that our students are experiencing, our educators are experiencing as well. And without some, supports and structures in place to build some of those social networks and those support networks, we run the risk of these efforts sort of being for naught, right? This is a large system, and so I really think that every time we add someone that increases our diversity, we're making a difference. But if we are losing them on the other end, right, we're never going to gain any traction. So efforts like that to increase retention will also help to expand the diversity of the workforce.
I think I'm going to add into that. I think that's critically important, because that's the retention piece. Mm-hmm. Right? There's the recruiting, but there's also the retention. And it's the culture that retains, and so you want people to feel welcome in the culture. Yeah, I can get a job there, but am I welcome there? Yeah. And that's where there are supports and those connections and those opportunities to really feel like you can be yourself and bring it to work and contribute. And as long as you're a good employee, whether you're an educator in the classroom or whether you're in operations or admin or whatever the case may be, everybody wants to feel connected, and everybody wants to feel like they're really welcome there. And those are the kinds of things I think affinity groups can do. And it gives us an opportunity, I think, and with affinity groups to identify some high potentials, some other people that might want other opportunities that they can be developed and be, get some more training and have other opportunities to contribute even more to the district. And then, of course, they tell their friends, hey, this is a great place to work. Yeah. Or that stuff, that's marketing we can't pay for.
Exactly.
Right? But it is worth more than being able to pay for that. And those, to me, when I think about affinity groups and adding them, why don't you explain to our colleagues, I don't think it's over because this is kind of what I do for a living, what affinity groups are, just to make sure people are really aware with that. And then I see Clerk Manetto with a comment. But
yeah, that's great.
And then Trustee Church.
A great point. So I think the thinking around affinity groups, right, is to bring people who share some commonality together, either for support or, again, to build that kind of welcoming culture. And so, teachers of color might be an affinity group. I think in the past, there were affinity groups. You can develop cohorts, right? So like new hire cohorts can become affinity groups. So some schools do a great job of building affinity groups kind of within the schools. So, either occupational affinity groups or interest affinity groups. I think there's a lot of different ways that we can go. And I think that once we get it off the ground and get a little bit of momentum, I really hope to leverage those groups too for additional ideas about how we can support employees so that we can retain them, right? Because the thinking around just continuing to fill the pipeline is not productive, and we just really don't have the resources for it. So we need to make sure that we're investing in both sides of that equation.
Certainly, absolutely. You have Clerk Manetto and then Trustee Church.
The affinity.
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 Yeah. Some people call them employee network groups or resource groups or affinity. They're all under the umbrella of affinity groups. Affinity groups that are, they have an affinity for the organization, and it's a matter of how, and the organization has an affinity for them, right? Because like you said, it's two-way. Yes. Right? It's two-way.
Mm-hmm. So we have these wonderful groups of people, and then they spread out, right? Then they go share with another group.
They could, right?
So I think that would be, because it's so nice to see from a different perspective sometimes.
Yeah, and I think once, at least my experience in other settings, once they're created, they sort of take on a life of their own, right? In a good way. I think that they recruit new members, and they help to, Dr. Taylor's earlier point, they help kind of tell the story about what this what this group does for them, or how it can support them, or be a resource for them. And so there's always that kind of loose, tight concept, right? Like, you don't want to have no structure, but at the same time, you want to make sure that what happens organically and authentically is allowed to happen as well. And so that's the thinking, right? Bring together folks that can support each other, who have some sort of shared affinity, and then that kind of spreads from there in terms of the impact that it has.
Yeah, can go out to the PLCs and stuff. And thank you so much for this. I had another question. What was it? Oh, in every case, we strive to hire the most qualified person for the position, right? I just kind of wanted to put that out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, while we seek to continue to increase the diversity of our workforce, ensuring that our employees are highly qualified and ready to help students be successful is paramount.
Thank you, Clerk Minetto. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. I have a question and then a few comments, and I think this diversity recruiting is probably the right place to bring it up. Kind of applies to the whole presentation. So a good diversity representative applicant comes in your door, say bus driver, teacher, for example, and especially, I know we're hurting on special ed and STEM. Those are really essential. So they come in your door, they say, hey, I want to work here. How long before they're getting their first paycheck?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question because it depends on the time of the year, right? So if they come to me and first you said bus driver, then you said teacher. I'm going to go teacher. If they come to me in March, we're already done hiring for this year, so we'd be recruiting them for next year. In terms of the timeline in general, once we're hiring from external candidates, right, new applicants, we're moving quickly. Our principals spend a tremendous amount of time between, probably middle of May and the start of the school year acting to fill positions as quickly as they can. There's going to be a lot of factors that influence any kind of delay, though. So if we always have a lot of social studies teachers. If I don't have a lot of social studies positions, that could delay. So there's a lot of variables in there.
But if there's a need, because again, I'm confused now. I thought it was an easy question, but I guess I'm really confused. If there's a need, they come in, there's an opening, STEM teacher, they come in the door, how soon before they are hired?
I would imagine that the time to hire wouldn't extend beyond a week and a half or 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
I'm making a very general guess here because
Okay.
there's a lot of factors that can influence that. But administrators are almost solely focused on hiring during this time of the year. And if there's a mid-year vacancy, those are getting filled even faster.
Wow, that's impressive. That's excellent. That's good.
And I'll just add, Trustee Church, it's probably also going to depend on their license. So if they have all their paperwork in, their application is filled out, we have all of their references back, a lot of that sometimes takes a while. So if they don't have their license, then that may be a delay as well.
And then, now this is where I got confused. You said if we've already hired our teachers, they have till next year. Don't we always have substitutes in the classroom where we really need teachers? Don't we?
Yeah, we do. Not every teacher, not every applicant is interested in every opportunity that we have, though. So in terms of contracted hires, which most of these metrics are focused on, we do stop hiring for the current school year at the end of February because we need to go through the process of rebalancing allocations and enrollment in preparation for the next school year.
Wow. So you have substitutes in the classroom. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just really trying to get a grasp of this.
No, that's fine.
And by the way, all the feedback on you is excellent. You're not a recruiting specialist. You're HR, and you do a great job. But I'm just trying to understand. So, you have substitutes in the classroom. Somebody wants to be a teacher, but they're out of sync with the timing. They don't get hired.
If they'd like to become a substitute, we can absolutely hire them in that capacity.
As a teacher.
As a substitute teacher.
Okay. Okay. Right away, I'm seeing I mean, again, I'm not an expert on HR, but I'll move on to my little speech, which I just made some quick notes. To me, no matter how excellent your staff, everything I go from every meeting, every school visit, just today from one of the major staff members says we're having a hard time. I hate to use the word failing, but we're not successful in hiring the teachers, especially STEM and special ed, especially bus drivers, staff, substitutes, etc. And I'm not plugging my background, or maybe I am, but I'm not looking to make any money. I'm not looking to teach anybody here or anywhere else. But I ran a company, Diversity Recruiting Specialist. If you Google Jeff Church, 10 Golden Rules, that's free advice.
The minimum number of lines
Oh, geez.
connected to this conference.
I need somebody, man.
Do you want to continue?
You know, there's free instruction right there on recruiting. We have other people on staff that have other expertise, but I did that for a living. And I'm going to be cocky, but I'm going to lay it right out. We can solve this. I can solve this. We can solve this. And we're not doing it the right way. Just reaching out and the community. I'm not going to teach the class today, but we can do it. And I think we need to bring up some experts to teach a recruiting class that I believe we can do at extremely low cost to teach how to recruit and how to retain. And it's not more money. Trust me, it's not more money. And I don't think we actually have a recruiting plan. And that's one of the first things I teach. It's like a map, which for younger people is like a GPS on paper. You have to have an actual recruiting plan. This is how we're going to do it. This is who, what, when, why. And good teachers mean good test scores, means productive students, means student success. And we can argue stats all day long, and I disagree with some of the ones I heard before, but whether we're 49th in the nation or 33rd in spending, and whether we're 35th to 50th, we can do better. And so I'm just going to say, this isn't something we should accept the report. I've read the motion. It's not acceptable to me to accept the report and move on. We need to have a plan. We need to have I believe we need to have some classes, some not for staff, not for us, but I mean for staff, on how to effectively recruit, who, what, when, why to recruit. And I'm telling you, call me cocky, but I can solve it. I can solve the teacher problem. I can solve the bus driver problem, and it's not a matter of more money, but we have to have a plan on how to do it. And I'm not asking that I teach. I'll bring in other experts that I know in the community with PhDs, and one guy wrote the book. He literally wrote the book. And so that's my little speech. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
One thing I would say, Trustee Church, on that is as we work to put together something like that, like putting a plan together, something like that should really be a part of how it shows up in the strategic plan. And that's what our work session, that you and I have been discussing a little bit, that's on the strategic plan piece. That's where something like that should show up, in terms of what it might be around that. What is it that, that's where the conversation at a board level, because remember, we set the policy, right? We set the strategic plan, and if that's something that the board says, hey, this is something that we want to, that's where that discussion should happen. So it doesn't get packed away in an envelope somewhere, but that's what that work session is all about. For those kinds of things across the board.
But this is an action item, and it's this is the board meeting where the public's watching, and I'm prepared to make a motion at some point because I have a motion I'd like to make. Is it now appropriate time?
Actually, no, because we're still in the. Can we finish the presentation?
At the end, okay.
Yeah, let's finish the presentation. If I'd like to hold any of the motions, we get to that, right? If that's, and we have other comments to have. All right, and then remember what we're working on is the strategic plan that's already in place. That's what this is about. This is the reporting on the current strategic plan. That's what this is. Okay, it isn't making changes to the current strategic plan because the strategic plan is already in place, right? So just keep that in your mind as you think about what you might want a motion to look like. Thank you. Okay, that might be helpful. Okay, Vice President Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam President. On 212, what strategies are in place with UNR to get a more diverse pool into the College of Education? Because if their pool at the College of Education doesn't have diversity, the trickle down is really hard, because that's where our student teachers are mostly coming from, I would assume. Is there a plan in place with them, or are they doing certain things that'll help us, or is it fragmented? If you could comment on that, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. I'll share two things. That is one of the challenges that I think has led to our investment in Grow Your Own programs, right? So we know that if you're fishing from a pool this big and there's not a lot of different kinds of fish in there, right, you're always going to catch the same kind of fish. So we're trying to expand the pool. I do know that NSHE has a plan for diversifying the College of Education programs. I don't want to speak out of turn to the specifics, and so that's certainly something that I can bring to the discussion around strategic plan moving forward, but that is an important point. And I think that's really one of the critical roles that Grow Your Own and CTE play in this equation, right? Because if we can get kids interested in careers in education before they get to college, then we're helping to kind of fill that pipeline for them. So I can absolutely get you more information on that. I do know that they have some, this is a focus area for them as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Okay, it looks like we're ready to go forward,
Okay.
and then we'll get back to whatever motions might be of interest to our board as we get to the end.
Okay, great. So 2.13 is really, this is a pathway metric for us. So we're looking at the number of certified new hires each year that were hired from either education support professionals or guest teacher positions. And as you can see, we outpaced our target in 2019-20. Again, I will attribute this to alternative certification and Grow Your Own programs. So ARL programs, alternative route to licensure, can look different depending on what the approved provider offers. And our program has really become kind of a niche program for our employees to move into certified roles. And so a fair number of folks who go through our process each year already work for us, and we've really experienced tremendous results from our administrators helping to recruit for that pipeline, and also just some really neat things where, for example, paraprofessionals have transitioned from supporting a self-contained classroom into being the teacher of record in a self-contained classroom as retirements have happened. And so that just brings such tremendous consistency for students and families in those programs that those are kind of the really heartwarming wins that I like to talk about here. The other thing that I'll say in this area that's been a success is our college partners. So, for example, the University of Nevada implemented a special education ARL program that's well tailored to career changers that are already in education. And also Grand Canyon University worked with us early on to restructure the internship component of their program so that our paraprofessionals didn't have to take unpaid leave during their student teaching assignments. And so that's been really significant in this area as well. 2.1.4, this metric was modified slightly. We used to look at the completers for the ARL program, and as the program has grown and matured a bit, we decided that we wanted to focus on the percentage of or number of participants that were enrolled in the program in the special education track. Really the reasons for that are twofold. The first is that we've got substantial need in special education, and from a program quality perspective, we want to make sure that participants are not investing their time and resources in completing ARL and then can't get a job. And so we monitor really closely what the needs are in terms of accepting folks into the program. And then the other thing was when we were just measuring completers, it did there was a lot of noise in the data because the number of hires that we might have each year fluctuates, right? And so if we have a very low hiring year, the number of ARL candidates that might be hired from a particular cohort might be low, but then they get hired in a future year, so the data became very messy. So knowing that we have a substantial need in special education, we shifted to focus on more of each cohort pursuing special education licensure, and we know that, again, that will continue to impact the other metrics that we've talked about already. Any questions? Oh.
Yes. Before you move on, what is the difference? Like, I'm a teacher and I decide that I want to go into special education. How much more education or teaching experience do I need to accomplish that?
So it's going to depend what your base license is to begin with. But if you already have a license, it's probably going to be somewhere between 12 and 36 credits, depending on the type of special education program that you want to support. So a teacher that wants to support what we call a resource caseload, which is oftentimes, children in the general education setting for most of their day, that might be 12 credits. And then the more specialized programs like our strategies classrooms that are supporting students who have autism, that would require probably more like 36 credits. Any other questions?
Were you going to jump in on that, Dr. McNeil?
I want to just for...
Okay.
Emily, do you want to talk a little bit about, so when you're at UNR, and this kind of goes back to Vice President Caudle's question, typically a teacher can be dual certified. So when you're taking your courses, typically you will get a generalist, right, at the K5 now?
K-12 generalist.
And then you would also then get your special education, or you would also get your English language. You can go into one of those, correct?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So future educators that are going through a traditional pathway, either at, at the University of Nevada or maybe through one of the other schools, oftentimes will participate in dual enrollment programs. So they'll come out with a base general education license and then some additional endorsement. So either a special education generalist endorsement, or maybe English language learners, sometimes gifted and talented. Those endorsements are sort of added on to a base license. And so one of the, and I mention it as a barrier here, one of the downsides, if you will, or limitations to pursuing special education through alternative route to licensure is that you just come away with that special education license. You don't also come away with a K-8 or a 712 content license. And so sometimes folks might feel like it's a little bit too narrow of a scope going through the ARL program. But we've also found that there's, again, our program is a niche program. And so really, I think this comes down to the efforts of our ARL program coordinator to continue to do a lot of outreach to identify current employees who might be candidates for this program, because I think it's more appealing for current employees to come out with that single licensure versus folks who are just changing professions in general, usually want a little bit more options.
I think that answered that. That's a good question, because you talked about people that want to switch over. So
yeah.
Okay.
You
good? That gets you? That answer, Trustee Calvert? Okay.
All right. The next couple of metrics are focused on professional learning. And so the first one is measuring the percentage of licensed staff engaged in professional learning through a system that we call MyPGS. Just for a little bit of context, if you will. MyPGS is My Professional Growth System, and it's our online professional learning management system. And so the idea is we are a large organization. We have a lot of professional learning opportunities at any given time. MyPGS provides an online platform for employees to see what coursework is available to them, and it also creates linkage to the performance evaluation system. Evaluations happen in MyPGS as well, and with the housing and professional learning opportunities in there, we're able to embed recommendations for professional learning into evaluations and a number of different options to really glue performance evaluation and professional learning together. Typically, we have experienced, this was an important measure for the last several years because I believe it was 2014 that we worked to begin implementing the MyPGS system. And so ensuring that we have high levels of engagement and that people are utilizing the system is something that we wanted to evaluate moving forward. We did have a little bit of a dip there at in the 1920 school year. I attribute that in large part to the fact that we closed in March, right? So a tremendous amount of professional learning happens during this time of the year, and I think that may have impacted the number of people who were able to go in and sign up for a class. But overall, year over year, we're seeing more of those opportunities getting pushed into the system, which just helps to ensure that all employees have access to those opportunities and really understand the breadth of, support and learning that we can provide to them as well. The next goal is closely related. I'll jump to that one because your questions will probably overlap if you have any. And that is increase the percentage of professional learning course owners who finalize the courses in the system and then generate the follow-up survey in order to gather feedback. We're hovering around 30% in any given year that go through that process to finalize the course. I think the biggest challenges are that the system is perceived as cumbersome by many instructors. More importantly, though, many course creators prefer to have a customized survey that is specific to their course and their instruction to kind of inform their practice moving forward. And so the system-generated survey is a standard professional learning survey. And so I think as we contemplate professional learning metrics moving forward, some of what you will see is a rethinking around how do we measure not just the mechanics of this work happening, but the impact that professional learning is having. Obviously, that's probably a little bit more qualitative than quantitative work, but I'm excited to work with Debbie and our team in academics to figure out exactly how we get our arms around that, because I think that's what people really want to know, right? Is it being utilized and is it making a difference?
Thank you, Emily. I was going to say, is there a way then that, and then we go to you, Dr. Nicolette, is there a way then that we can find a way to measure that, right? To assess what participants, how they feel about the course. Was it helpful? Was it not helpful? The kind of thing an instructor might find valuable, and in a way that's maybe a little less cumbersome. It sounds like we don't have a lot of, we can't be really agile.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly are some system limitations. I think some of the ideas that we've talked about so far in terms of trying to quantify the value of professional learning are to maybe incorporate into some of the surveys that the Accountability Office does, right? The kind of perceived efficacy of professional learning, and maybe point to some of that data, or perhaps do some sort of qualitative study of randomly selected participants that then we could look to try and identify some measures in terms of how they're implementing the professional learning. So
nothing really like a post.
Yeah, like nothing concrete, but we do have some ideas around how we'd like to look at this information moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. So 2 quick questions. So the performance could, or is it already tied to the supervisor and the employee getting together to decide coursework that could enhance their abilities? And then the second question is the MyPGS, is it also tied with the continuing education units?
Okay, so I'm going to take the first question so I don't forget. So in terms of the linkage between the performance evaluation and professional learning opportunities, absolutely. That can be a collaborative thing. I know there are instances where during the goal setting process, coursework might be identified either by the individual, by the supervisor, or both. And then there might also be recommendations embedded into evaluations regarding remediation type type professional learning, right? Or enhancement professional learning. So, Diane, you're really super excelling in this area. You might want to kind of take it to the next level sort of thing. So having it all housed in one place has been really beneficial for that linkage between evaluation outcomes and then future professional learning and goal setting. In terms of the continuing education credits, absolutely. We were a little bit concerned, and the reason that we kept this, the first goal the way that we did was I'm trying to think of what year it was. I think it was 2019. The Nevada Department of Education changed their requirements for continuing education, and in 6 credits per cycle, it's 15 hours per year per cycle. And really at the end of the day, those things kind of work out to be the same thing, but there are more options now for what NDE will accept in terms of meeting that 15 hours. And so we were actually a little bit concerned that people might take less professional learning, because now, for example, they might be able to submit PLC time that they are doing, as a part of that renewal cycle, or there's some other work that they can do that's completely outside of continuing education that counts for continuing education. So we kept the metric because we were concerned that usage would decline a little bit. Those fears really haven't, I don't think, materialized, but absolutely the courses that are in my PGS indicate whether or not they're eligible for license renewal credit.
Thank you. Let's go ahead.
All right. So this metric, 2.3.1, is focused on increasing teacher retention over the first 5 years of employment. And I'll talk just a little bit first about how we calculate this, because we are looking at a 5-year span. And so if you think about a rolling 5-year cohort, the numbers that we're reporting here for 2019-20 are the previous 5 years of new hire classes, if you will, the total number of people hired, and then on the first day of the 6th year, how many of those people are still employed. So there's a little bit of overlap in cohorts here, right, which I think kind of contributes to why you're seeing us hover sort of around the same number. So for the 5-year cohort that we're looking at here, 71.9%, there were 2,002 hires during that time, and 1,440 of those remained at the start of the 6th year. So for the last several years, as you can see, we've hovered in the low 70s, and while that certainly represents a lot of opportunity for improvement, one of the questions that often comes up is, what is the national average? And the national average is around 66%. So we're slightly outperforming the national average. And the reality of it is, right, and I mentioned in the first barrier there, employee retention is a complex issue, right? And human resources reports on the data, but we really all own the data, because there are a lot of factors that influence employee engagement, satisfaction, and retention. In terms of successes, we strongly believe that some of the things that we've done, like collaborating with UNR to continue to strengthen the teacher preparation program. We have a really robust new teacher academy that provides consulting teacher mentor support for new teachers. So we're trying to, again, have some really strong systems in place to help people experience success earlier, because when you're successful, you usually don't want to quit your job. And I really can say, too, that I also believe under Dr. McNeil's leadership, with a focus on employee morale, that we're going to, and the employee experience, that we're going to continue to see incremental improvements. In terms of the challenges that we face in this area, I think, it really requires the thinking and action of all of us. Within human resources, we are going to convene some work that we had started pre-pandemic around the employee onboarding experience. So we have a comprehensive orientation system, but orientation is the mechanics of getting you employed. Onboarding is about integrating you into the organization and making sure that there's a match between the organizational culture and the employee and aligning expectations and all of those kinds of things. I feel really strongly that that will continue to, again, strengthen that new employee and new educator experience. Excuse me, and help to set them up for success early on. We also know that we exist in a very competitive labor market, and I think it's more important than ever that we all think about the role that we play in recruitment. And again, I would never propose that we should all be rainbows and sunshine all the time, but we know that the narrative people hear matters. It matters in terms of, it influences whether employees stay. It influences whether job seekers apply. It influences whether parents bring their kids here. And so, this is an important metric. This is one that I think we will continue to monitor moving forward, and that I really expect or anticipate recommending that we dive a bit deeper into to start looking at other areas of retention and turnover as well. This is focused exclusively on teacher retention, but as a system, there are other opportunities for us in this space as well.
Vice President Caudill.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Emily. I'm not sure if you'll have the exact numbers with you, but just kind of general. In general, does our school district retain more teachers that come from a four-year college versus alternative licensure route, or is it the opposite? Which cohort do we have an easier time retaining in this metric for 5 years?
So I'm gonna give you sort of anecdotal impression, and then I'm gonna tell you why I'm not pointing to specific data. So when we compare just in general four-year or traditional preparation versus alternative certification, turnover is higher among alternative certification. However, our alternative certification program turnover is lower. And I believe, again, that can be attributed to the fact that we are a somewhat niche program, and we are, first of all, we are only licensing folks in areas that we have a high need for. Some alternative certification programs do licenses across the board in all subject areas. And then we are largely recruiting program participants from within our system. And so these are folks who are already integrated in education. They understand our culture. Oftentimes they're already strongly integrated and connected to a school as well. And so our specific ARL results have outperformed traditional four-year.
Perfect. Thank you. I just have a couple more, Madam President. School type. Do we see a difference between elementary, middle, and high school, or is it random?
That is a good question, and I brought a lot of slices of the data, but I did not bring that one.
Okay. That's okay. It might be something. I'm just curious. I don't know if you, off the top of your head, just have a general on what the school district sees.
I don't even really want to guess.
Okay.
If I started to guess, I would base it based on sub-fill rates, and middle schools have a much harder time filling sub-positions than high schools or elementary. So if I had to guess, it'd be middle, but that is not really based in any concrete connection between those two data points.
No, I appreciate that. And my last two, I'm pretty comfortable saying that you probably won't know, but it might be something the school district might want to keep track of, is one, other involvements by teachers, being an extracurricular advisor, athletics coach, those types of things. Does being involved more within the school community or not impact retention? And then also, and I hear this from younger teachers, how many times do they get overaged? And so, because usually you're at the bottom of the food chain, if there's an overage, you're going. And if you're within your first 5 years and you spend 4 of your 5 years at 4 different schools, because you get overaged over and over again, does that impact a teacher's willingness to just say, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore? That might be something the school district we want to watch, because if we're seeing an extremely high turnover rate for teachers that are being overaged. I don't know how we solve that, but I think if we knew that was a problem, it could be something that we can, as a district, see how we solve. So I think on those two, it might be worth really diving deep into the data to see are there root causes to why teachers are leaving profession outside of the mainstream of what you would generally think and what's talked about.
Yeah, no, I think those are great points. I think the one thing I would add about overage that might make the data look just a little weird the last couple years is all the 6th grade rezoning has really unnaturally inflated overage. But I think we could look at 5 years prior to turnover, right, and the relationship between overage and tenure. That would be a really interesting study.
I only think about it because I was talking with a teacher who was still with the district, and she was working at a school in her community where she lived, and she got overaged across town, and her morale just fell. Like, I'm driving so far, this school is in my neighborhood, I don't know how much I want to keep doing this, and so it just came to my mind.
Absolutely, that's a great data point. I'm excited to look into that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, rounding out our metrics, we added 2 this year that are focused on our employee wellness program, and really this is kind of a measure of employee engagement as well. Just some foundational information. Our wellness program is available to all insured members, so employees and those individuals covered by our benefits program. It is absolutely a kind of well-recognized component of employee engagement and retention strategies, both inside and outside of education. And really, it's about a proactive approach to employee wellness that can have benefits on absenteeism, insurance rates, and, of course, the health and well-being of our employees. Members engage in our current wellness program through an online platform called Virgin Pulse, and it allows for collection of data through assessment that the employee can participate in. There's goal-setting opportunities, supportive programs, resources, challenges, all sorts of different ways that we try to engage employees in this sort of proactive wellness effort. The first goal that we added in order to begin to look at measuring this work is increasing the number of employees that are engaging in that online platform wellness tool. And so 1920 is our baseline year, and 20% of eligible members covered by our plan logged into and participated or interacted with Virgin Pulse in some way. If you haven't done it, I would highly encourage you to. If you are on our benefits, it's a super easy, very intuitive platform, and really it's very customized to the individual. And so you go in and kind of tell it about yourself, and then it pops up with helpful hints or, mindfulness reminders or things that are really kind of relevant to the individual. We had a sudden cancellation from our previous wellness provider when we made the decision to switch our insurance coverage. And so kudos to our wellness coordinator and to Jackie James and her department and to Virgin Pulse, our new provider, because we made this switch very, very quickly and very unexpectedly. But it's been a great switch. We've had very positive member feedback. And, really our challenge is just that there's a lot of competition for time and attention of educators, and we want to help educate them on this platform so that they're excited and engaged in it, but we also know that there's a lot of people who need their time and attention. So our challenge ahead of us is just continuing to promote and look for ways to get folks interested. And then the other metric is related to participation in wellness challenges. So we opted to look at our spring step challenge that we do year over year. And again, this is the baseline year, so 8% or nearly 700 employees who were eligible to participate did. again, one of the major benefits of the Virgin Pulse app platform are the opportunities for people to create group challenges and to then challenge other groups. And so when we look at the STEP challenge, I can't remember what the number was, but I think it was like, I don't know, 17 laps around the earth or something that everyone had taken by the time it was done. So, those are just small ways that people can make a difference in their own, physical and mental well-being. And we really think that it's a value add for our employees. So we want to continue to see those numbers increase. Any questions on that one?
So now, that's very good as we look to bringing this kind of, I guess, full circle. And I know, Trustee Church, you had some thoughts. It's time to, if there are other questions. No, we do have some public comment. Why don't we take some public comment first and we'll bring it to the dais? Please.
The board received an email from Shelley Buchanan.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nothing live? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let's bring it here to the dais. We've asked questions along the way. Are there other questions, comments? I'm certainly open for a motion if someone would like to make something like that. I do want to just, as a reminder, make sure you remember this is what what we're dealing with here is the report that we have on the metrics for this existing school year. Okay, as we're looking forward and look at the upcoming strategic plan, that's what the strategic planning work session is intended for, that we're having on the 21st? Yes, on the 21st. So hopefully that gives us a little bit of context. So, okay, Trustee Church.
I'm ready to make a motion, and Mr. Roberto can listen and see if it's right, but I'm reading the agenda, and it states, provide direction to update or revise metrics as needed, and goal 2, to develop and retain highly effective personnel, blah, blah, blah. So I'd like to make a motion that the board direct the HR director to research.
The superintendent.
Pardon?
We direct the superintendent, and the superintendent directs the staff.
To direct the superintendent to research low-cost and effective recruiting training programs for the school district. Does that make sense? In other words, in plain English, that we bring in some experts, if they can be done at low cost, to teach recruiting. That's the plain English part.
And what I would recommend, hearing that, what I would recommend is that occur at the strategic plan work session, because this strategic plan ends this year. And so what we're looking at is moving forward, and that's what you're looking at. So this is not giving value one way or another to the motion, okay? But I think what your intention is you want to say, hey, let's dig into this. I'm going to use my own words, right? Let's dig into this diversity recruiting a little bit more, do a little research, and come back to the board with what's out there and what we can do. Is that?
No, what I'm saying is we need a class on recruiting. Real
Right.
simple. We need an expert or expertise to come in and teach us how to effectively recruit everything from teachers to bus drivers.
What your motion you just talking about was saying is you would want the superintendent to bring back some information. This was your motion, right? To bring back some information on what it would cost for the
No.
some low cost to research some low cost. Say again what it is that you. Don't worry about the words of the motion. Tell me what you're trying to get to.
That we want to have a recruiting class by experts to teach us how to effectively recruit. I don't think I can.
No, that's pretty clear. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get to what it is that you want.
Yeah.
But
And if it's not cost effective, we don't do it.
Right. So you want some information back on that, because somebody needs to decide if that's going to happen or not. Correct.
Or even just to do it. Let's have a class. Let's put it on. Let's get her done.
So you want it? Don't you want it for the upcoming school years and not this? This strategic plan ends this year, June 30th. Okay, that research isn't going to happen between now and then. It's the end of the year. They're doing overages. They're doing allocations and so on. So that wouldn't even, if you did it, it would be over June 30th before it started. So isn't what you're looking for is, you're not looking for something that is going to happen you're not looking for a next 6 week thing, are you? You're looking for something as we go forward, you want to be able to better recruit right? I'm trying to get you there, and I think the best place to get you there is at the strategic plan work session, because that is saying what's happening over the next 2 years. This is about what has already happened, and this is about what has already happened this year. And you're not looking at what's already happened this year. You're looking at what you want to happen.
Well,
Is that not? Am I not getting it right? I'm trying to find out what's the best.
Yeah.
What's the way to get to what you want? This isn't about whether I support or not support what you want. That's not. This is not that at all.
whether we, I'm a get her done kind of person. I think we need, we being some of the staff, and we could attend as trustees, a class by experts, if it's out there, on how to effectively recruit. I don't see any need to wait. I think we can get her started now. I think my motion probably is appropriate, that the research on what is it going to cost get done now.
Okay. Well, so that's your motion. Okay, so now put in the words of your motion. We'll see if we have a second or we'll have some discussion.
All right, yeah, may not even get that, but.
It's all right, let's go.
My motion is that we direct the superintendent to research the availability of cost-effective recruiting training for staff.
Diversity recruiting.
Diversity recruiting.
Is it diversity or was it just in whole? Don't put words in your mouth.
No, it's really one and the same. Good recruiting is good diversity recruiting. So I'm happy with. Well, let's just say recruiting. Let's leave the word, because one is, they're both. If you do one, you do the other.
Okay. All right. There's a motion on the floor. Okay.
Right.
Is there a second to the motion? I don't think we got there.
All right. No problem. Thank you.
All right. So what I would encourage you to do is bring it up at the strategic planning work session, so it doesn't die, and then we can get into more of a conversation about that. That was my encouragement. Okay. All right. Yeah, because I don't think anybody thinks looking at recruiting is a bad idea. It's just it doesn't fit right here. I think that's more of the feeling. So, any other questions, comments, anything like that? What we're looking at is if the board is, according to the agenda, if the board accepts this report, right? Here's the report. Here are the metrics. We see the areas where there were some successes, and we see the areas where there were some barriers. And we had some conversation and had a chance to ask Emily some questions. Okay. So is there a motion? At least there's a light on. I don't know if that's for a motion, but maybe there's a comment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the metrics and reporting of progress of the Bridge strategic plan for this reporting period.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor and there is a second. Any discussion?
Just discussion, question.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm sorry, Ms. Nicolette was first.
Oh, no, her light was to second the motion.
Okay. Just to understand, the term accept means we're not providing any direction. The report is accepted on the record.
At this point, that's what the motion is.
Yeah, just to accept the report.
Yep.
Not that we're providing any direction. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Discussion?
I would just like to throw in my 2 cents about your idea, Trustee Church. I think it's an excellent idea, and it is something, I think, for discussion when we do our strategic planning.
Okay, I'm getting hit under the table here now, so I'm getting that elbow, right? I'm getting that elbow, so. All right, that's right. Because then you start talking about gotcha. Okay, but I already talked about that. I already said this is what he can do with it. So, all right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. All right, we know we're going to have another public comment period at 6 o'clock, and I also got a text saying that our dinner is here. All right, so we have a little bit of a dinner break. Let's go 20 minutes, and then we'll come. Oh, they're here. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Allie's sorry. Allie's up there saying no. Okay. All right, Allie. All right. All right. Agenda item 5.03. You owe me, Allie. You owe me. Right. I got you. I know what you mean. I got that. Yes. All right. Agenda item 5.03. This is a consideration of approval of the grant application to the Wallace Foundation to build an equity-centered principal pipeline for up to $4 million over 5 years. This is actually very, 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 very exciting.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for delaying your break.
You're okay, Allie. I should have thought about it. I saw you guys sitting there. I should have thought about it. My bad. You go right ahead.
It's all good. Thank you. For the record, my name is Allison Kendrick, and I'm the Director of Professional Growth Systems, and I have with me here Don McHenry, who is the Leadership Development Coordinator. And we appreciate your time today to go over a Wallace Grant proposal that we have submitted on behalf of the district in order to participate in, we hope, when and if it gets funded. for work around equity-centered principal pipeline initiatives. So a lot of what we're going to be addressing was very similar to what Emily just talked about, but we're going to be looking at it from a leadership perspective, specifically to site-level leadership perspective. Dawn and I are both former principals, and this work is near and dear to our hearts, and we would like to hopefully help our district in building capacity before the both of us go on to other endeavors in a short amount of time. So this will hopefully help that. So I'm going to our first slide here. You have a timeline, and this is just to orient you with the process that we engaged in. So we were invited to participate or to apply by the Wallace Foundation on January 22nd. And that was due to a previous grant that was submitted to Wallace Foundation around similar work that was a very strong application on behalf of our district submitted by Lauren Olin and probably Dr. McNeil. So we appreciate that. So they reached out to us again. The reason it wasn't funded last time wasn't because of the grant. It was because of our district size. They were looking at specifically large districts, which were over, I think, 200,000 students or something like that. So this grant was right in our wheelhouse in terms of they're looking for a similar cohort of schools or districts to apply for this grant within the range of about 80,000 to 180 or something thousand students, something like that. And so we approached our leadership. We approached Emily, who is our boss, and asked about the possibility of us engaging in this work. We then worked with our grant department, and we wrote a grant that we submitted on April 15th. And we are now on the third box there, which is May, and we are awaiting anxiously word from the Wallace Foundation. In May, they will let finalists know if they are going to be considered, and they will ask for us to engage in some interviews, virtual interviews with the Wallace Foundation before deciding. There are approximately 42 districts that were asked to participate, and they will choose 8 for a cohort. So we're hopeful. If we were to be selected, that would happen at the end of June. And then when we talk about summer there, you'll see a negotiation of a final award. And what that means is that we did not have to include a budget in our original proposal. They didn't want us to be tied to money. They wanted us to be mostly looking at ideas. And so that negotiation around budgeting would happen in that September or in that summer block. And then,
if I may,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So we would actually, providing we were able to beat back the other districts, right, and be one of the 8, we would actually talk about money after we were selected to receive an award.
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
Yep. They have given us, and you'll see on the next slide, they have given us parameters around what the funding looks like, so we have a general idea. But in terms of the specifics, that would be negotiated this summer if we were chosen. And then the award will be made public and awarded in September of 2021. Are you on the next one? Oh. So the financial details are here. So the grant could be as much as $8.2 million over the course of 5 years. We are required by the grant to identify university partners. So this speaks, Trustee Cottle, I think, to one of the questions you had about the teacher pipeline. And one of the requirements of this particular grant is that we create university partnerships in order to help with building a pipeline from the university point of view to attract students and teachers or people in the profession who are interested in going into leadership, and then helping us fill our pipeline. So we are required to identify 2 different university partners. So University of Nevada, Reno, who we already are working with the Nevada Leads program. This was a perfect fit for what we're already doing with them. And then we also reached out to Sierra Nevada University, which is a new partner for some of the work that we've been engaged in. And they were excited to be a part of our partnerships. So those are our two university partners, and then we are required, of course, to have a state partner. So we have engaged in conversations with the Department of Education. Our grant specifically refers to the Regional Professional Development Program as our state partner, and that is primarily because our grant really focuses on hopefully building capacity, professional learning, creating the foundation of quality leadership pipeline and skills and competencies that are involved in creating and maintaining and recruiting administrators. And so we focused more on the professional development aspect as opposed to programming aspect. So RPDP is the state entity. However, we had conversations with Superintendent Ebert as well as her deputies who wrote letters of support for our grant as a whole. So the grant is guaranteed for the first 2 years. So President Taylor kind of speaks to the budgeting. We are guaranteed funding for the first 2 years, and then depending upon how we meet benchmarks and the progress, then in negotiation with the district and Wallace Foundation, years 3, 4, and 5 could be funded subsequently.
All right. So the next slide on here really highlights one of the great aspects of this, which is the partnerships that we would already began forming through the process of writing the grant, and that we would continue and really expand on throughout the life of this grant. So we already have relationships with University of Nevada through our Nevada Leads program. This would allow us to expand that partnership. I had several conversations with Sierra Nevada University, who are very interested in partnering with us in this capacity, both through recruitment and through making changes to reflect a more equity-centered approach to developing leaders and to align with our system. So those are really encouraging partnerships that we've already developed and that we would just continue. Working with the state of Nevada has been wonderful. We do already partner with the Northwest Regional Professional Development Program, but this would really allow us to expand that partnership because it does allow some money on their end to expand that work and have more professional learning offerings and those kinds of things. Oops. How's that work?
Yeah, you got it. Oh, go ahead.
Did I go too far? All right. I wanted to include in here the overall goal that Wallace has for this initiative, because I think it's important to highlight that their focus here is to develop broadly applicable approach to developing equity-centered leaders. And so what they're looking to do is create this cohort of 8 districts that we would then collaborate with over the life of this project and develop best practices. So it really gives our district the opportunity to develop practices and become a model for the rest of the country for leadership development with an equity center. And so that's part of what makes it such a great opportunity for our school district.
So one of the reasons that Don and I have been building principals, and we have also been engaged in leadership development work, and we are acutely aware of the percentage of principals that are getting near to retirement, and the idea that a pipeline can be rapidly dwindling in the next few years. And so for me personally, it's been a focus of my work to make sure that we continue to fill that pipeline with quality educators who want to go into administration, so that we can leave our school district in a viable position, and also so we can, I feel personally, so that I can feel like I've given back to the organization. And so while that's been some of the work we've been doing in our previous positions, that is really the linchpin of this work, is that if you see there, we've done some math, and it's about 30% of our current principals will be leaving if they choose to leave at retirement at 30 years within the next 3 to 5 years. And so we really need to be thinking about those succession plans. And that the traditional pathway of moving from a classroom teacher to a dean to an assistant principal and then to a principal is not just a sufficient pathway in which to fill those needs. We need to be thinking about different ways on and into the leadership pipeline and different ways out. So we have people who are in central office positions who would want perhaps to go into a site-based leadership position. And we need to make sure we build up their skills that they've learned in central office, but also that those skills are transferable to a site-based leadership position. And so that's one of the reasons we're focusing in this grant proposal to really build some professional learning background and really focus on competencies that an equity-centered leader would have. The pipeline that the grant provides a structure for high quality principal preparation, which is something we've already been discussing and working on in our department. And we would want to align our system around research-based equity-centered leadership qualities, really focusing on competencies versus more or less tangible pieces. We really want to build people's skill sets so that they can demonstrate those competencies in the work that we'll ask them to do as site-based leaders. We're also remiss in saying that we have been working with our equity and diversity department to assist us, and also they will be a big part of this work if our grant were to get funded to help with the leadership piece.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this graph like, wow. Okay. Yes, Vice President Caudill.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to jump in on this slide. I personally didn't realize this was a situation until going through this presentation, so I'm really glad that you all are thinking about this over the next 3 to 5 years. I think it would be good for the board to maybe within the next year to get an update on the ideas to address this in the event we get this, or even if we don't, because this is not going to go away. So we know that we're thinking ahead, so we aren't, in 3 years like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Because I know this district prides itself on essentially filling the need from the inside, and to train up our educators to be administrators, and so for that work to continue, we might have to think outside the box a little bit. So I just wanted to make that plug before we went on. So thank you.
Please, thank you, Vice President Caudill. Emily?
I think you make a really great point, and something that I think you'll see reflected when we begin to explore the response to recovery is that need for building bench strength, not just at the administrator level, but in key central office positions as well. And so we're working to identify some appropriate metrics or measures that we could provide regular reports on that would give us not only an action plan template for here's the goal, how are we going to get there, but a thermometer to kind of watch how we're doing as we sort of prepare for this transition time.
I appreciate that, and I know it's a conversation we can even have with the strategic plan. But I'm just glad you've brought this to light, because that's not something that I was personally aware of, and so it can help us kind of be aware where the organization sits. So thank you.
That's actually a really good point. Either way goes is something we want to look at. I mean, 30% in 3 to 5 years. Wow. That can have quite an impact. And that's principals. Not even looking at others in administration and other areas that we have people who will be at that age if they want to. Good point. Thank you. Please, go ahead, Don.
One of the things I think that's important to note also, Trustee Caudill, is the whether we're awarded this, become part of the cohort or not. Many of these ideas are things that we had already been talking about, and then the opportunity for this grant kind of came to us in the middle of that conversation, and thankfully really informed our discussions. So whether we are awarded the grant or not, we're still going to continue to work on addressing this, but we certainly hope to be awarded it, because it's going to really allow us to expand on those efforts. So this next slide, and sorry there's so much information on one slide, but these are slides that I believe have been presented a couple times to the board, and I really just put them in here because I wanted to highlight a really important reason for having that equity focus, and for one key component of the grant requirements which is recruiting a more diverse workforce. And I know Emily spoke to that just a little bit ago, and it's one of the key components of this. We do want to grow our own talent within the district, and that is certainly a focus for us. One of the arms of this project is to expand those efforts, be able to create more professional learning opportunities, being able to have a more competency-based selection and growth process. But what this data shows is you can see how our student demographics have changed over the years. You can see that our teacher demographics have changed some, but not enough for us to satisfy the need for a more diverse workforce simply by tapping into the teacher workforce. We need to have more effort toward recruiting a more diverse workforce, because over time that will then lead to a more diverse candidate pool for our leadership positions. Some of the ideas that we've talked about in regard to that are, and we discussed this with our university partners, are trying to recruit those undergraduate students. University undergraduate student populations are becoming more diverse, but the students who are selecting education as their field of preference is not necessarily becoming diverse. And so what we need to do is tap into the universities and begin those recruiting efforts so that undergraduates do see education as a more viable option for them. So we want to really step up those options. We've thought about ideas such as having some internships, having some more experiential, hands-on kinds of efforts toward recruiting future educators, hopefully, and hopefully future leaders for our district. The affinity groups that Emily talked about are another effort. We want to be able to talk to our current educators and find out what are some roadblocks for finding your way onto this leadership pipeline, and make sure that we can overcome those kinds of barriers. I think that's what I have on there.
And then this is just the 7 domains that our grant proposal spoke to, as provided a bit to us from Wallace Foundation. And I wanted to call your attention to the second to last one, because we've talked a bit about the others. The second to last one would be somewhat of an innovation for our district, and it is a requirement of the grant for us to create a...
That a minimum number of lines
I was happy to get that little thing. I feel so good now.
There you go. You got it. There you go.
And so this would be somewhat innovative for us in that we would be, it is required by the grant for us to create a system in which we would be able to track people who are interested in heading down a leadership path, and how we would track them would be up to us. Our initial ideas is around competency, and we would provide professional learning, and as they moved along a competency track towards leadership, we would be able to track that in our current system that Emily talked about, which is the MyPGS system. And we can make some of those modifications within a system that our employees are already familiar without very much cost. It will take a little bit of cost, which is what the grant would help us with, but we would be able to have people enter into perhaps a leadership track, if you will, and take courses along the way that would allow us to sort of assess their competencies, provide support if needed, provide them mentoring, support, internships, whatever we would need, and hopefully then at the end be able to place them in positions and continue to track their success as site-based leaders. And so for us, that's a different kind of approach that we've taken than in the past. And so we would be encouraged by something like that. We would likely be able to do something similar to that in the next couple of years without the grant, maybe not so much through the MyPGS system. It might have to be a little bit more of a manual kind of system. But for us, we thought this was an interesting innovation for our district. And the rest is stuff that really embeds people in their jobs and builds on capacity, which for us we thought was a really strong part of our grant, is that we want to build on people's capacity as opposed to go and purchase experts or things that go away at times of the grant funding. We wanted to really focus on sustainability, things that could be continued regardless of funding from the grant moving forward.
that stopped it. All right, so we were asked to divide our proposal into year one proposal and then the continuing year proposals. That's how the grant application was designed. And so our year one proposals, the year one activities, really the basis for this whole project would be to begin by defining these leadership standards. By what standards are we going to design this aligned system? Currently we have evaluation standards, we have standards that we design some of our coursework around, we have standards that we may design our mentoring, those kinds of things around. This would be a system of standards that would align all of those processes, so that when you're recruiting, when you are selecting, doing your hiring process, when we're going out to mentor new principals, developing existing principals, that's all based on this set of leadership standards. And so step one is defining those standards. The professional standards for educational leaders is the gold standard for those, so that would be the basis for that. But we need to design those around a Washoe-specific system. So step one in year one would be to work with a committee of a pretty wide group of stakeholders to define what those standards would be. The next step would be, again, to begin those recruiting efforts. Start reaching out, because that is going to be a long-term project. It will take a while before we can recruit undergraduate students and have them filter through into education and into leadership positions. So that effort needs to begin right away. We would want to also work to identify leaders within our own existing employee population and be able to start making sure that we are growing those leaders. The leadership tracking system is an interesting idea. It's a requirement of the grant, but it's a formalized way to track what kinds of competencies are leaders developing and what kinds of competencies do we need to do a better job of developing population-wide and with the individual. And so it would allow us to collect data on where we are developing each of these competencies, and it would also allow us to look at an individual and know what kind of competency have they developed, what's sort of inherent in their current position, and maybe what do we need to work with them to provide other opportunities to build those competencies. So those are some of the year one efforts. And then going forward into year two and beyond, a lot of that is sort of continuing those efforts. There are some newer things that will come on board in years 2 and 3. We want to work with our principal supervisors and start aligning, making sure that those systems are aligned with those leadership standards. A major focus of this project was sustainability, and they made a real point in the grant application throughout to make sure that anything we put into the grant application was something we could find a way to sustain beyond the 5-year life of this grant. And so building systems is a real focus of this grant application. It's, rather than, like Ali said, rather than buying stuff that has to be continually upgraded and those kinds of things, building systems was really a major focus for this grant application. We'll continue to frequently review the data, as I said, through the leadership tracking system, and make sure that the project is working and that we are in fact developing the leaders with that equity center that we're working to develop. So that's kind of the project, and captures the highlights of the grant proposal. What we came here asking about tonight was this recommendation. And obviously what we're hoping for is that you approve the grant application. I put the $4 million on here because that's the actual top end amount for the school district itself. The other amounts would be for our university partners and state partner. But so that's why I wrote that this way.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask that question, so you just saved it. so thank you for that. Comments here, Trustee Church and then Vice President Cottle.
Thank you very much, folks, for the nice presentation. I have absolutely no idea what equity-centered means as it relates to recruiting staff or principals. And then if this were to be approved, who would decide how the money is spent.
So essentially what equity-centered means would be something that we would end up defining within those leadership standards. As I said, the expectation is to use those the PSEL standards, the professional standards of educational leaders, as the basis. And there are specific standards in there about having an equity center. And essentially being an equity-centered, equity-focused leader is to make sure that you are at all times focused on making sure that each student is getting what they need to be a high-achieving learner and to learn to their maximum potential. And so that's kind of what the focus would be. But we would again define that more clearly through those leadership standards. Oh, and then the funding, so if we are awarded this grant, that's when we would begin to negotiate the specific line items in a budget with Wallace. And so that's how that process would begin. Obviously, there's a lot of oversight through our grants department, through us. Our department would be primarily responsible for running the grant, making sure that we're following through. But it would be a team effort through accountability, equity and diversity, human resources, Office of Student Leadership. I think would all be involved in making sure that there's follow through with each component.
I'm not sure who the right person is to ask, but would the board decide? I mean, that's a lot of money. Would you just run with it, or would it come back to the board?
Let me respond. In a word, no. That's part of what we delegate to the superintendent, and she works with the grants office, and the grants, they will come here and ask for permission to apply for a grant, right? Most of the time, there's more financial information because that's a part of the application. In this case, the Wallace Foundation does it differently, but that gets down into does applying for a grant like this meet the strategic plan and directives that we have at this level? And then it gets down to, now it's not to say that you can't say, hey, how'd you guys work on that and get that in your meetings with the superintendent and can share that information, but those are not details that we don't get into the detail of how each grant dollar is spent on grants. Again, it's not to say that you can't ask the superintendent at any time, hey, look, if I have an interest in this, can you share that with me? I think that's certainly well within our right. Okay, other questions, Trustee Church? Okay, Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. And just two really quick comments. What I really like about the proposal is you're thinking about the short-term issues and the long-term issues. Short-term, how do we beef up our current pipeline with our current staff? Long-term, you can't have good administrators long-term if you don't go out and get good teachers, because you don't just walk in and become a principal unless you have some sort of teaching experience. And so I like the focus in this, and I do believe that focus is there already. This would really help push that along. So I think this is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. I just want to throw in 2 cents that our AACT has the Teaching and Training Academy. What a wonderful little stepping stone that could be. And I will also throw in AACT, TMCC, UNR. I mean, I think there's a building block there. And I look, absolutely, thank you. I look forward to seeing how you develop that, because I think it's exciting. And good luck.
Thank you. That is one of the things that's highlighted, is also even reaching down into the high school level for our own students to try to beef this up.
I think do we have public comment on this item? I think we had a couple.
The board received an email from John Sebastian.
Okay. Thank you very much, JJ. Then we go to Trustee Thigpen and then Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is a great program for all the reasons you mentioned here, and I really concur with Vice President Cottle that, you've really laid it out here so we can see, the sustainability is very important, especially in the budget conversations we've had. We want to make sure everything we're doing in the future is as sustainable as possible. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can do with those students, undergraduate students and all of that. So I appreciate you laying this all out. Prepared to make a motion unless we want to wait.
Well, we do have some comments from the superintendent. We'll have those first, and then we'll go forward. I had some comments, but they've been said, so there's no reason to double up on that.
Well, I just want to compliment Allie and Dawn and Emily for bringing this forward. It is a huge feather in this district's cap to even be invited to attend to participate in a grant application for the Wallace Foundation, and I can say that from personal experience. It is exceptionally competitive, and just to be invited to apply is a huge, huge kudos to our HR department and all of the work that our team is doing. My team knows that succession planning is tremendously important to me as we go up in the district, and we've been here for a long time. It's not unique to Washoe County as far as the number of administrators that we're going to see turning over. It's a national trend, and we're also seeing that in the teacher ranks as well, too. So it does our district good to make sure that we have a plan of action in place for this. So again, just compliments and kudos to the team, and we're going to get it. I know we are.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, Trustee Thigpen, you said you're prepared to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the grant application to the Wallace Foundation to build an equity-centered principal pipeline for up to $4 million over 5 years.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Thigpen, seconded by Vice President Caudill. Is there any discussion? Further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you so much. This is really innovative thinking, and the way you put this together was amazing. Okay, you made me glad I waited. That was really good. It was absolutely worth our while. Thank you so much, both of you, all three of you, for your work. Okay, so we will now have our dinner break, usually a 20-minute break. So, for 6 o'clock? Oh, okay. Oh, I thought that was okay. Why don't we do that? We have 2 public comments. They're here. We said we do it at 6 p.m. Instead of making them wait, why don't we go ahead and take these 2 public comments so we have public who's come out, and let's honor that. Okay. So JJ,
Kathy Reyes.
Okay, so no problem. You don't have to, Ms. Reyes. No problem at all.
Kay Hoffman.
Miss Hoffman? Okay.
The board also
Take your time.
received emails from Richard Peterson and Jackie Jensen.
Thank you. I just meant take your time. You didn't have to rush up. So, thank you for being here, ma'am. You'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Okay. Thank you for your service. My name's Catherine. I'm a former teacher, triple certified, and I read through the 18 lesson plans. Absolutely no on the Washoe County School District Critical Race Theory ELA program published by benchmarkadvance.com. How did we get here with a neo-Marxist theory? Critical race theory was developed in the 1990s. It is also known as neo-Marxism. This replaced the class conflict of capitalists versus workers with identity, race, ethnicity, and gender. CRT replaced equality with equity. What I found in the sample lessons was a racist distortion of history used for the indoctrination of our youth. The proposed lesson plans douses kindergartners with segregation, social justice, and woke vocabulary. Example, BIPOC. First grade learns about gender, second grade indoctrination about revolution, and how one's flag with a symbol unites people. There are questions about why white men are only brave men written about in the early wartime, and again, more on gender traits. The third grade deals with voting rights and empowerment for those who lack rights. They also learn to disempower others. Another lesson claims the story of our national Thanksgiving is based on misinformation. Intermediate grades get indoctrinated on the selection process of judges, adding more states, along with rewriting the laws. This program teaches youth about white male privilege and women dealing with powerful white men. As a formal triple certified educator, what I read in the lesson plans was a flagrant distortion of history sifted through a critical race theory lens and judged using presentism. The topics are meant to indoctrinate our young students. This lesson, I'll finish my sentence.
Oh no, you have 30 seconds, keep going.
Our students deserve a better program in ELA, not a program of distortions and race-based hate. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Do we have any other public comment for this public comment period, JJ?
Those are all the cards I have.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll take, third time's a charm. Okay, now we'll take a break, take our dinner break. We'll be back in, let's see, my clock says 6:17, so we'll be back at, what's that, 35? No, 40. 40. That gives us 23 minutes, so. Okay. At 6:40. 6:40. We'll be back. We'll be in recess until then. Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to order now, and we're going to jump in right at agenda item 5.04, discussion and possible action to approve the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee regarding Panther Valley and Sun Valley Elementary School, middle school, and high school attendance zones, including zoning changes that could impact students attending Alice Smith Elementary School, William O'Brien Middle School, North Valleys High School, Esther Bennett Elementary School, Lois Allen Elementary School, Desert Skies Middle School, and the new Proctor R. Hugg High School located at Wild Creek. This will be effective not this upcoming school year, but the 22-23 school year and going forward. And before us is our esteemed chair of the Zoning Committee. We hit the jackpot when Bev Smith agreed to be the chair of the Zoning Committee, as well as our area's superintendent extraordinaire, Lauren Ford, and, well, you know, Adam's here too. So, no. No, Adam does an amazing job. We know that with our facilities. She's facilities manager. So please, let's go ahead. The floor is yours.
Did it, Anna? Okay. Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Lauren Ford for the record, Area Superintendent, Staff Liaison for the Zoning Advisory Committee. With me this evening is the esteemed Adam Searcy and the Chair Extraordinaire, Ms. Beth Smith, for all new trustees. So a little bit of history here for you. The Zoning Advisory Committee is made up of 13 members. This committee is charged by the Board of Trustees to form recommendations for new enrollment zones and revisions to existing enrollment zones. We meet as a committee, and as tonight, we are going to bring forth a recommendation to you. The Zoning Advisory Committee has been meeting regularly since August of 2017, and since September of 2020, this school year, we held all of our meetings via Zoom during this pandemic, and we had 6 new members, including myself as a new staff liaison this school year. So our Zoning Advisory Committee is governed by Board Policy 7105, School Attendance Zones, and Administrative Regulation 7107, Alignment of School Attendance Zones. And here are just some key points from those two, right? We always look at student safety. We look at available space in buildings. We look at the growth impact, whether current growth impact or future growth impact. We look at capacity enrollment of a school to be rezoned, so one that might be overcrowded right now. And we always look at transportation, additional transportation or less transportation and costs when we're making our decisions. And now I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Beth Smith.
Thank you so much, President Taylor, Vice President Cottle, Superintendent McNeil, and the full Board of Trustees. For the record, I am Beth Smith, the chair of the Zoning Advisory Committee. So now we're going to talk a little bit about community outreach, which is incredibly important to the Zoning Advisory Committee. So in a bit, we're going to be going over 4 total options to relieve the feeder system that you see above, and that affect Esther Bennett Elementary, Lois Allen Elementary, Desert Skies Middle, and Proctor Huck High School. Now to go a little bit further about that public outreach. This is something that we have developed very carefully over the 4 years of the committee, and it's resulted in the approach that I'm going to discuss right now. We sent out 2 different mailers for 2 of the meetings that occurred over the 4-month period, and those mailers were sent out 2 weeks before the public meeting. We also sent out Connect Ed phone calls that went out the week before the meeting and also the week of the meeting. We also sent out hand-delivered flyers that went to individual students' home. So again, that was the mailers, connected calls the week before and the week of, and flyers. And those were all very specifically targeted to the affected students and families. So it was not a widespread approach for families that were not affected by this decision. So, and we also had that translated in English and Spanish for maximum communication. And then you can also see, in addition to those communications, we also posted on social media and then issued a press release for the week of the meeting. So to make up for the fact that we were meeting virtually, this is the outreach that we did over the course of these 4 months.
Okay, so I'll take the next couple slides. For the record, Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities for the school district. These next couple slides, we in the facilities department work very, very hard to track the enrollment status and trends, making projections for all of our schools throughout the district. I won't go into too much detail on this slide, but for those of you who maybe aren't familiar with this type of a setup, I want to draw your attention to some of the colored vertical lines that are sort of noted on the bottom of this page, indicating key either future zoning change impacts going into effect or new schools opening up. And those vertical colored lines are intended to illustrate that those impacts at the start of those school years are incorporated into the numbers that you see in this table. And then just understand that, as I said, we're tracking all of the future and planned enrollment development trends to project the growth. And really, the takeaway from this slide, you can see Alice Smith, O'Brien at North Valleys. It should come as no surprise that area is growing in population rapidly, and you can see the schools in those areas are projected to rise in enrollment significantly. And we in the facilities department really identified that not only as an area of concern, but also the schools in the Sun Valley area on the lower half of the slide as possibly an opportunity. So that's really kind of where we start off on this slide. So then we start to generate the material for the zoning committee and for the public to consider. So this is an existing conditions map. You can see some of the light blue lines are the existing elementary school boundaries. The colored areas are the existing middle school boundaries, and then the heavier line that kind of runs through the center of the slide represent the existing high school boundaries. All of the little dots are generally where students enrolled through Infinite Campus have home addresses, may or may not be enrolled in the schools that they're zoned for, et cetera, and you can see some of our existing schools on this slide as well. But these are the existing conditions. This is the same boundary slide, just zoomed out a little bit more so you can see, get your bearings if you're not familiar with that area. Not only the new Proctor Hug High School location, Desert Skies Middle School, Stead and O'Brien Elementary and Middle, but also, and we've talked about this in other meetings, the school district owns a piece of property in the Stead Lemon Valley area. We're referring to it as a Silver Dollar Elementary School site, to be named, but it's in a subdivision called Silver Dollar that will be an elementary school sometime in the future. So again, this is really what we have to work with, and working with the committee on the population imbalance for our schools. This is just another informational slide that we presented to the committee and the public to illustrate just a snapshot of how many residential areas of growth there are in this area. You'll see the SF and the MF is the single family and the multifamily. You know, we track not only which subdivisions are being constructed, but how many students on average are generated per capita. So different areas of the school district oftentimes historically have a greater student generation rate than others. We actually see more students per capita coming out of single family developments than multifamily developments. As much data as we can possibly get our hands on to generate these enrollment projections. But really the takeaway is there's a lot of residential growth in the North Valleys. And that's the type of information that we try to put together for the committee to consider. We also, of course, look at these various factors. Of course, balancing the use of our facilities. Overcrowded facilities are not ideal for a variety of reasons. Underutilized facilities are not ideal for a variety of reasons. So really looking for that balance across a variety of variables. Maintaining a consistency for the students' vertical matriculation has been an important aspect of consideration for the committee. So an example would be, you know, if students from Alice Smith went to O'Brien, but then some of their classmates go to Desert Heights or Desert Skies Middle School. We want to keep the students together as they matriculate from elementary, middle, and high, rather than having some students from the same school split to different feeders. It's not always possible to avoid that, but we really try to maintain that continuity as much as we can. And then really looking at, you know, how this affects the student at an individual level. So this last one, we refer to it as grandfathering at times, kind of casually, but this is the highest grade rising. So if this action proposed this evening to go into effect the 22-23 school year, so if in the elementary you're in the 5th grade coming into that school year, you would be guaranteed an opportunity to finish your elementary school career, a grandfathered variance to that school. And at high school, we offer a 2-year, highest 2 years rising. So if you're an incoming junior or an incoming senior, those final years, you would be guaranteed a variance to that school where you began your high school career and whatnot. So trying to take those considerations into effect.
And I'll add a couple things for the record as well. This is one of the reasons why it's so important that the Zoning Advisory Committee work a full school year in advance, and it's particularly around the high school variances. So something that's very important to note is that if there was any action taken tonight, any North Valleys high school student that is attending school right now would receive one of those guaranteed variances because we do this a full school year in advance. So a freshman in the school right now that's perhaps in a walk zone or has their own transportation and would like to stay when they enter into that junior year, they would have that option. And again, that's one of the reasons why it's so important for the Zoning Advisory Committee to be working this far out with the community, making the decisions and bringing that to the Board of Trustees. There are a few other things worth noting, and that is with variances, transportation is not provided. So that is something to note. And then, so although you do receive a guaranteed variance if you are that highest grade going into the next school, schools also are usually very happy to provide proactive variances. So let's say that there is a student going into kindergarten this upcoming year and they might be making that change in 1st grade possibly. The schools that that child might be rezoned to are very open to variances so that those students could start in kindergarten as well. That's not a guaranteed program the way that the last year rising, but the principals absolutely make all the accommodations they can. Although the only point there is that for that 1 year with the variance, there is no transportation provided. But just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of the full look of how variances work.
So just a couple more points. We're going to go through all 4 options that were presented to the zoning committee. They all have a lot of more similarities than differences, but I kind of wanted to highlight that options 3 and 4 were largely a result of the input from the public meetings, various public comments, and just a little bit of deeper analysis by staff, as is often the case where we receive public input from the people who live in these communities and know them even better than we do, and ultimately generate, a better finished product for that engagement. And then I'll wrap it up on this slide here is another busy slide showing the map of the areas, the existing high school boundaries, and that red area outlined, dashed outline is really the area that we're going to talk about in the next few slides, proposed to be rezoned. We spent a fair amount of time with the committee talking about the transportation routes from Panther Valley to Sun Valley. If you're familiar with that area, you'll recognize, you're well aware there's a bit of a mountain range there, and there's some tricky roads. There's multiple routes, so it was viewed as an obstacle towards achieving a solution here, but one that we discussed at great length, and the committee was deeply aware of, and also a lot of public input or a lot of discussion around where the walk zone is for North Valley's high school. So we drew sort of a representative 3-mile radius around North Valley's high school to basically indicate that a portion of the area that is proposed to be rezoned is currently within the walk zone for North Valley's high school, and should they be rezoned to Hug High School, would require transportation or would not be within the walk zone. So there was quite a bit of discussion as to the pros and cons associated with that. Certainly not across the street from the high school, but technically a 3-mile radius did encompass a portion of the area proposed to be rezoned. So really this is just background information as to what we considered or what the committee considered at great length throughout their meetings, and I believe Beth is going to run us through a summary of the 4 options that were considered.
All right, thank you. So the first
The
option.
system has detected that a minimum number of lines are connected to this conference.
That happens occasionally. Just do as you did, pause, and then we'll jump back in.
No worries. All right, so in this first option, you can see the areas that we evaluated for rezoning and the process that they'll follow with that. So here's the area that you see dotted out in the red, and so that top area would be going to Bennett Elementary School and then going up through Desert Skies and Hug. And then in that lower area, which is conveniently shaped like Nevada, that area would be going to Allen Elementary School and then also Desert Skies and Proctor Hug. It is worth noting that there are no students in that smaller area below, although there are forecasted students for the future. So we'll look at the impact with that. So this creates some balancing. This is the look of the student balancing across the schools if this option were to be adopted. You'll see that there are some benefits to it. It provides a degree of relief. But we, upon evaluating this, and also from hearing from the committee and then also the community, that there were some other options that we wanted to explore with it. So then that brings us to option 2, which looks at the same geographic area but approaches it differently about where they're actually zoned. And you see that in this map that we have here. So again, the exact same geographic area, the exact same impact, but a slight difference in where the students would be going to school. That upper area to the upper right would still maintain that Bennett connection, but then that lower area on both sides of 395 would actually go to Allen Elementary School. So this chart is going to look the same in terms of total impact, but the large difference that you're going to see here is the impact to Lois Allen Elementary School, and as opposed to Bennett, because that other group of students from across 395 would be going there. So that creates a little bit more balance to Lois Allen, and not as much to Bennett overall, but still the same impact in terms of total number of students affected. And then that brings us to option 3, which is a slightly expanded area, which you'll see in the map below. So it's that same geographic area, but we actually included a neighborhood that was just above it. And believe it or not, by slightly increasing the area, we actually bring down the transportation impacts, which we'll explore a little bit more. But in this scenario, that new larger sized area still goes to Bennett. That smaller area that doesn't have students but will at some point in the future goes to Allen, and then they follow up again through Desert Skies Middle School and Hug High School. And so here's the impact with that. By far the best impact by creating greater utilizations of the school It is also worth noting that all of the affected students would receive transportation to either the elementary school, middle school, or high school, a good deal of which live quite a ways from North Valley's high school, but are technically within the walking zone. And so this option actually provides them transportation should they need it or should they want it. But again, one of the things that the committee looked at was the best utilization of the schools in the area and the relief that it offered to the schools that were overcrowded. And in a moment, after we look at number 4, you'll actually see how this actually has the lowest transportation impact for the district as well. As Adam mentioned, both 3 and 4 were the result of either zoning committee recommendations based on discussion or parent input and community input. That was the case with number 4. So we did hear from community members and students and families that said, what would it look like if we did not rezone the walk zone for North Valley's high school? And so we did some research on that, and we did want to show the community what that actually looked like. Now remember that walk zone is actually pretty large. As a matter of fact, students that live on the other side of 395 are technically expected to walk to North Valley's high school. We do know that there's a walking path that goes underneath 395, but it's quite a ways. But it was asked for by parents and students and community members, and so we did explore that. So in this scenario here, only the areas dotted in red are actually rezoned, and that's to Allen Elementary School, and then again up through Desert Skies and Hug. But it's not as much of an area as you might think. So that, again, people have the idea that a walk zone is maybe a little bit more condensed, but I think that they're surprised to see what it looks like on a map. And then that brings us to the numbers here. This had the least amount of impact. So it had the smallest geographic area, it had the least amount of impact, and we didn't really feel that this actually accomplished what we were setting out to do as a committee. So then that brings us to our summary of options, which is a great table that was created to outline the options by number. It shows you a detailed view of how many total students are affected by level of schooling, and then also the impacts on transportation. You'll see that 1 and 2 both have the highest impacts on transportation, but as I mentioned before, number 3, although it has a larger geographic area, actually has the lowest impact on transportation. And that's because by zoning the neighborhood above the lower neighborhood, a single bus is able to handle that whole area. So again, even though it's a larger area, it has less of an impact. It also provides the greatest balancing, and for all of these options, we anticipate about a 5 to 7 minute total additional route time. So that would have been 5 to 7 minutes for those who are already on a bus or already walking. So it's not as much as it might, because again, by providing that transportation, we're able to make that a little bit more efficient, particularly for those students walking from so far. And then that brings us to number 4, which again we felt did very little to address the overcrowding issues. So the staff and the unanimous committee recommendation was to bring the Board of Trustees option number 3. And that does bring us to our recommendation slide, which is the formal recommendation to option 3. And now we are done and look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you so much to Adam, Chair Smith, Lauren, as staff support. Thank you so much for your work, especially during the pandemic time, having the meetings on Zoom. And one of the things that I really always appreciate about you, Beth, and running the committee and Adam and staffing it for so long is you always hear the community's ideas. And many times, if not every time you show up here, there's something that says, this is part of what we got from the community. This is part of what the community got because we heard some community input and feedback or something from parents. I think it's so important to hear those voices, right? And for voices to show up, and you always bend over backwards. It always shows up somehow, some way in these presentations. So I really want to thank you, you and your committee, really for all the work, all of you. I have a couple of lights on. I'll start you first, Vice President Caldwell, and then we'll go to Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the committee for all the work. I also want to publicly recognize Malia Pukta for her great service representing District C, and she'll be stepping away, so we'll be looking for somebody ASAP. I have a question and a few comments. My question is for Mr. Searcy. Based on Proposal 3, Is the timeline for a possible high school in Cold Springs altered, or does it still look like later in the decade it will probably be needed?
Sure. I mean, the forecasted growth and enrollment for the North Valleys High School is dominated by the timeline of the Stonegate development. I mean, there's significant growth in the North Valleys, but as that project continues to struggle to break ground and have meaningful progress, that is going to influence the timing of a new high school up there as much or more than anything. Obviously, relieving that high school immediately to the tune of 100 students or more is a benefit to them and may change the timing by a year or more, but it is very much still contemplated within the 5-year CIP that was recently approved for construction in the second half of this decade, and we'll see what the future brings.
Great, thank you. I'm in a unique position that 5 of these 7 schools impact are in my zone, but none of the residents are. So that's a little interesting. But looking at option 3, when I look at the schools that I'm most familiar with, the schools in my zone, it's really a positive for all of them. Alice Smith needs relief, they get it. O'Brien needs relief, they get it. North Valleys needs relief, they get it moderately. We'll see kind of how things shake out. I was at Bennett yesterday, and they are eager to welcome those students. And Desert Skies being a brand new middle school that has plenty of space, and the Panther Valley community will then get, they'll be in 2 brand new schools that will have space, in Desert Skies and Hug. So it really across the board, this proposal makes perfect sense. And so I think it's good to go based on my knowledge of the schools and in that area. Obviously, I'm still a little concerned about North Valleys, but I think for me, it's important to rezone for North Valley, to relieve North Valleys High School as much as possible. And then that is an indicator for the district, when is it time to build a new high school? Because we've done everything we can on our end. And when it becomes time, then it's time to start discussing that new facility in the Cold Springs area. So thank you for a solid recommendation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Oh, excuse me, Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. First of all, I noticed, amazingly, we haven't had a lot of emails opposed to any of this, so that's a good thing. And my experience, having attended the meetings when they used to be in person at the Zoning Committee, is no one size fits all. We can't make everybody happy. And I found the biggest variance, well, maybe not a good term, the biggest concern parents had, some parents had kids in middle school, elementary school, high school, so their situation was a little unique. They had to drop one kid off here, then they had to get over to the next school, et cetera, et cetera. So I think I have 2 questions, probably for the superintendent. My understanding is if a parent doesn't like it, for example, they do have that issue of, or often it's where they work. It's really sometimes where they work that kind of guides their needs. That we do pretty well offer variances, that's for the superintendent, or how that works. And then number 2, I don't want to micromanage this at all. I recognize that this is not this is an issue that I don't want to be accused of micromanaging. I was asking the superintendent, do you concur with the recommendation number 3?
Thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. McNeil?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Through you to Trustee Church. So for the zone variance, childcare is one of the areas that our principals will take a look at. And so a lot of times if it's something that, and it all depends on enrollment and capacity at the school level. And we always let the principal make that decision. Sometimes if there is a follow-up, then our area superintendents will get involved, but typically daycare is one of those areas that we will allow for a zone variance. And zone variances roll from year to year, which is different than a directed variance, which we'll have on some instances, or a grandfathered variance for these types of things. And then your second question was, do I accept the recommendation? And that's why we put that recommendation forth to you, because I think that this is the best one that we have.
Thank you, Trustee Church. One of the things I will share with you, Trustee Church, and any of the new trustees, one of the things that when I first joined the board back in 2014, people told me, Angie, there's a couple things that people are just going to be up in arms about no matter what you do, and so a couple hot topics, and one of them was zoning. And so that's certainly speaking to your comment, Trustee Church. But what I have found is that really the work of this committee has been, ever since really this committee put together and the work that they've done, they do such a good job of hearing from the community. That's why I said that earlier. People should come up here because they don't know where else to go. Right? But you've done such a good job that they've done such a good job of hearing from the community and really them seeing their concerns show up often, that I think it really has minimized that to almost nothing, as you said. I want to just continue to give that recognition, because I had horror stories that zoning, you're going to be there for 2 days. So just really kudos to you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. The Zoning Advisory Committee is made up of parents, community members, volunteers that care about this very much and are very, very honored to represent those community interests.
Thank you so much. Chair Smith, any other questions for Chair Smith or the staff? And if not, then I see you're getting ready, Vice President Caldwell, and although these are not your constituents, they are your schools, so you're leading. I know.
You want to make the motion?
I know. But what? I'm running the meeting. You make it.
Okay.
I'll second it though. How about that?
Okay.
They are my folks. They're right across the line. Right across the line for me. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to move a portion of students from Alice Smith Elementary School to Esther Bennett Elementary and Lois Allen Elementary Schools, a portion of students from William O'Brien Middle School to Desert Skies Middle School, and a portion of students from North Valleys High School to the new Proctor R. Hug High School, effective for the 2022-23 school year.
And I will second that motion. We're opposites. They're my people, not my schools. They're his schools and not his people. But they're all our people. They're all our people. So they are absolutely all our people. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's moved by Vice President Caldwell and seconded by President Taylor. Any further discussion? Any public comment on this, JJ? None? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Again, huge kudos for taking care of those communities, those voices, and those students out there. Absolutely. We're doing a Lindsay check. Not happening. It's okay. Lindsay's doing what she needs to do. We're going to continue on with the agenda. Come on up. Agenda item 5.05. Presentation on fine arts education in the Washoe County School District. This is for information and discussion only. This is to just fill us in. What are we doing? How's it going? And all of that for fine arts. So, Dr. Parks, I'll turn it over to you, and you can introduce your staff.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and honored, excuse me, got a frog in my throat, and trustees of the School Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And yes, tonight we have a very exciting and feel-good opportunity. I can go out on highly confident that we're going to provide you with a presentation that's going to leave you feeling better than before, and that you're going to have a nice, warm feeling about our school district and the fine arts projects. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our dynamic Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and then she will be introducing our amazing Amy Barthel, our Fine Arts Coordinator.
Thank you, Troy. President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, I'm Kendra Fox, the Director of Curriculum Instruction, for the record. And I just wanted to, first of all, introduce Amy, but also 3 years ago was the last time we were sitting here. We try to come back every couple years to share a little bit about the amazing fine arts programs we have in Washoe County School District. So we're just kind of back on that cycle. And I did read some of the public comment. I know you received a lot of public comment about this presentation, but it's certainly not about cutting any programs. It's about the amazing work of our teachers. So Amy has been the fine arts coordinator for going on 3 years now. And before that, she was an elementary music teacher and an instructional coach in curriculum instruction. So she's doing an amazing job. And with that, I will turn that over to her.
All right. Ooh, right. Hello, Superintendent McNeil, President Taylor, and Board of Trustees. As Kendra said, I am Amy Barthel. I am the Fine Arts Coordinator, and this is my 3rd year in that position. And I'm here to give you a nice presentation. Hopefully you can just sit back and enjoy the presentation all about what we got going on in the Fine Arts Department. The Fine Arts Department within Washoe County School District, we include music, visual arts, and theater. We're housed under curriculum instruction within the Office of Academics, and so we're under the leadership of Dr. Parks and Kendra Fox. I get to control this? Okay. So tonight, I just want to brag about our teachers, and I'm here to represent all of our fine arts teachers and tell you a little bit about who we are, what we do for our students, how COVID has impacted what we do, and why fine arts education is so important in our schools. So I hope you enjoy this positive presentation. Our first section this evening is just a little bit about who we are. So under the fine arts general allocations, we have these positions. There's one of each. The K-12 fine arts coordinator, which is me. There is one music instructional coach, an administrative assistant, and we do have one elementary itinerant art teacher that serves 2 of our elementary schools. That is the only art teacher we have in elementary. So total, in all of the district, we have 194.2 fine arts allocations. Our elementaries kind of run in a 0.2 and our secondaries run in a 0.4 scenario. We do have 66.7 elementary music allocations that serve all of our 27,000 elementary students. We have 127.5 secondary fine arts allocations that serve 23,330 enrollments. And I wanted to designate the difference between a student and an enrollment. I'm going to use enrollments whenever I reference secondary, because it's kind of hard to track individual students in Infinite Campus, because we have semester courses and some students take more than one fine arts course. So I'm going to use the word enrollments because those are the reports that we're able to pull off of Infinite Campus. So this is kind of a breakdown, an overview of where all the fine arts allocations are existing. So some of our allocations come from the music department and some come from the general school sites. The main difference is that the music department allocates compulsory music. So all elementary students take music. So we do have 66.7 allocations that are specifically for the elementary students because they do all take music. That also includes that we have a Piccolo music therapist, and in that 66.7, I've also included the Mount Rose 6th through 8th grade band and orchestra, just because they have a different situation. Under the music department allocated allocations, we also have orchestra. I've done a lot of research on why, and I've tracked it anecdotally to a board decision in the 1970s where orchestra was not being allocated as much as band and choir, so they gave the allocations to the music department. So I also allocate the 7th through 12th grade orchestra, and I kind of skipped ahead a little bit. 6th grade students all take music. So they choose between band, choir, and orchestra. So again, compulsory music courses are allocated through the music department. And we have we have 40.5 allocations that are going for 6th grade band, choir, and orchestra, and 7th through 12th grade orchestra. That serves about 6,582 enrollments. And then the music department holds one last little allocation, a 0.5 at Washoe Inspire. So that's kind of a little breakdown of what the music department covers. I'm going to take some more here. All right. And then at the school site level, these are decisions that are made at the site level by administrators. These are elective music courses, visual art courses, and theater courses. So we have in 7th grade band and choir about 9.5 allocations for 3,000 enrollments. 9th through 12th grade band and choir, 16 allocations that serve 3,155 enrollments. Innovations High School does have one allocation being supported over there. And then we do have a couple of little scenarios where we don't have any music being funded at those schools. For art, we have 16 allocations in middle schools that serve approximately 3,000 enrollments. For high school art, 33 allocations for about 6,400 enrollments. I also wanted to note that some K through 8 licensed teachers teach art courses at middle schools. These enrollments would not necessarily pull from an Infinite Campus report labeled as fine arts, just depending on how they're entered into Infinite Campus. So it is possible that there are more middle school students, more middle school art enrollments that we are not tracking. And then I also thought it was important to note that CTE is funded separately. So a course such as photography, which might be considered art, would actually be funded under CTE and not through the Fine Arts Department. When we go to theater, we only have theater in our high schools. We have 11 allocations serving about 1,200 enrollments. And we do have several schools that don't have the theater allocation. So that is a lot in the weeds of where all those 194.5 allocations are.
I do have a question that just on theater in high schools. Does Billinghurst no longer have a theater department? I've actually gone to some of before COVID. I've actually gone to their performances before.
So I don't know. Sometimes it's another situation where they have maybe a K-8 teacher or a choir teacher who has a section of theater.
Maybe so.
I don't think they have a dedicated theater allocation.
That may be it.
But
it may be that
find
they have
ways
it combined with their others. It's pretty because it's pretty comprehensive. I mean, it's music, it's singing, it could easily fall in.
You referenced Billinghurst?
Yes.
I believe that has been previously covered by the choir teacher.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. We all find creative ways to offer things.
Mm-hmm. No, and they do a great job with
yes,
it. It's just,
they
do a great job. So okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So just a little bit about who the fine arts teachers are. We surveyed the fine arts teachers. We had 159 responses, and our responses as far as their experience in the education show that we have very qualified and experienced teachers in our fine arts department. So we will move on to our next section of what we do, and this one is fun for me as far as the difference between curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular. So curricular refers to a course that is part of the school day. Students are enrolled in the course, and they receive standard-based instruction, and they will also receive a grade at the end of the grading period. We have curricular courses for all levels and contents within the fine arts. So elementary music, 6th grade band, choir, and orchestra, 7th through 12th grade music and visual arts, and 9th through 12th grade theater. Those are all curricular courses. They're part of the school day. They receive standard-based instruction and a grade. So I'm pretty proud of the fact that Washoe County School District is supporting curricular fine arts instruction. That's pretty amazing when you look nationally at what's going on. So our next one is co-curricular. These are fun ones. We have Administrative Regulation 5029 that gives us fine arts teachers guidelines for how to equitably carry out co-curricular activities. These are activities that happen outside of the school day, but are required as part of the course. They're guided by the Nevada Academic Fine Arts Standards. So they are standards-based. They are part of the grade, but they happen outside of the school day. Examples of this would be concerts. So you are enrolled in band at your school, but the concert happens at 7 p.m. So that would be an example of a co-curricular. Also, one of our most popular co-curriculars is high school marching band. Their rehearsals, their competitions, going to football games, that's a course that many of them are enrolled in, but they must complete outside of school day time to receive the credit. We also have district music festivals that happen pre-COVID, theater productions, and art shows. So those are all examples of things that happen outside of the school day but are tied to the curricular program. And finally, we have the extracurriculars. These are the activities that happen outside of the school day. Attendance is not required. Grades are not given. And but still, usually these activities support the Nevada Academic Fine Arts Standards. So pre-COVID, extracurricular fine arts activities occurred at all levels, K through 12, just depending on the school. Examples of some extracurriculars that our students are offered. We have honor ensembles, all-state music and thespian festivals, before and after school handbell ensembles or choirs, art clubs, theater productions, drum lines, color guards, all kinds of activities. It's important to note that depending on the school, depending on the school, that extracurricular and co-curricular could be kind of interchangeable. That some schools run them as extracurricular activities and some schools run them as co-curricular activities. So there's a little bit of variance between those. It is also important to mention that co- and extracurricular activities often involve travel, and that these are often high engagement activities for students. So I think when students become engaged in these activities, they're usually seeking the co- and extracurricular portion of these activities that are offered. All right, just like everything in education this year, COVID has impacted our courses, our teachers, and our students. The fine arts have experienced some unique challenges this last year. So with our full distance learners, a summary of this would be that there was inconsistent instruction depending on the learning model. And full distance fine arts opportunities were limited depending on the situation. So that's one of our impacts. Our elementary music rooms, most of our rooms were used to achieve physical distancing, whether they were used as classrooms or storage space. So that has impacted our elementary programs. Not being able to share materials unless they were sanitized. This has significantly impacted our art programs and our orchestra programs because you cannot sanitize many of those materials. As you know, we weren't singing or playing wind instruments indoors for the first semester, so that drastically changed what elementary music, band, and choir looked like. And then until the fourth quarter, we were not doing performances or co- and extracurricular activities. We have 4 standards that we operate under, which are performing, creating, responding, and connecting. So essentially for 3/4 of our year, we couldn't do a quarter of our standards. And then, of course, we know that we weren't traveling. We still aren't traveling. And like I said before, that those co-curriculars, extracurriculars, and the travel are those high engagement activities that students really are drawn to. And finally, our enrollment drops. Nearly every secondary fine arts course has experienced enrollment drops. This is concerning for all electives, not just fine arts, but all electives because of supply and demand. When enrollments drop, we run the risk of losing access to those courses. So that has definitely been on the minds of the fine arts teachers. In our survey to the teachers, we asked them to rank the top 3 impacts to their program. This kind of just reiterates what I just said on the last slide. According to the teachers, that modifications to instruction, loss of instruction time, not having events and activities, and then the student morale. This is probably similar across all contents. We also wanted to get an idea of how our teachers were managing this. And so we asked them to let us know how it was going. And these are the top 3 responses that most of them were saying, this isn't fun, but I'm navigating it okay. I have more good days than bad, and it changes every day. So this kind of helped me see that, you know, this is not fun, but we're making the best of it, and we're trying to provide a quality experience for our students regardless of what we're facing. Let's see. So we're ready to move forward and recover from this last year. So when we consider how to recover from COVID impacts, we ask the teachers what 2 to 3 things have been most useful this year. And this idea would be that this is what I would want to continue. What has been helpful? What could I keep going for you as we move forward? And teachers chose collaboration with people. What you don't see on this chart is that there were also resources, like online resources and other options that they could have chose from. But what they chose was all the collaboration with people. Specifically, their content colleagues being the highest rating. But this is what was most useful for them. And then these are other ways that the Fine Arts Department, specifically me, will be focusing on to help recover the fine arts from COVID. I'm going to be looking at those elementary music rooms. We know that the only way to provide full access to the elementary music curriculum is in those rooms with the instruments and having the space for movement. We are going to be working on maintaining allocations because that maintains the access for our students. And I'm happy to report that that's what we're doing for next school year. We have maintained our allocations so we can maintain that access. We do know that the enrollments, the drops in enrollments may be felt from COVID for a couple years, but I think that our teachers are in a good place and we're excited to keep that access for the students. I'll be finding ways to support the teachers and getting them that collaboration time. And then, of course, the most important is getting our students the support that they need. And we know that the fine arts will play an important role in our students' academic recovery, their mental health, and their re-engagement in school. And so that kind of moved me into the best part of this presentation. Why do we have the fine arts? The Every Student Succeed X identifies music, visual arts, and theater as part of a student's well-rounded education. And we know that the fine arts increase the quality of schools. Our state, Nevada Department of Education, indicates that the fine arts fosters effective work habits, creativity and innovation, critical thinking and problem solving, communication and collaboration. So the state recognizes that the fine arts are important. We know that the fine arts play an important role in our graduation rates. So this is just a little chart highlighting how our graduation rates are increased based off of participation in music, theater, and art at the secondary level. And then our little disclaimer is that we know that any engagement activities, regardless of fine arts or CTE or JROTC, will increase engagement for our students. And then finally, we know that the fine arts play an important role in our students' social emotional well-being. Arts Our Education is a national organization, and they outline that fine arts programs nurture healthy, inclusive communities, that they promote cultural awareness, they foster welcoming and safe environments, and they give students a creative voice. So these are all the reasons why we have fine arts in our school. I worked in collaboration with Jeff Voss on the video that you're going to see this evening. And my whole idea for this video came from basically the story that all of the fine arts teachers tell. And I'm just going to give you a little background on my story. And that is that I grew up in a military household where I moved every couple years. And my place that I felt welcome and could always be who I was in the music world, and specifically the band world. I met my husband playing in the UNR marching band. Nearly every friend that I have today is because of the music world. And I do this work that I do because I want to create those spaces for students in Washoe County School District. And I thank you for letting me be here tonight and share this wonderful video with you.
Not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct.
Yes, what is it, Dad?
Robert, where's Daisy?
It's a safe place for me. I don't have anywhere else that I can fully be myself the whole time.
Well, it definitely changed everything. I mean, starting freshman year, I hadn't even considered going into the art. And now as a senior, I'm going to an art school.
Our Washoe County School District Fine Arts Department includes the performing and visual arts. In the performing arts, we have bands, choirs, orchestras, as well as theater. On the visual arts side is graphics and drawing and painting and those sorts of things. The students really have the opportunity to come together. There's a lot of team building, leadership skills, communication skills, lots of different avenues for the work together and to have a creative outlet. Home means Nevada, home means the hills. We provide foundational skills at the elementary level, singing, playing, dancing, lots of different opportunities for the students to express themselves, move their bodies, because we know that that's important for our younger students.
Regardless of where they may physically be, I provide these kiddos with the best music education experience possible.
In music, they really are so focused because there's a performance attached to it. So the students are creating and building, and so they really come out of their shells and become different students at that time.
Orchestra is one of the classes I most look forward to during the day. Just the fact that I'm an and I get to play an instrument, a big instrument.
Usually when I don't feel like coming, I always remember that I have orchestra, and it's always fun to be there with my friends.
I really think our middle school teachers are amazing in trying to teach those basics and those fundamentals, but keeping it fun and engaging.
You've been so kind and considerate and...
Thank you, sir.
The theater experience has been great for my entire high school career. And the biggest reason for that is, not only you're performing and doing a lot of things like that, you're learning a lot of skills that you can take with you later on in life, especially when it comes to public speaking.
Design the programs and the posters for a lot of the plays, and so I really enjoy doing that. And I also enjoy designing like sets and costumes for different productions. I like that it's not just out of a textbook, and it's much more hands-on.
It's important that every Signature Academy offers something that will hopefully work as a hook. Once they get here and kind of get their feet, become engaged, I think for the most part that just increases in strength, that they really feel attached to this program, feel here.
We always talk about in the arts that the process is more important than the product. And I think a lot of times students focus on that, and many of our teachers are really focusing on the process. Just thinking about what could I do?
Just go for it. I mean, it's okay to be super nervous about everything. I know when I first started, I was like shaking. I was so scared to try it, but like without it, I have no clue who I would be, you know?
I was not the best at art until I took this class, and then I learned a lot of technique. I'd say it's one of my favorite classes.
They're going to stumble and they're going to have some insecurities about their work, and so that's my opportunity to help bring them along so that they're still stepping out of their comfort zone, but they don't feel like they're going to fail. And when you can build that kind of trust with students, it makes my job wonderful. That's what teaching wonderful.
I know for a fact that a student hits that tenacity and puts it into their math homework. It gets done with thoroughness, and when the directions say show work, they do it. Because that's what's asked of them, and that's what they practice with me.
You're working towards actually figuring out what you can do to better what you're doing, which can transfer to academics in the sense of you look for new ways to solve a problem.
To me, it means a sense of community, this idea of challenging yourself every day to do something better and be something more, to consistently show up and be there for the sake of something greater than yourself.
A lot of our students, these programs are what keeps them coming to school every single day. And our students coming to school we're able to continue to keep our teachers in the school.
It's very motivational. I feel like constantly I'm always thinking about like songs in choir, or I'm constantly singing in my head. It's more like a family, not just friends. And it's something that you can count on every single day.
There will be. Without this class, I don't think I would still be in school. It's really difficult without choir. Having choir is something I can look forward to every day. It's a necessity in my life.
We've been so isolated from so much in the last year, and that the community that the arts brings to students, being able to lean on each other and know that they have a group of people and a group of supports.
Over quarantine, I definitely struggled with maintaining a positive mindset, and just looking forward to band kind of helped me stay focused.
This year, more than any other, I've seen the need for this class. Students are absolutely stressed out, filled with anxiety. This class has really brought them hope. They actually even chose the motto for this year to be, "The storm is passing over." Thinking of this time that we're in as and we can see a light at the end, and they've been able to express that through singing. Okay, have a great day.
Well, yes, thank you. I was going to say, I feel like we should applause. Really great job, and thank you so much for the update, right? To inform some of us, to remind some of us, and especially during such a difficult year, it was still great to see so many. We've gotten various videos of a presentation here or there, throughout the pandemic. But it's just great to see, knowing that all of the really big challenges that our fine arts instructors have had over this past year. And I hadn't even thought about it, which is amazing that I really should have until you just made it really clear. A lot of us lost our music rooms. Like, yeah. It's like, right, you did. It's like, that's not even the place to have bass. But yet and still a lot of great things still happen. Certainly not as much as we would like, and not for as many students as we would like, but just any bit of that. It just seems like even those students that could take advantage of it still benefited from it, and it was really important this year. So thank you. Thank you for your work. You did great on the video, and really thanks to all the fine arts team for it. So I'm going to open it up I see a couple of lights, and I'm absolutely going to Trustee Minetto first. As you can see, she's quite moved and touched, but she's always very, very interested and supportive of our fine arts program. So we'll go to Trustee Minetto and then Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you. It's just all the years that I had the privilege of doing it, and then knowing that other people better than I are continuing and loving the kids, and you just see that in that video. That they just love their kids, and that's kind of the point, the whole thing. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Clerk Minetto. Dr. Nicolette?
I don't have that much heart, but it was really close to her, and so it's deep in her soul. I just want to take a minute to the fabulosities that our fine arts are. You just showed a snippet of it, and thank you for all that you and your colleagues perform on a daily basis, especially during this difficult time. And thank you for the students for hanging in there. That shows their love for their art. But I want to bring this to academics, because I don't think we talk about this enough, and the relationship between fine arts and academics. And so I'm just going to very quickly, for my colleagues and for anybody listening, to remind us that music is so many things, art is so many things, theater is so many things, and the real beauty of bringing that all together can be summed up in our 21st century learning. And I'm just going to read the 6 dimensions and remind us that the fine arts is in each one of these 6 dimensions. Collaboration. Need I say more? Just the visualization. Knowledge construction. And within that is certainly STEAM, all the way through it. Science, technology, engineering, and math. Real-world problem solving and innovation. The 4th dimension, use of technology for learning. I don't think people realize the technology that is used in fine arts today. Self-regulation, having to practice something, music, art, theater, over and over again to get it correct. And then the skill of communication, whether it's on paper, on a stage, through a musical instrument, singing. Fine arts is something that, we've struggled through the years, haven't we? People have said, let's get rid of that. Let's concentrate on mathematics and reading. And no, this is fine arts is all of that. And I just want to thank you and know that I'm a big fan. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Vice President Caudill and then Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. I'll piggyback off of Trustee Nicolette. We see across the country, fine arts seems to be one of the first things to get cut, because you have to protect math and reading, and we do, but when you see the impact it has on students' academics, social well-being, and sense of belonging is so very important. And I hope soon, next school year, we get back to a point where we're going to concerts again and performances, because that's something that I really enjoyed in my first year on the board, and the great teachers that we have in our district that do this great work. And I'll just recognize Mr. Hutton at Spanish Springs. He he sends me videos because they're doing a lot of their work via Zoom, and the amount of work that's been put into that to actually get performances done. And we even had, instead of the Pledge of Allegiance, we had the a performance by his group that was online, and so the amount of work that's being done this year is awesome. But I'm sure everybody, teachers, families, students, are looking forward to getting these presentations back into the brick and mortar where we can see it live. And so I think it's something we all can look forward to next school year. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for the wonderful presentation. I was really looking forward to this. I think I'm proof that arts programs matter, because I was in arts programs all through 4 years of high school, and now own a marketing agency where we do creative work all day long. And so there are very practical applications to arts and music and everything. And I'm so glad that we have folks advocating for that, because it really is a reason that a lot of kids decide to stay in school, and that's important. I just have one question. I was very impressed in one of my school visits recently at Innovations. They have a wonderful music building over there, and I know that they're struggling to kind of hold on to that, and I think they're losing an allocation over there, and it seems to be a program that is quite therapeutic for a lot of the kids there that have experienced a level of trauma. So I'm curious to know if there's some way we can look at that later on and see if we can get that allocation back to just kind of keep that going.
Okay. Yeah, I think the innovation allocation is one that is general school funded, and so I imagine that they had to make some tough decisions, but it's definitely something that we can look at working. I can work together with Innovations and see what we might be able to work on.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Church?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, I do want to piggyback on what everybody else said. Just wonderful. Obviously, the 3 R's are important, but we've shown the nexus here between the 3 R's and the fine arts. And for those people that wrote us emails, it's a discussion item. It's not an action item, so we're not going to, no cuts. The people that wrote in, no cuts. And I think it's important, too, to the maximum degree possible, the community be involved. Little plug, I belong to the Reno Blues Society, been there for ages, and just love to have kids come jam with the blues groups. And there's actually a program called Blues in the Schools nationwide, which is great. Yes. So I'm going to be reaching out to you. And speaking personally, I was Petruchio in Taming of the Shrew, so I'm a big supporter of arts and theater. And one just story about how art works. I have a family member who studied art through high school and college and went on to become a food artist, not Subway sandwiches, but a large corporation that probably everybody here has eaten at, and their job is to make that food in the commercials look good. So there went the artwork, so it had a good outcome. So at any rate, I'm just highly supportive, and I do want to remind the listeners we're not making any cuts tonight, and it's a great program.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I think one of the really important things for all of us to remember is, one, it's enjoyable. I mean, don't get me wrong, it really is enjoyable, and to see how much the students that are involved in it really benefit from it. But it also really is, even if there are students that, some are probably better than others, right? Like anything else. But it keeps them in school. The numbers that you show, just simple graduation rates for those students, and based upon the number of credits and the more credit hours they had in fine arts, the higher their GPAs were. They're performing really well. It's just a reminder that that's another one of those activities or programs that's so important, because it keeps students in school. Some of the students talked about it. It keeps them in school, and those things that are a part of them staying in school, and then their social emotional development and some of those 21st century skills that are important, is all these intangible. No one's going to say, hey, come sign up for a collaborative thinking class. That's not going to happen, right? We offer a lot of those. That's right. That isn't going to work, but that's what happens when they're in orchestra and theater and some of the other things that are there. So just a reminder to all of us and to the public that's watching and that will watch and so on. This is so important to keep students in school, to develop those skills that we know that are so important for them as they leave here and go on to a college or to a career or to the military or whatever it is that they decide to do. So thank you so much. Thank you for your work. I know, Dr. McNeil, you always want to say something on presentations like this as you reach short. Yeah.
Well, I'm just so thankful for this. You know, it wasn't an action item. We just really wanted to celebrate the fact of all the hard work. I mean, Amy, all over the summer, we were trying to figure out how are we going to get this done. I mean, I can remember Dr. Parks showing us a face covering with a hole in it, and, you know, we had to reinvent what this was going to look like. And you know, it really is about the actual 3 R's, about rigor, relevancy, and relationships. And those are the 3 R's that we need to be focused on. So just a huge shout out to you, Amy and Kendra, and to the whole team.
Thank you. Thank you all for your support.
Thank you. And before you leave, we do have some public comment on this. We want to take those.
The board received emails from Lynn Long, Jared Green, Tricia Nugent, Michaela Tranter, Julie Dimmick, Amanda Ayers, Fiona Vong, James Ryan, Anonymous, Maxwell Gibson, Anonymous, Patricia Patton, Greg Lords McDowell, Rachel Grimm, Crystal Shaw, Mike and Jennifer Wilhelm, Alicia Statz, Sarah Johnson, Jeffrey Lindhorst, Leslie Johnson, Suzanne Forbush, Kendra Reyes, Ari Langer, Sam Wilhelm, Gloria Shriek, Izzy Kirby, and Wayne Kerr.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amy. You and all the fine arts instructors out there, thank you for their work.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here. We look forward to the next one. Yes. Okay.
The system has detected that a minimum number of lines are connected to this conference. Do you want to continue your meeting? Press 1 to confirm. If there is no response, the conference...
Yeah, we just aren't going to get to Lindsay tonight, so we appreciate her efforts. Let the record show that she tried really, really hard, but she is where we need her to be, especially with just a couple of weeks left in the session. So, okay, if there's anything to report for the board, we'll look at our SUP highlights and superintendent's highlights and get an update from Lindsay if we need to on that item. Okay, let's go on to agenda item 5.06, presentation and discussion on the accountability framework, school performance plan template, and assessment schedule for the 21-22 school year. This, again, is for information and discussion only. We're going to turn it over to Dr. Laura Davidson, and then you can introduce others as I'm looking. Sorry, Sandy. The other end. Okay. At least I didn't look at you and say Dr. Laura Davidson, right? I mean, shoot, Nick, it could have been a lot worse. So.
We'll get it sorted out.
All right, Dr. Laura.
Thanks, everyone. For the record, Laura Davidson, Director of Research and Evaluation. It's our honor tonight to represent the incredibly hard work of our 2 teams tonight, and we hope that we can make the data as fun as the arts presentation. So we always do our best to try to make data cool. It's a hard follow, I know. We wanted to start by dedicating this presentation to the late Ben Hayes. He was our Chief Accountability Officer. He developed my department and he led the work for the last 10 years. He obviously set a very clear vision for the work, and he was unique in that he brought equity, compassion, and humanity to the world of numbers. So it's an incredibly powerful combination, which we hope you see exemplified in all the work that we present tonight. So the vision that he set for our department is really nicely exemplified in this quote, and big thanks to JT Stark and our department for designing this graphic and a lot of the graphics you'll see tonight. But Ben would always say that behind each data point is a child, a story, and a journey, and we have the obligation to support that journey as thoughtfully and carefully as we can. So as we present tonight, we hope you see that we always put what's best for students at the forefront of everything that we do. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the amazing Dr. Aird, who's going to talk about what this work looks like in the Office of Accountability, or Assessment, sorry.
That's okay. You're driving? Okay. So I am Sandra Aird, and I am the Director of Assessment for our school district. I believe this is my 7th year. And I wanted to introduce, first of all, my staff. We are a small, mighty group of 7, and people hear us on the phone, but people rarely see the people I actually work with. So I took advantage of our time so that I can show their beautiful faces. And then also what we do in the Department of Assessment. So first and foremost, we implement all of the state, federal, and district assessments. So that's our job, to make sure that we go through and we make sure that we monitor and we are always there for the school sites as they administer those assessments. And we give training and all the support school sites need for those assessments. We also collaborate and create content assessments that are district level. So we have math finals, CTE finals. We have ELA. We support EL finals across the district. So we work with various departments across the district to make sure that to support any assessment program they might have. And then also just assisting in interpretation of results as those come in with our accountability friends. So each assessment has a purpose. And when we start talking about assessments are quite, there are many of them in our district. We are a large district, K-12. There are many, many assessments. So a couple years ago, my team got together and how can we make assessments make sense to people so that they're all in one sheet? And so this is our one-pager of assessments. And just to go through with you, it's our graph is PK all the way to 12 on horizontally, and then they are color-coded by district. State assessments are blue, district assessments are buff color, green for our state assessments that are for specific populations, and then yellow for district assessments that are specific populations. So that if you have a student in any one of those grades, you can go down the chart and see what assessments are required at what grade levels. There are a few pieces that are new this year that I wanted to point out. If you'll notice, we have MAP reading growth, and it is under the state assessments. That is an assessment that is being funded through the Read by Grade 3 funds. So you'll see that in light blue, we have kindergarten through 3rd grade. In dark blue, we have 4th and 5th grade. And then underneath, we have MAP reading fluency in dark blue as well, all the way K through 5. We are waiting for legislative action to find out if we will be administering those dark blue assessments through the Read by Grade 3. So that is up for debate in our legislature right now. We are prepared to train our staff on giving the MAP reading fluency. If that is something that the state funds, we will be ready to go with that. We will also be ready to go with expanding the Read by Grade 3 expectation for the reading growth through 4th and 5th grade, if that were to come through, that is what they want to do. Other pieces, the EOC under district assessments, again, we're waiting for legislative action, whether we will be doing or administering EOCs for algebra, geometry, and freshman and sophomore English.
I'm sorry, Dr. Aird, EOC, end of course.
Oh, my apologies.
No, that's okay. We can help each other with that.
Okay. And then you'll see Common ELA assessments, common ELA writing assessments. We are working very closely with CNI, our curriculum and instruction department, working with district level common assessments that are more granular, aligned to the standards and aligned to the curriculum in those courses as well. Along with this, in your board documents, and I didn't put them on the slides, there are one-pagers for every grade level so that you can look at any grade level. A parent can pull off the grade level that they are concerned about or interested in with their own children and look at all of the assessments that the children would take in each grade level. So those are in your board documents. I don't have a slide for that, but you can look at those at your leisure. So one of the things and pieces that we are most proud of in our department is working with the PLC connection. District-wide, we're working on professional learning communities to build capacity within the staff, but also move our students forward and to ensure that our students are learning at high levels. As I said a minute ago, we are working very closely with curriculum and instruction, because in that instructional cycle, we have the curriculum, we have instruction, and then we assess to make sure that our students have learned what we wanted them to learn. So when you look at the 4 questions of the PLC connection, you have what do we want our students to learn? And that is very curriculum-based, curriculum and instruction. What is it we want them to learn? For the second question, how do we know when they've learned it? That's where assessment steps in. Not with the big statewide assessments, but common assessments that align with the curriculum, that take the tasks that students have been working on and asking them to show that they are proficient at that task. Because if they're not proficient, after we've taught them this standard or this chapter or topic, then we'll have information so that we can intervene if they haven't learned it, and we can extend and enrich if they have learned it, if they show that they have learned this content. So we're very happy and very proud, honored to be part of that PLC process and help schools with those common assessments on the curriculum. So one of the pieces that we have been working on very closely with our curriculum and assessment partners is our common assessments in math. We started very small with, I think we had 15 schools last year, and we expanded that to all schools, 2nd grade through 8th grade, in a pandemic year on School City, and we have seen successes, and we are very excited about moving forward. So our common math assessments are district-wide. It is a piece that I like to talk about, that the standards are the same across the district, and it should not matter what zip code you are in, but you are learning the standards for 2nd grade if you're in 2nd grade. And that is part of the importance of the common assessments across the school district. And that is why we have moved it towards the entire school district, and we look forward to more success next year. The items that we use for this assessment, we have cloned and curated from the Envision text or Go Math, which are the texts that elementary and middle school are using. And then we have also utilized Smarter Balance resources, because we want to make sure that our students, when they're taught in Envision, this is how you do this product or this procedure, we want to make sure that students can apply that in other instances and other situations. So we have curated both items from the text as well as items from Smarter Balance resources so that students can see a variety of items. We also emphasize backwards planning. These are not secure tests. Teachers can look at these, and hopefully they look at them in their PLC groups before they start instruction. So they can look at what's at the end, what do we expect kids to know, and they can work towards it as they're planning out their units. Two other pieces that we utilize, and we're hoping to get more use out of them next year. We have a student self-reflection piece provided in the suite of items so that students can start owning their own performance, look at their performance and self-regulate. I heard that earlier today, to self-regulate their learning and own their learning. And then also it helps to pinpoint exactly what those challenges are so that the teachers in their collaborative PLC groups can start talking about what students need, what kinds of intervention, and be very, very specific. They need intervention on this skill. They need enrichment and extension on this skill. Okay, so switching gears a little bit, that's what we're very proud of. We did have some challenges, just like everybody else this year, in our assessment department. MAP provided us a remote option, so that was an option for our distance learners this year. Some schools took advantage of it. Some homes, some families just could not make it work, which is okay. We gave grace where grace was due across the school district. We gave grace because it was a difficult year this year. High school finals were a little different. Traditionally, we have high school finals for the last 3 days of the semester. With the hybrid AB schedule, we ended up with high school finals for 4 days in a row for the last 4 days of the semester. Right before winter break. We will continue that and do that again in June. So the last 4 days will be finals days so that we can make sure that all students have the same amount of time to take each of their finals. We also had an increased number of refusals for our Smarter Balance assessments this year, which was not a surprise. Many of our families with distance learners did not want to bring their children in, and that is totally acceptable and reasonable. And again, we're giving grace where we can this year. Everybody's had to give grace to challenges that we've had. And then remote for School City use went up. So we do have the platform of School City. There's a test bank, and that's how many high school courses deliver their assessments. We had huge increase in usage in School City remotely. So that was nice to see that the rigor was still there for the kids that were remote students. Looking forward to next year, we plan to take the high school finals and put them back to the 3 days like they're supposed to be. So as long as we are all face-to-face next year, we will go back to that traditional schedule. We are going to discontinue the MAP growth. We've been looking for how can we reduce the amount of testing for students and make testing more meaningful. So we're doing two things at the same time. We're going to discontinue the math map and make the common math assessments more meaningful and useful for teachers and students as well as families. And then we have the common assessments for math. We will expand to K and 2, or K1, so it will be K8 for math assessments. We will have ELA common assessments that are part of the benchmark series, so it goes right along the series for K5. And then ELA writing samples, that Kim Cuevas from our C&I department and Ann Warren from my department have been working very hard last Saturday. The Saturday before, they had groups of teachers that came together. They were excited to be together and started looking at what will those prompts be so that we can look at writing across the district. Again, the standards are the same. It doesn't matter what your zip code is. We want the same level of rigor and same expectations. So that is where we're going, and we're looking for assessment that inspires learning.
Okay. Do you want to take questions first for
Yeah, that's
assessment, or do you want to continue with accountability?
We can. Why don't we can pause for a moment and take questions on assessments. Or many of us get a lot of questions about assessments in the community and how many assessments we're having and why and all of those things. So thank you. That'd be good, Laura. If we have questions or comments on the assessment piece, and then we'll go to the accountability piece. Okay. So Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. It's really reassuring to hear that you're looking for opportunities to reduce the amount of testing that's going on. I mean, a lot of my school visits recently happened when SBAC testing was happening, and I could just feel the stress of, the principals and the teachers and all the students. And so, yeah, I really am very appreciative that we're looking for those opportunities and looking for assessments that have more meaning behind them, letting teachers, they know best, right? So very reassuring to hear. So thank you very much.
Dr. Nicolette. Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. This is, well, you could get a PhD in this, right? So I'll try and keep it simple. You mentioned common assessments, and I'm pretty sure I understand that. And what I want to know is, our common assessments will be informed by the work that is now beginning on essential standards?
Yes. So we have worked with common assessments for the past 2 years with math. So we have a really good skeleton that is aligned with the Envision textbook and the Go Math textbook in elementary and middle school. And then what we do, and we've started the process in my team with CNI, looking at how those items performed and looking at what kinds of answers did students who get it wrong, what kind of answers did they choose? So that we have an idea of what kind of common mistakes might students be making still. And once we have looked at that and make sure that they're performing like we expect, so they actually are giving us some information, then we want to go through and highlight those that are essential standards that the teachers have chosen. So the teachers have worked since December. We started meeting with elementary teachers in December to select essential standards for every grade K through 6 and in math and ELA, and look at what are those essential standards, and essential being not that that's all we teach, but that's what we're going to intervene on. So those are so important that students understand those standards before they move on to the next grade. We're going to spend time, resources, and support our students who don't get those the first time so that they do learn them and they're ready for the next grade level. And we will highlight those on our common assessments so that when teachers are meeting together and they bring those assessments to their PLC, they can look at those and say, okay, let's look at number 3 first, because that is an essential standard. How many kids didn't get it? What can we do for those kids who didn't get it? And what's the most common mistakes, so we can really hone in, and I think on my slide I said pinpoint what was the error so that we can fix it, so that they can move on and be successful in the next grade level.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Vice President Calder?
Thank you, Madam President. As others have said, we hear a lot from families and teachers about there's just too many assessments. And I know recently the district has looked at more district-based assessments, measuring what we want to see is going on in the schools, which I think is great. I think it's best at the local level. But how do we balance different district assessments versus state assessments that we have no control over? The legislature could decide tomorrow that we want to add assessments and we have to do it. So how do we balance trying to get what information we need while understanding that we have a lot of testing that goes on throughout a school year?
Right. So we know at least we think we know at this point, what the required assessments will be for next year. We can put them on the calendar. I think the most important thing is to know the purpose of those assessments So like Smarter Balance, it gives us a good view of the whole district, of the whole state. It can give us a lot of information about kind of the temperature of the state. It is, or of the district or a school. It's a snapshot of one place in time when the student was sitting in front of the computer. With our district assessments, the short and the medium cycle assessments that teachers give in the classroom, that gives the teachers Johnny didn't get this, so I'm going to do something different tomorrow. Smarter Balance doesn't really give us what I'm going to do tomorrow. It tells us what kind of professional learning do we need for the next year, what should we kind of emphasize and look at, what topics do these things come up in. But our common assessments, our short cycle and medium cycle, tell us this is what I need to do tomorrow and be very, very specific. So it's knowing the purposes of the different assessments and being able to think about that as we are planning our instruction, that this is something I need to attend to tomorrow. This is something we need to attend to as a year-long plan.
No, I appreciate that. What I would encourage the district to do is look for positive trends in the district-wide assessments, and maybe in the 23 legislative session, data can be used to show legislators that local assessments are better for school districts because it's driven by those that are on the ground with students, not from high up in the state where you aren't really sure of what's actually going on in school districts. At least from my perspective, the further away from the student you get, those assessments become less and less usable by a school district. That's just my personal opinion. So data always is great to have, so that could be a possibility maybe in the coming years. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. You want to share something on assessment, Dr. McNeil?
Yeah, and it goes to that exact point, and thank you very much, Dr. Aird, for that. And there's one thing that we talk about consistently in our district is the difference between, and it's about assessment acuity and making sure that our teachers know, the difference between a summative and a formative. And, a formative is something that drives our instruction, and do we have to change course? And a summative is an assessment that you see all of the knowledge that the child has gained. And one thing that SBAC does afford us, I will say, is that it allows us to be compared against the other districts in the consortium. So not just within Nevada, but the other states that are in that assessment consortium. So it does give you a little bit more of a national perspective on that.
And if I may, then, and the importance of that, I would imagine then, is we want to always take a look and say, hey, how are we performing or how are our third graders performing versus third graders across the state and across the nation, for an example, so that we can see that, we don't want our students falling behind, and if so, we want to be mindful of it right away. So, is that the value of that? That's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's important for us as board members to understand why that piece is important, and also to share that, because it is important. We do monitor. People ask all the time, what are you doing? How do you monitor? These are things that we're doing to take a look and to see, and then adjustments can be made tomorrow, right, if necessary, or the long term. I love that explanation of that. Trustee Collins?
Yeah, just thank you. Just one last quick point. I know that as a district, we're talking a lot about our new way forward with Portrait of a Graduate and what skills do students need, or what skills are we saying they're going to have when they leave. Assessments really should be driven by that, where, okay, we're saying these skills should be had in these grade levels, and the assessment should show us where we are. And I know that work's being done, but I think if we can tie it all together in a nice bow, then that's how you sell it outward. Is that there's a point to this, not just we're taking a test today because, well, we don't know why, we're just taking a test. And so I think that's really important to tie it all together as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caudill. It looks like that's it for assessment. Let's go to Dr. Laura on accountability.
Okay, so again, it's my honor to represent the incredible work of my team. They're all so incredibly talented and brilliant, and it's just an honor to get to stand here and represent them. We have a lot of mottos in our office. The other one that we use a lot is that data is a flashlight, not a hammer. So when we provide supports to schools, the intent of providing that data is to support them in making decisions on behalf of children and hopefully with children, which we'll talk about a little bit in our student voice component. So I want to just give you a sense of the work that we do in our department. All of these are really interrelated. So no one person only works on data tools. Every single person in our office helps support student voice. Every single person helps support research and evaluation, and all of it we do to help support schools with their school performance planning. So the work is really interrelated and creates a nice data inquiry cycle supported by research, backed with data to support schools in their collaborations with students. So I'll talk just for a moment about student voice and research and evaluation, and then I'll show off some of our cool data tools. But student voice, I think, is a unique component of our office. I think people ask questions about, why is student voice and accountability? And we always say that students know more about our system than just about anyone else in our entire district. So if we take the time to listen to them and elicit their feedback on our processes, we'll all be better for it. So student voice is just one of many data points, probably our best data point in the entire district. And so with student voice, we do work with our student advisory council. I'm so sad Victoria's not here today. She's our president of that amazing group of students. And she helped us this year put on a student voice conference virtually. So we had 3 town halls with students where they led incredible breakout sessions about the topics they care most about, which this year was distance learning, equity, and mental health. So that work is incredible, and we also support schools on how to elicit student voice for school improvement purposes. Research and evaluation, that involves a lot. So every time we have a grant that requires an evaluation, that's something that our office designs and implements. Any large-scale initiative in our district, we engage in program evaluation to make sure it's impacting students and families and staff the way that we want it to. Anytime someone wants to do any research in our school district, that goes through our office, and we make sure that it's in alignment with board resolutions or any other requirement that we have. We have research partnerships, and then I know you all have seen me present lots of survey data up here previously, so school climate, and really most of our feedback, large-scale feedback surveys and focus groups come through our office. So I want to jump into some data tools here just so you get a better sense of what some of that work looks like, and then I'll turn it over to Nick Custer to do the fun stuff talking about school performance planning. So one of the data tools that I think we're really proud of is our Business Intelligence Gateway set of dashboards. So just to explain what this is, it's something that every educator in our school district has access to. It doesn't create any new data points. It just simply takes what is available in Infinite Campus and synthesizes it and summarizes it into data visualizations that make it a lot more easy to use for educators and easier to act upon. So that includes all kinds of reports. We have more than 50 that we, for the most part, have co-designed with schools so that they're really reflecting what schools need information about. So it includes information about testing data, attendance, behavior, graduation, just about anything that you can think of, we synthesize into all these reports. So it's very heavily used by schools, particularly around parent-teacher conferences. They share that data back with parents, so it's a great tool for educators for lots of different reasons. But it's one that I think is best seen when you can actually see what the reports look like. So this is a spotlight on, for example, our graduation potential tracking page. So schools can enter this page and see the percentage of students that are on track or off track for graduation. And then they can drill into the students who are off track for graduation and pinpoint exactly why students are off track. Maybe they're missing the ACT test, maybe they're credit deficient, and ultimately, again, student behind every single data point, you, for most of these reports, land on a snapshot of a single student. And that's really important because that snapshot tells you not just how that student's progressing towards graduation, but this page also tells you whether they are potentially on track for a Millennium Scholarship or an honors diploma or a college and career readiness diploma. So it doesn't just track on track for graduation, it tracks whether they're going to be college and career ready. So a really powerful tool used by counselors and often shared with families so that they get a sense of where their students are in their high school pathway. So that's kind of our internal data warehouse. We also have a public-facing website called WCSDdata.net. And that's really where we like to have transparent data stories about certain topics that are really important for the community to know about. So for example, we have a data story about graduation rates and how those numbers are calculated, what our progress is on graduation, and where we see achievement gaps. So it's where we are very transparently reporting on important data points in our district. It's also where we upload, say, PowerPoints from our student voice conferences. So if any school wants to replicate that process at their school, they can access all that information. And we recently, this will be useful as we think about our strategic plan coming up here. We have a site where every time you ever see anyone update on a metric for the strategic plan at a board presentation, we update that data on this page so that the community knows exactly how we're doing on all of our strategic plan metrics. So we're very transparently reporting that to the community. So that's a fun one if you haven't seen that yet. I know. See, I told you make data cool. All right. So many of you have been involved in our data summits. Those are annual conferences where we bring together community, families, students, district leadership to talk very openly about some of the data challenges that we're facing. Bring everyone together to look at the same data point and figure out how we can do better. In the middle there, you'll see our school profile books. These are, if you've never seen them before, they're about 200 pages, and they have every data point that a school could ever want: testing, behavior, attendance, climate, and by the end of the year, you see principals have dog-eared those pages, put Post-it notes all throughout them, and they carry them around very closely all year. So those are highly desirable. And then on the right there are just some of our research and student voice tools. So we talked about the virtual town halls. We have amazing statisticians in our department who run all kinds of complex analyses to determine how our programs are functioning. School climate data you've seen before. And then for all of our high school students who are incoming, we send them a personalized letter with a magnet with the graduation requirements, just welcoming them to high school so that they have the information that they need for graduation. All right, and with that, I'll turn it over to the amazing Nick Custer, who's going to talk about school improvement.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Nick Custer. I'm a school improvement coordinator, and we've been asked to kind of update you a little bit on the school performance plan, also known as the SPP. The school performance plan is a yearly roadmap that generally consists of 2 or 3 overarching goals for the school, which consist also of action steps and measurable objectives. And it's a plan derived from multiple data sources and a thorough needs assessment. Also, as you may know, that the SPP is a crucial part of the ESSA legislation that all schools must use and go through the process. For many years, we've been asking NDE for a version and definitely a more user-friendly platform. And I can say that the time has come. It's here, and it's awesome. So it's much, much better. It's been over a year since we started with the selection of the vendor, and we've been working weekly for that time, literally sometimes 2 to 3 times a week, with NDE and the vendor to try to create this new platform. And it's been a pretty amazing collaborative effort. In fact, the process has actually used all 17 counties in the state. So everybody's been involved. We had 21 pilot schools that went through it in the state, 3 here locally. We did one at the elementary with Brown, one at the middle with Dilworth, and one at the high with Sparks High School. And the feedback that came out of there was very, very promising, very successful. And a lot of the feedback that came out of there that they sent to the vendor and to NDE was actually utilized in the template. So Washoe County had quite a bit of say in a lot of what took place inside these templates. We've worked hard for this for a lot of years, so it's finally come to fruition, so we're pretty excited about that. what we're really excited about is that the new version or the final version is going to actually be released May 28th. So we've kind of just tweaked a few different things, but what's more exciting is that we're going to give principals on July 3rd a sneak preview of this new performance plan. And I know that they're going to be enthusiastic because there's been a large appetite for this for a while. We get, weekly emails like, is that thing changing yet? Are we getting a new product yet? So it's finally here. Oh, did I say July 3rd? I'm sorry, June 3rd. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Yes, June 3rd, yes. Yeah, so just take it off. Although the process, although there's similarities between the old version and the new version, what is different is the process, and we heard it in the presentation before and in the video about how important the process is, sometimes even more important than the actual final product. With that, that is the most dynamic part of this new school performance plan. We are going to be giving continual training and exemplars to our building leaders, and we're all going to roll this out together step by step, and we're going to kind of do this as a unified district. So I think we're pretty excited about how that's going to go. All schools, what is a little different, all schools, regardless of designation, will have to monitor their school plan at least 3 times a year. And when they do that, they're going to have to also post it onto their website. So that's going to be something new. Some of our designated schools, like our CSI, TSI, ATSI schools, they've been doing that. But now, regardless, all schools will be doing that for the transparency piece. And what's even better, it's actually more for the feedback, because part of this new process is there's a huge collaboration between students, parents, community members at large, and the families themselves. So we're really taking in the feedback, or the schools will be taking in the feedback and acting upon that. And that's something that they'll be constantly posting on their website. So that's going to be a nice change there. From our pilot schools that did do that, that was probably the most rewarding part that they had. And so we were kind of like concerned how that was going to look, but it wound up being probably the best part. NDE is emphasizing this guided autonomy through this more transparent process, which is designed to be more exclusive for all the people we just mentioned. And the best part is, and that's kind of like what we have now, and looking ahead with the school performance plan, the future platform of the SPP is slated as kind of a one-stop shop. It's to accommodate mandates, funding sources, and evidence-based best practices. And NDE and the state superintendent has actually given the approval for it to start to be built, and right now it's being built in Vegas. So ideally what it's going to be is what we call kind of a desktop monitoring, where everything will be submitted into one warehouse or one place. And so all the resources will be at the administrator's fingertips. And so that's the idea. And a lot of times with the funding sources, a lot of schools have to deal with, based off designations, different addendums, always doing something a little different. The idea of this is to be able to put it all in one place. And so there's not multiple platforms that they're dealing with. So that's been kind of a positive. So we're really excited about this. This has been a long time effort with the vendor and NDE, but like I said, come May 28th, we're supposed to have the final product. So thank you.
All right, last component, I'll just give a quick update about the Nevada School Performance Framework. So just a little bit of background for that. The Every Student Succeeds Act requires that all states have a framework for grading schools, essentially. And they specify what those large buckets are that schools will be graded on, but then each state defines what the framework will be for the schools in their state. So the Nevada School Performance Framework is based on the buckets that you see up there. So growth, academic achievement, opportunity gaps, English learner performance, and engagement, a little different in high school. And then the middle school one looks similar to elementary, but has a couple additional indicators. So based on how many points schools accumulate on that index, they're rated from 1 to 5 stars. And depending on the star rating that they receive, they're eligible for or I guess they're qualified for school improvement. So if they're struggling at that 1-star status, they might be identified for comprehensive school improvement. They would have additional monitoring requirements, and they would be eligible for certain grant funds to help them with school improvement. And there's other designations I won't get into now because it's a big acronym dictionary. But the purpose of the framework is essentially to monitor whether students are at grade level, and if they're not, are they making enough growth to get there? And if they are at standard, are we challenging them enough so that they are college and career ready? So that's essentially what the performance framework is about. It's an imperfect system, as I think most are in most states. It's hard to capture everything that a school does with a simple star rating, but it's something that at least helps us compare schools from throughout the state. As everyone else has noted, COVID impacts everything. In our case, the Nevada School Performance Framework, we have not had that for the past 2 years because of the pandemic. So the Nevada Department of Education requested a waiver of accountability, the star rating system, for the 1920 school year, and then they've submitted one for the 2021 school year, so the one that we're in now. We have not yet heard that that has been approved, but we think it's very likely. So really the last star rating that we've had is based on 18-19 school data. That's also the last time our schools received those school improvement designations. So those have just carried forward since 18-19. We presume that star ratings and eligibility to exit out of those designations will happen next year, assuming all goes well with testing and everything else. But that's kind of where we stand for right now with the accountability waiver. That said, we are not kicking up our feet in accountability. We are still collecting all of the data that feeds into the Nevada School Performance Framework. The Department of Education is just not scoring it. So they're not scoring it and providing star ratings for schools, but schools will still get SBAC data. They just aren't going to get that participation penalty for not having all the test takers that we usually do. We're still even going to get a student growth measure. The Department of Ed is looking at 18-19 scores and comparing them to 2021 scores. So we'll get a little bit of information there. And then there's just some other challenges with some of our other data. But as soon as we get any data, we're going to ship it out to schools as quickly as possible because we know they're incredibly anxious to measure the impact of the pandemic and help plan for our recovery over the next 2 years. So all that data will be publicly reported as well. So everyone in the community will be able to see it too. So that is my quick accountability update, but happy to take any questions about any of our work or the accountability framework if you have them.
I will say, Dr. Nick, no, go ahead, Dr. Nicolette. Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm going to ask this in a convoluted way. This is hard work, let me just say that. I mean, this is truly mind-bending, I recognize that. What does the Nevada School Performance Framework, is there a correlation between that information, those stars, and how we perform as a school district nationally?
So that's a great question, and it's hard to compare state to state because all of our performance frameworks are different because departments of education create their own, aligned to the standards of their own state. I will say as has been noted, SBAC gives us a good sense of how we're performing compared to other states that are in the SBAC consortium. That varies year to year. In general, we're sort of mid-pack for math and a little bit lower for ELA, but it really depends based on the grade level. Within the state of Nevada, we tend to do a little bit better than most districts on math and then underperform a little bit on ELA. We'll see how all of that pans out with the pandemic, and that'll be a real test of, the way that we approach the PAN versus other districts. So we're definitely excited to get some of that data back. But there are common measures across some states. So a few states use ACT data like we do in our framework. So we're able to compare ourselves on measures like ACT with some of the other states that do a universal ACT exam in 11th grade. So there are some common measures across frameworks, across states, but it's really difficult to kind of compare how on the framework in Nevada, how we're doing compared to other states. But it is helpful for measuring how we do within the state, since we all are aligned with the same framework.
Are we going to be able, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Dr. Davidson, are we going to be able to, I know we're looking, you just mentioned, to compare where we were in the 18-19 school year, the last year we really had data, and whatever we end up getting right from this year. Is it going to, what kind of impact do you think it potentially can have, because all of our students we know didn't test this year?
Yeah, I have major concerns about the gap year analysis. I mean, it's information only. Everything is the year of the asterisk on all data, right? So we'll be putting that when we ship it out to schools. Here are the challenges that we know we faced. We've been looking at just our samples, our participation rates, and providing feedback on, this is who we know didn't test. My guess is that it's going to be much more likely to be distance learners who have certain characteristics compared to our in-person learners. So we'll be providing a lot of school support to understand that data and the caveats that are associated with all of the challenges that we know we face with testing. So that'll be a lot of training that we do with that. And then, the growth measure, it's going to be challenging, right? Because not to get too into the weeds here, but we'll be missing a huge population of students who weren't here or aren't here any longer, who tested in 18-19 but are no longer here. We're also missing some different grades, because if they were, Nick and I were just trying to figure this out before the presentation, trying to figure out which grades we won't have, but essentially we'll only get that measure for grades 5 through 8, because if they were 8th graders in 18-19, they didn't test again, so we won't have data for that. So there's going to be all kinds of caveats and training about the data. It's imperfect, but I know we're all really anxious to even get some sense of what our academic recovery needs are going to be. So as soon as we get it, we're going to be playing around with that data a lot.
Thank you for that. I do think, I think you're spot on in that we're really just trying to get an idea of what are our academic recovery needs. What are they going to look like? We know they're going to be there. We know the needs are there, and that will give us some kind of snapshot. I was at one school a couple of weeks ago, and that principal said he's really looking forward to the scores, because he's like, you may have seen some growth, right? It was an elementary school, and they worked really hard. They were working really hard to get, I think they had almost all except for 8 of the students back in from distance learning, and just how hard they worked, even for those that were in distance learning and so on. So he was actually excited about looking at it from not necessarily, but I bet you we did better than everybody. So it's really just it's situational, as you said in some instances, and I do think there's information to learn from it. It's just not, it just isn't a perfect comparison like we'd rather have.
Absolutely.
Anything else for assessment? Oh, I see Trustee Calder, Vice President Calder.
Thank you, Madam President. And I would like to concur what you said about elementary schools. That's the sense I get in talking with principals at the elementary level, is they feel good that the data they'll get this year is usable, because they either were 5 days a week in person or 5 days a week distance learning, versus middle and high was hybrid, and that created a whole bunch of challenges. The issue that I hear from schools about the STAR system are items in their score that they just don't have control over, such as a participation penalty, which seems, I don't really understand it. It's, you can choose, but if your students don't, we're going to ding the school, which the principal and teachers can't control. Is there any talk at a state level about taking a look at how the framework is put together, or is it everyone's just good with it and we're going to keep rolling?
No. We sit on the technical advisory committee for the state. A lot of districts are represented there, and we do our best to advocate constantly when we sit in those meetings against measures that we know are really unfair. So we've been able to make some changes on things that we just knew were absolutely wrong for schools, and we try to talk through it with different principals to think about, because it's often very difficult to think of unintended consequences of picking a certain measure over another. So we do our absolute best to advocate with the state and bring them lots of research and feedback from our principals about these measures. And we know next year, as we have new STAR ratings, there's going to be, need to be some recalibration, because what used to be 5 stars and the chronic absenteeism levels that would give you a 5-star rating aren't the same anymore. You've seen our data. There's challenges we're facing this year, and it's time for a reset of some of the measures that are in there. And there are things on our list like designations, those school improvement designations we have real issues with. It's almost impossible to exit out of a designation once you're in it. And it's really harmful for schools that they get capped at a star rating based on their school improvement status, and it's incredibly difficult, nearly statistically impossible, to get out of that designation based on the criteria that's set. And some of them were identified, 5 years ago now, and because of the pandemic, they've been stuck with that designation and those extra monitoring processes. So I think as we move forward with the next year, there needs to be recalibration. We'll be doing lots of advocacy and hopefully seeing a reset of some of the designations so that our schools can finally get out of what we call CSI, TSI jail.
No, I definitely appreciate that, because right or wrong, community members use the star rating to determine the quality of a school, and it would be great if the entire score was based on things a school could control, or else they're just stuck with a designation that they can't control, and I think that creates challenges in many of our communities. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. I think the same is true for some of the school ratings, even where we land. Some of them are things that we can't control. Some of them are based upon the level of funding that we get, as you pointed out today. Some are based upon the academic attainment of the person in your household. I mean, there's some things that some of them are based upon the income level. It's like some of those things are things we as a district cannot control, but they still end up impacting us when some of the ratings come out. So it seems to be something that's chronically there. And the community doesn't know all that. All they know is, hey, you guys ended up. It's like, yeah, but we can't do anything about that. So it's an issue across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. The intent is good, but we know we have major issues with some of the measures, and I promise we do our best to advocate on behalf of our schools.
Yeah, I'm sure that you do. I will say this on behalf of Ben, and we certainly miss him a lot tonight. I used to remember when I first joined the board, and he would share some of these things with us and so on. I used to just tell him, you make data sexy. just because it's so, you make it so understandable, whether it's looking at, and it's one thing to get all the data, but if it isn't usable, if teachers can't use it, if principals can't sit down with their teachers, if they can't use it, if we can't use it as a district, they say, how are we making things better for our students? Right? How are we improving the quality of education? The trustee church talks about all of that's what this stuff is for. That's what it's like. We use those to make those kinds of decisions going forward. So I really appreciate the work of you and Nick and your team on the accountability piece. And this is why we do that, because it's how we make decisions. I'm saying we, but it's really you guys in the buildings, right? Make the decisions for this is how we improve education. This is how those targeted efforts, and this is how we can move up this score and look at manage growth here and there, because you make the data so usable, so understandable. And how can you use it? How can we help make this how can we use this to help make it better for students?
Thank you. Yeah, we miss him terribly, but I promise every person in our department is dedicated to honoring the vision that he set.
Oh, so. Absolutely. I believe that. Okay, do you have something, Dr. McNeil?
As always.
She pulls the top of her laptop down. I don't know if you guys can see that. That's how I know she wants to say something.
Well, I just, Laura and Nick and Sandy, they know how much we adore them, and they have just gone to the ends of the earth this year in so many ways. And if there was a presentation that I would suggest that the trustees are able to carry around with them, it would be this presentation, because we know that you're asked these questions a lot, and this was one of the reasons why we wanted to bring this forward, because you're asked a lot of questions about data tools and assessments and the accountability framework. So just a wonderful, wonderful job, and I will tell you, when the data starts coming out, these guys are just rocking and rolling all the time, meeting with teachers and principals, because data can be scary, and that's the last thing, especially for a brand new principal, You know, I mean, I can tell you horror stories when we used to get the AYP, and Dr. Lamarca is sitting in the back there, and I know Sandy as a principal, we would get the phone call, you're in the red, you know, and the tears would start flowing, or you're almost to the yellow, and, you know, then you cheer, you know, but they just do a remarkable job. So just thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to you both. And we have these presentations, so now we can use these as, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Nicolette. No,
I'm so
Dr.
sorry.
Nicolette.
You brought it up. I got it, and thank you for that. You spurred me on. So as you know, we have constituents that are very concerned. So other than carrying around the packet, what might be a few tidbits of information that I could share, that we could share, that could help our constituents be a little more comfortable with the hard work that we know is going on every single day to improve school and student performance? Simply.
Gee, who wants to take that one? Are you asking for specific data points that Washoe County School District is doing well on, or just how we use data, or what?
I might jump in here. So we're on a weekly collaboration with NDE in a separate manner for our designated schools, our TSI, CSI. And part of what we've already brought up about how, you know, they're kind of it's just disheartening sometimes because they've worked so hard. We had one particular school, they thought that was going to be our first 5-star TSI Title I school in the state. And we never got that chance to see it last year because of the lack of proficiencies. But what they are doing is they're working with the accountability team up in NDE, and they're trying to look at renorming. They're trying to look at ways to help these schools to try to get out of the status, or to try to get these schools to give them some hope. I do want to also tell you too, our CSI, so our CSI, TSI all have to post their performance plans, and also their
CSI, TSI, you were there.
Yep, and the comprehensive support and improvement, and the targeted support and improvement. And there's another one called the ATSI, which is additional target support and improvement. Well, when they post these, which is interesting, so NDE kind of dropped a little bomb on us. They did a rubric check, and we never saw the rubric. We never saw what we were getting rated up against. So they went to all of those schools in our district, and, well, actually the whole state. And when we got the information back, we were the highest rated of the entire state. In fact, the average was like a 2.2, and we were like a 2.9, and we still outdid everyone in the entire state. And so they NDE kind of took us aside because they wanted to tell us, because there's other counties that are on the phone call or on the Zoom, and didn't want to kind of rub it in. But it was kind of a nice, I guess, to go out and say is that what we are doing with the funds that we have, what we're doing with the designations, and what our principals and areas and our superintendents are all doing is working. And it's really, we're moving forward, and we don't always have the data to show it this particular year. So we do know that we are making strides in the right direction. It's just, unfortunately, we don't have, like I said, the specific numbers to show it right now. But as far as how they evaluated us, it was excellent. So.
Thank you. That helped a great deal. That.
And I'd like to just stick in as well, on a more granular level from the assessment side. And I'd like to go back to what Dr. McNeil said about rigor, relevance, and relationships. If the parents, your constituents, want to know about what their students are doing, what those tests are, and how they're doing on them, building that relationship with the school personnel, and walking in and saying, can I see the latest common assessment? They're there. They're not going to send them home, but they're there to go over with the parents as well as the students to say, this is what they're doing well, this is where they might struggle, this might be what you might want to do at home. So building that relationship with the teacher to go in and look at what their students are doing when they take common assessments and they look at their work. So that rigor, relevance, and that relationship.
And I'll just end really quickly with if you'd ever like me to just kind of walk through the data highlights and data challenges, I'm happy to do that just as we do with schools. I can walk through where we really shine and what areas are areas of challenge that our community needs to know about. So just offering that as well.
Please go ahead.
I think specifics in the weeds information in this case that's, I would say, very basic would be very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. And thank you to each of you. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the information. Thank you for the walkthrough on the data. Okay, now to agenda item. Dr. LaMarca, you're always last. Sorry about that. Agenda item 5.07. This is our regular, I won't read the entire title, but this is our regular COVID update, and there are certainly some things to report and to update us on, things happening at the county level and so on. So, Dr. LaMarca, thank you for being here. The floor is yours, sir.
President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, members of the board, for the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. I will make this brief because my phone just told me it's bedtime. So, let me see. Okay. This is based on our most recent update. We actually just received data today, and we've updated this again.
Okay.
However, we remain in the yellow region based on the TMRPA rating index. This is the breakdown of the the sub-indicators, the risk assessments, test positivity, daily cases per 100,000, and then hospitalizations, ICU beds, and then general hospitalizations. So we've been on a good trend for a period of time. We remain in the yellow as of today, and we're hovering right around that 3.5 to 4.5 range, and that's good news for us. Here is our dashboard. Again, no change. The update today, I think, has us at a 4.5, still in the moderate range. Average daily cases are 6.66 as opposed to 6.63, so virtually identical. Our test positivity was down to 5.0 as of today, so that is good news.
If I may, Dr. LaMarca, we regularly get emails on how this is behind, or this doesn't keep up, and as though we're trying to hide data or something like that. Can you talk a little bit, and you've shared some of that information that I could respond to emails with.
Sure.
But would you mind sharing that with the board and then also on public record, the timing in terms of the update on this?
Sure. So
thank you.
Some of you will remember that when we began producing this, we were getting regular data from the Washoe County Health District, and so our commitment was to attempt to update this 3 times a week, pending data availability. Last week we received data 1 time. We've received data 1 time so far this week. So as soon as we get data, within the next day, we try and analyze it and update the information we have. We are dependent on them, and we want to remain dependent on them because they have the data sources. They are going through a lot of changes in terms of how they're cleaning data. Last week when they sent us data, I actually believe it was on Wednesday, there were some issues with it, so there had to be some adjustments to it. So I'm sure it can be frustrating for the public. Our commitment is I think we, at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago of the Board of Trustees, we talked about trying to update this weekly, at least weekly, if not 2 times a week, depending on data. When we do update it, it's also lagged by a couple of days. So, for example, the information we got today only took cases up through yesterday. So there's going to be that kind of a lag. I understand the frustration of the public because they want to know what's going on right now. That's really all I could share. Okay. Let's see. The trends, this is just another way of displaying that we are doing well, and I will say one of the good news pieces for this particular slide, and it continues, is our rates per 100,000 are all below 10 now for our different groups. It had jumped above 10 for our high school age population. If you recall, it was above the general population. That was the area of concern. This news that we may be able to start vaccinating kids 12 and older, I think is incredibly good news for the school district. It will cut down eventually on exclusions and children getting ill with the virus and potentially spreading it to others. That's the data we have for you. I think we are doing well, and hopefully with continued mitigation strategies, being as careful as possible, more people getting vaccinated, we're going to be in real good shape as we enter school. I will mention just briefly, because I know there's been a lot of conversations about face masks and other things. For me personally, if I wear a face mask for a long period of time, I tend to get a bit of a headache. I'd rather have that than get ill. We're still under a state directive that tells us we have to wear face masks. There was an article that came out, actually our HR chief shared it with myself and Pete Etchart this afternoon when we were listening to the board meeting. It's a newer report from CDC talking about how COVID is airborne, and so that creates some kind of weirdness in terms of how what really constitutes a close contact. This isn't new information. This is why we do ventilation and those sorts of things. However, I sent that to Heather Kerwin, the chief epidemiologist with Washoe County Health District, just to get her opinion on it. And she said, we've been worried about this for a long time. We don't expect that it's going to change definitions to close contact. All we've got going for us is good hand hygiene and wearing our masks. So I know people are very reluctant and they want to talk about how it's not helpful. I think we should err on the side of caution. That's my advice. I have no other comments. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Okay, I see a couple of microphones on. Trustee Thigpen, then Trustee Church. I know we have some public comment on this as well. So.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca, for your regular, for all the hard work your team has done in the year plus in helping mitigate this. I have a couple of questions, and part of it is that, I like members of the public, I struggle to find clear answers to things. So having visited a lot of schools, often it's at recess time, I represent a lot of elementary schools. What is it possible, because I know in the Governor's Directive 24, it mentions for children, those are children required to wear face masks, and it says the children should never wear it if they're engaging in strenuous physical activity. Does recess not fall under that? It's very, it's starting to get warmer outside. I understand a lot of parents' concerns around that, so I just want to kind of figure that out on the record if we can.
I may need help with this particular question, so I'll phone a friend. However, what I would say is, from the onset of this school year, when it came to children at recess, we shared that a common sense approach had to be taken. So yes, when kids are out on the playground, when they are engaged in activities, they should be wearing their masks. Certainly if they get fatigued, or if they're having a hard time breathing, they need to be able to take a break. The guidance was that they shouldn't take breaks sitting right next to each other. That is a tough issue. I don't think that some of the recess activities is as strenuous as playing basketball or in the competitive sense, or being on the football field or playing volleyball with in an athletic kind of a context, but it is something that we've been struggling with. I'm not sure, Dr. McNeil, if you have anything to add.
No, I think you did a nice job, Dr. LaMarca. It's one of the complicating factors, especially when the guidance is changing, and we all know that 045, Directive 045 was not as clear, and I haven't read my emails yet, but it looks like the State Department is sending out some additional guidance, so I think that will help us, be informed. Our schools do allow our students to have, as Dr. LaMarca was saying, a face mask break during those times, but the child is separated so that they're not close to other students at the same time.
Right, that's been my understanding too, and I've seen kids in my visits, while they're taking mask breaks. I guess, I'd be interested to, of course, see what the latest guidance is if that's circulating. But I guess I'm curious if the board has any control over this particular thing to just, assuage some of those parent concerns. And obviously, I've seen a lot of kids, and so I just, with it getting hotter outside, we're almost at summer, it's a little bit of a concern for me.
I think that was a question for you, Superintendent McNeil.
Well, there's not too much we can do right now. I mean, we have our COVID meetings on Wednesdays, so it's tomorrow. We meet on a weekly basis, and like I said, we haven't had an opportunity to see what the new guidance is, if there is any change. Right now, we know that the governor's directive, whether we are in school or outside, is to wear face coverings. But, it's one of the issues that we've talked about for summer school as well, too. Because here it is. It's a management issue for our staff as well, too. It's a management issue for our staff. But compliance is compliance. So that's kind of where we're at this point in time. If we find another way to be able to do it, I'm not going to say that I don't think there's anybody here that wants to wake up in the morning and say, hey, guess what? I want to wear face covering for the rest of the summer as well as go into next year. So obviously, if there's a way that we can do something different, then we'll take a look at it. But we're going to be following the directives until that time.
And then I just have a couple more questions. Someone had mentioned the face shields in schools. Are those allowed or not allowed? Because I feel like I've seen kids with them wearing them before.
Our guidance, it's a covering of last resort. So it provides very little support. There's air can get through and get out. It may help a little bit in terms of spit or something of that nature. Our guidance initially, and that changed last summer, right? I think someone commented on that tonight, a public comment. We received guidance late at first when we were ordering supplies. At the beginning of the summer, we were getting some face shields, but we received guidance that it's just not an effective mask. Many of the masks that have been out there are not especially effective, but face shields have not been. Under extreme situations where we have a child who may have some special needs, a mask of this sort is just not working at all, then I think that kind of an accommodation has been made.
Okay, thank you, Dr. LaMarca, for that information. And the last thing, and I've seen, information going out. I think someone at the health district must have commented on something around required vaccinations. We don't have any sort of plans to require that for our students, do we?
So as I've said on the public record, we will follow the Washoe County Health District guidelines, just as we do for other vaccinations. So some vaccinations are mandatory, such as Tdap or mumps and measles and rubella, polio, and if those are being mandated, and if the Washoe County Health District, which would come from the state as far as mandated vaccinations, I have a strong suspicion that they probably won't do that until the emergency authorization is removed, because right now that's what those vaccinations are under for that population for students, is under the emergency authorization.
Okay, that makes sense. It's basically, again, it's these other entities telling us here's what needs to happen, right? Okay. Well, thank you for that. That's all the questions I had for now.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Pretty much Trustee Thigpen covered it. I wear a face mask because I have hearing aids, and so the other ones would crimp the hearing aid and damage them. But I don't, neither one of us are medical doctors, but I think the face shield is more effective because nothing can come directly into the eyes. It would have to come up like this. The eyes can also absorb bacteria or virus, as well as the mouth. So I would probably beg to differ, absent some medical expertise, that these are less effective. I think maybe they're more effective. As we had people testifying, there's some good scientific background as Dr. Fauci said when this first hit, the masks were highly ineffective based on the size of the virus. But also, as Trustee Thigpen mentioned, the Governor's Directive 24, and then you have the February update, individuals who are engaged in outdoor recreation, such as walking, or who are socially distanced by 6 feet. So I, too, have concerns as I visit schools and see these kids with their masks on, and they're either socially distanced or they're engaged in the fresh air and this stuff, that perhaps we are going beyond the mandate of the state, and perhaps we need to reevaluate that. And I don't know if that's a board decision or a superintendent decision or a committee decision, but I do want to express my concerns over that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I'm going to ask Dr. McNeil to address that, because I think it's clear. It seems to me, and make sure I'm clear, I certainly don't want to put words in your mouth, that you're asking for clarification. Are we going beyond what's mandated by the governor's office? Am I correct, Trustee Church? Then let's ask the superintendent.
So no, we're not going above and beyond what the governor's office is saying, and that's exactly what I was talking about the directive from 045, is that there was a little bit of ambiguity in that, and that's what we asked at the superintendent's meeting, to provide that clarification. And like I said, we haven't been able to review that, and we have a COVID meeting tomorrow. So we'll take a look at it and we'll see. But again, we're not going to be going against the governor's directive.
I think the clear part in that might be is just that we aren't going beyond it, because the governor has a directive that's specific for schools, and that's where we fall. It's outside of that, and so that's where we fall, and that's where the additional information is going to come on that's specific to schools. So there may be something different for whatever's out there, but he has some guidelines that are specific for schools that we're following.
May I also add that I didn't share that I'm a medical doctor or that these are my recommendations. The recommendations are from the CDC and through the Washoe County Health District, who are medical professionals. They're the ones who made the rulings regarding clear face masks. Thanks.
Anything else from the table? I want to make sure that answered your question, Trustee Church, that we aren't going beyond what we're required to do. I think that's an important designation. Okay, seems like all this go with public comment.
Casey Thielander.
Mr. Thielander, welcome back. Let's get your mic on. Okay.
Do I get like 6 minutes since there's nobody here?
No, you don't, sir. You get 3.
I'll try to pack this all in. Obviously, what I stated earlier ain't even going to matter, because none of you are going to stand up, I guess, according to McNeil, that you guys aren't going to go against, because compliance is compliance. You know, I guess the Nazis thought the same thing when they were gathering up Jews, right? So, no big deal. But as for you, if you're going to talk about airborne pathogen, we both know that this right here does not protect you against an airborne pathogen. So there is no protection against an airborne pathogen. So then this is pointless. Same with face mask. So, if that's the case. But we've all known that since the beginning, the CDC has came out and said that kids are not at risk. And as far as requiring a vaccine, if y'all want to be looking for jobs in the fall because there's no seats in butts in the seats, I'd start looking now. Because if you require that vaccine for Washoe County for kids to go back to school, no parents are bringing their kids back to school. Maybe a couple classrooms. It's a joke. Or even to require these next year. I was hoping to end this year good. Like, obviously, I'm showing you my passion and my persistence. I don't see the other half here fighting to keep them on. I'm here to take them off. Like, and Kevin Dick, that dude ain't no medical professional. He's good for changing air filters in a house and doing the air quality of a fart. The guy's ridiculous.
Well, I'm going to ask you not to make disparaging remarks against someone else.
What's his emphasis in air quality? He is not a medical professional.
It's not here. It's not here in terms of arguing that piece. But we just want to be respectful of others on there.
His name's Kevin Dick.
I understand that.
Okay, but what
Please
I'm trying
go ahead, Mr. Thielander.
But I guess obviously, based upon McNeil's remarks, none of you are going to stand up and fight against this. Obviously, I don't know about you, but maybe you don't have toddlers. If it's not as strenuous as a football game or a basketball game, but my 6-year-old runs around with his head cut off constantly at home. Do you have toddlers? I didn't think so. So that's what we're seeing in elementary schools, is these kids running around constantly. So then let's take a look at that. Mask break. Oh, they need to take a break. They can go sit down, take their mask off, and sit and take a break. So essentially what you're saying is that if the kids want to sit during recess 6 feet from apart and socialize with each other, they don't have to wear a mask, right? If they're sitting there by themselves. Is that essentially what you're saying? See how you contradict yourselves constantly in accordance with the rules, McNeil? If they can take their mask off for a break, for a mask break, because they can't breathe, then essentially if they're sitting there by themselves, they don't need to wear their mask and just get fresh air for the whole time, right? Or maybe I just ran to the school to get some exercise and I need a mask break, so I'm going to stand out on property without my mask on so I can breathe. This is ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Thielander. Thank you, Angie. One thing I will say, just for clarification, the Washington County School District does not mandate vaccines. Just for clarification for you, that is not something that we do not mandate vaccines. That's something that comes from the state through the health districts to each of the communities.
But you didn't inform anybody that you could actually get a religious exemption
That's the law.
for that.
But
You can get a religious
but if you look the law up, you'll see that's already in the law. That's already in the law. It's already in the law. Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. All right. I think we're all good. We're all good with Dr. Lamarca.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir. You're always here at the end of the meeting. Thank you for hanging in. All right. We will go to agenda item 6. Our student representative is not here, but we will go to a superintendent's report. Agenda item 6.02.
No report tonight.
Okay, no report from the superintendent on tonight. Do we have any? Oh, that's right. We moved that public comment period up. So, okay, this concludes our meeting. We are dismissed. And as a reminder, our meeting 2 weeks from now, right here, 2 p.m., May 25th. Board Policy Committee meeting, however, next week. And you'll get information, and we'll get information. BOT is going to discuss that tomorrow. You get details on that as well. And don't forget, we have our work session, our training on Friday. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are dismissed. We are adjourned.